Lord Callanan.
My Lords, I beg to move that this bill be now read a second time. My Lords, it is indeed an honour to open today's debate on a bill of such historical significance, and I am delighted that we have been able to secure our departure from the EU with a deal that gives certainty to businesses, protects the rights of citizens and ensures that we regain control of our money, our borders and our laws. This bill, that has passed its stages in the other place with a substantial majority, prepares our country to leave the EU at the end of this month by implementing the Withdrawal Agreement in domestic law and ensuring that the Government can honour our international obligations. It also allows us to meet our commitments in the separation agreement that we have concluded with EEA EFTA states and the agreement on citizens' rights with Switzerland. Now, before I turn to the bill in more detail, I would like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to the valuable work of the select committees of this House that I am pleased to say have now reformed. Their work throughout the EU exit process has been insightful, and I look forward to engaging constructively with them during the passage of this bill. I am also grateful to those peers across the House who have already taken the opportunity to engage with myself and ministerial colleagues on this important legislation. My Lords, Part 1 of the bill covers the implementation period. The Withdrawal Agreement sets out that during the implementation period, EU law will generally continue to apply in the UK as it does in Member States, thereby providing certainty to businesses and citizens, as they will only have to prepare for one set of changes. The bill will save and modify the legal effect of the European Communities Act 1972 for the duration of that period. It will preserve EU-derived domestic legislation and ensure that it continues to operate properly during the implementation period, and it provides a supplementary power to make any further technical modifications that may be needed. The bill prohibits an extension of the implementation period. It will end on the 31st of December 2020. With clarity on the timetable that we are working to, the UK and the EU will be able to progress negotiations and use the implementation period in order to secure the future relationship. And, my Lords, of course, this Government will work with the scrutiny committees in both Houses to ensure that the appropriate parliamentary scrutiny of new EU law made or proposed during this period. Part 2 of the bill gives the Withdrawal Agreement the same legal effect in UK law as it will have in EU law, as required by Article 4 of the Withdrawal Agreement. It means that individuals and businesses will be able to rely directly on the Withdrawal Agreement as a matter of domestic law. This is replicated for the EEA EFTA and the Swiss separation agreements. Now, citizens' rights, my Lords, has been our greatest priority throughout the EU exit process. Giving legal effect to the agreement is a critical step in providing certainty to those who have chosen to make the UK their home. This bill also takes a number of delegated powers to allow, for example, changes in relevant areas, for example, enabling the establishment of a permit system for frontier workers, providing for routes of appeal, ensuring professional qualifications continue to be recognised, and that social security coordination operates for those covered by the agreements. I would like to assure noble Lords that these powers are tied to the relevant articles of the agreement which they implement. My Lords, the bill will also formally establish the Independent Monitoring Authority, which will oversee the rights of EU citizens and citizens of Norway, Iceland and Liechtenstein that reside in the UK. This new UK-wide public body will be able to launch inquiries, receive complaints and bring legal actions. It will be fully independent of government. The bill requires that the IMA's board must contain appropriate expertise on citizens' rights in relation to Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, and the devolved administrations will of course play a central role in appointing those board members. The bill also provides the mechanism to pay the negotiated financial settlement. This will take the form of a standing service provision until the 31st of March 2021. The majority of the remaining obligations will then be met through the annual supply process, bringing it in line with other government expenditure. In addition, the bill covers other separation issues. These, my lords, provide clarity about what happens to processes and arrangements that are ongoing at the end of the implementation period. Many of the details give effect through the main provisions delivering the agreements, clauses 5 and 6. However, technical changes will need to be made in certain scenarios. We have therefore taken a delegated power limited to only being able to implement Part 3 of the Withdrawal Agreement and the EEA-EFTA agreements, which ensures that, for example, our rulebook works for goods being placed on the market before the implementation period concludes. My Lords, the Withdrawal Agreement Bill will make provisions to deliver the protocol on Northern Ireland. The deal that the Government has negotiated with the EU protects the constitutional and economic integrity of the United Kingdom. It ensures that the whole United Kingdom leaves the EU customs union and that Northern Ireland remains in the UK customs territory. It also upholds the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. I know that the issue of access of Northern Ireland goods to the rest of the UK is of great concern to many members of this House and the other place. The protocol is clear that there is nothing in it which prevents the UK from ensuring the unfettered access of Northern Ireland goods to the rest of the UK. Let me reassure the House that the Prime Minister's commitments in this regard, as well as the commitments made in our manifesto, are clear and that the Government stands by them. Indeed, these commitments were reiterated in last week's joint UK-Ireland publication entitled New Decade, New Approach, which laid the foundation for the restoration of the Northern Ireland Executive over the weekend, something which I am sure noble lords agree is a very, very positive event. My Lords, I would like to take a moment to focus on the powers in the bill and in doing so thank the Delegated Powers and Regulatory Reform Committee for their report. In particular, I am pleased that the committee agrees with the Government's use of the word appropriate rather than necessary in the construction of the powers. Now, I seem to remember that this was a subject of much debate in the House during the passage of the Withdrawal Act 2018. In fact, I am reliably informed that it even sparked a fashion trend amongst our department's lawyers who had tote bags produced bearing the words necessary on one side and appropriate on the other side. Never let it be said that lawyers don't have a sense of humour. My Lords, the Government understands the remaining concerns around the use of delegated powers across the bill and notes the committee's recommendation regarding a sifting mechanism. However, I hope that noble lords will see that the circumstances are very different to those that we found ourselves in the EU Withdrawal Act 2018. First, the volume of statutory instruments made under this bill will be significantly fewer than those made under the 2018 Act, meaning that there will be sufficient time for the normal scrutiny procedures to apply and for debates to be held should noble lords find them helpful. Second, as the report itself recognises, the scope of each power is naturally constrained by the articles of the withdrawal agreement it seeks to implement. For example, the power at Clause 7 can only be used in relation to setting the deadline for the grace period. The Government has also noted the concerns raised by the DPRRC on the clauses to implement the protocol. I understand the concerns of noble lords, but we are confident that our approach is the best way to ensure that the UK can fully implement the protocol and fulfil its international obligations. The DPRRC has recommended the consequential power at Clause 41 be moved to the affirmative procedure to enable Parliament to scrutinise any amendments to primary or retained direct principal EU legislation. However, let me remind noble lords that the negative resolution procedure does not prevent such scrutiny from taking place and that members will still have the opportunity to pray against such regulations should they consider them inappropriate. Members can see examples of the kind of consequential amendments that will be made to legislation in Part 1 of Schedule 5 to this bill. My Lords, I would now like to focus on the question of legislative consent. This bill touches on a number of areas of devolved competence, including important powers granted to the devolved administrations to protect citizens' rights. We have sought legislative consent from the devolved legislatures in Scotland and Wales for these areas in line with the Sewell Convention. It is indeed disappointing that the Scottish Parliament has already refused its consent to the bill, particularly as the vote took place even before the bill had completed its common stages. I should note, my Lords, that the Scottish and Welsh Government's consideration of whether to recommend consent to this bill does not turn on the clauses for which we have sought legislative consent, but on reserved matters. I want to reassure noble Lords that there has been substantial engagement with the Scottish and Welsh Governments before and throughout the legislative consent process, and we are committed to continuing to work collaboratively with all of the devolved administrations. Now, turning to Clause 26 on the subject of historic CJEU case law, I know has raised some interest, particularly amongst noble and learned Lords. We want to provide legal clarity. We have no intention of undermining the fundamental principles of hierarchy, precedent and judicial independence that are so central to our world-renowned legal system. Nor is this about giving government a permanent power to review this matter. The power will expire at the end of this year. My noble and learned friend Lord Keane is of course prepared to respond to any points raised on this subject when he closes the debate later. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to reassure noble Lords, in particular the noble Lord, Lord Dubbs, that the Government is fully committed to the principle of family unity and to helping and supporting the most vulnerable children. My Lords, our policy on this has not changed. That is why this bill places an obligation on the Government to lay a policy statement before Parliament in relation to a future arrangement between the UK and the EU regarding family reunion of unaccompanied children seeking international protection. This country receives approximately 15% of all asylum claims from unaccompanied children in the EU, making the UK the third highest intake country. This bill does not change that. Our policy is unchanged, but the bill removes a statutory requirement to negotiate. That is entirely appropriate because these negotiations have indeed already been initiated. Clause 37 makes clear that supporting the most vulnerable children remains of our utmost priority. My Lords, with approximately 80 speakers on the speakers list, or I think that's now come down to about 72, I will draw my remarks to a close. As always, my noble and learned friend Lord Keane is here and stands ready to address noble Lords' contributions to this debate at the end. Passing this bill will allow us to honour the results of the 2016 referendum, get Brexit done and focus on our other national priorities. My Lords, I beg to move that this bill be now read a second time.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time.
Well, my Lords, it's going to be a bit like a wedding today, isn't it? When brides are encouraged to wear something old and something new for luck. And today we have the return of that old double act, the noble Lords Callan and Keane. So no change there. But we also, and perhaps appropriate with brides in mind, do have two maiden speeches. The first from someone I've known and worked alongside for 30 or even 40 years, the former MP Lord Mann, whose work on tackling anti-Semitism has rightly brought him to this House. And also the new noble Lord, Lord Barwell. Now, I have great hopes of him, given how well he responded as Housing Minister to my and this House's plea to make client money protection compulsory for letting agents. He heard the arguments, he made a decision, and he made it happen. If only the current government was as good. Because before us we have a very poor bill, and one being rushed through Parliament, perhaps understandably rushed, as the 31st of January is fast approaching. But it's not just being rushed, but it's being rammed through. The government determined to allow no changes whatsoever, even if deficiencies are identified. This is both stupid, as it'll mean corrections having to be made later, but also arrogant, with scant regard to our normal democratic method of lawmaking.
bit uncharitable. How can the noble lady say that this is being rushed through when the House of Commons didn't take the time allocated to them to discuss it?
What I was saying is that it's being rammed through because no changes will be contemplated. It was the distinction I was trying, obviously unsuccessfully, to make. Because the issue is our normal democratic method of law-making is for this chamber to give serious consideration and then for any amendments to be seriously debated in the other place, to assess their worth and, where necessary, adapt accordingly. Well, Stephen Barclay, in the other place, warned us, threatened us, not to defy the will of the country. I think that reflects a complete, I hope not deliberate, misunderstanding of our role in a bicameral democracy. But it's not just Lords that ministers want to ignore. We've heard via the Noble Lord, the Speaker, some real serious concerns from the Welsh Government, not, I have to say, satisfied by what the Noble Lord, the Minister, has just said. And their concerns possibly lead to the likelihood, for the first time ever, and risking the devolution settlement that has worked so well, of the Welsh Assembly denying legislative consent to a bill. And still ministers won't listen. I think a party with unionist in its name should think twice before undermining a shared approach to making the devolution settlement work. My Lords, the bill is also a bit strange, because Clause 38 specifically recognises that Parliament of the UK is sovereign. But the rest of the bill then proceeds to strip powers away from Parliament. It repeals the Ben Cooper requirements to report to Parliament. It disapplies the CRAG. It abolishes the meaningful vote for the withdrawal and final deals. And it deprives Parliament of its say as to whether the implementation period should be extended, despite, as recently as October, Robert Buckland promising the other place that it would have its say on the merits of an extension of the implementation period. Now, the Minister might say, but that's what Clause 33 of the bill, agreed by the Commons last week, does. But, my Lords, that decision for no extension was taken before we'd even left, before we've seen any negotiating mandate, either from the EU or from our own government, and before we know how such negotiations are progressing or what obstacles from Northern Ireland or elsewhere may stand in the way of a satisfactory agreement. Well, I have to tell the Noble Lord, the Minister, we're not going to try and save the government having a red face in the summer by giving them wriggle room now. But, given the chances of a deal and the implementation legislation and all the infrastructure being in place by December is frankly for the birds. I've got waiting here my "I told you so" speaking note. For ready in 6 months' time, when the Noble Lord the Minister is going to have to be here saying, "Oops, can we change what we've just agreed?" But we'll leave that for him to do. My Lords, our worries about the bill stem from the government's own slogan, repeated just now, "Get Brexit done," which the electorate quite rightly judged to mean come out by the 31st of January. What it didn't mean is, and do so by government diktat rather than by parliamentary process. And that's what this bill allows. No say over the implementation of our withdrawal, no say over the objectives for the future relationships, no say over progress of those talks. Now, the government says that the bill will ensure ministerial oversight of the Joint Committee, which deals with the withdrawal, but of course not parliamentary oversight, of what our EU committee calls a uniquely powerful and influential body with significant responsibilities in relation to the protocol on Ireland, Northern Ireland. and the Joint Committee, a committee with the power to amend the Withdrawal Agreement, a power immune from clear scrutiny procedures or parliamentary oversight. So, without UK MEPs, there will be no British parliamentarians able to scrutinise the decisions of government, whether over how we come out, nor, crucially, over the negotiations for our future relationship. Because the bill removes what was there before, our role on the mandate for and the progress of our trading, diplomatic, cultural, consumer, environment and security relations with the EU. The government has stripped out undertakings that Parliament would have an input into and oversight of these talks. Instead, we'll be left with a few take-note debates and responses to ministerial statements. My Lords, that is not proper scrutiny. And it excludes the devolved authorities altogether. I think the noble Lord has his name down to speak, and I'm sure he can come in later. Yet, my Lords, these EU negotiations are vital to the UK's security and well-being. Those talks will not be easy and they will not be fast. But despite expert advice to the contrary, the government ministers continue to maintain they can complete them all without even considering a longer negotiating period, or indeed a transition period to introduce whatever new agreement is then signed. 11 months is unrealistic for the negotiation, the conclusion and the ratification of a free trade agreement, a security agreement, and all the others envisaged in the Parliament in the political declaration. So our concern is that without proper scrutiny over the coming months and without any possibility of an extension to the transition, the government might just turn round in the autumn and say, "Sorry guys, no deal is possible," and Parliament would be powerless to act. Even now, as the Prime Minister is formulating his objectives for the negotiations, he is refusing via this bill to put his mandate to the Commons for approval, fuelling fears that it might include no deal, i.e. coming out on WTO terms. Though I have to say, with the schedules yet to be agreed and the WTO in some disarray, I think even that would be problematic. My Lords, the political declaration of the 17th of October, signed by the Prime Minister, sets out the framework for a deal, aiming at a comprehensive and balanced free trade agreement and tariff-free trade in goods. If this is cast aside, despite Article 184 of the Withdrawal Agreement, as the basis for negotiation, that would be contrary to the spirit of the Vienna Convention, that every treaty in force is binding upon the parties to it, and it must be performed by them in good faith. But good faith seems in rather short supply just now. Without any prior discussion, the government has dropped the new ministerial power into the bill in Clause 26, about which we'll hear shortly from the noble Lord, Lord Anderson of Ipswich, and I imagine other noble and learned lords. This Clause 26 would enable ministers to allow lower courts, not simply the Supreme Court, to decide not to be bound by ECJ rulings on the EU law that's now been put onto our statute book, risking legal uncertainty and possible divergence between England and Scottish jurisdiction within our English and Scottish interpretation of law within our UK-wide single market. My Lords, sadly in this bill we have seen a shameful disregard of the rights of vulnerable refugee children to be reunited with their families here. It is not enough to say we still believe in their rights. Why take it off from the face of the bill? And there is insufficient fulfilment of guarantees given to EU residents, of which we'll hear more from my noble friend, Lord MacNichol of West Kilbride, towards the end of this debate. In each case, whether to children, to citizens or to Parliament, the government has backtracked on promises made. This is a bill of which they're proud, but of which they should be ashamed.
My Lords, as your Lordship's House knows, I and my colleagues on these benches have spent the last 3.5 years arguing that Brexit was not in the best interest of the British people and that they should have the opportunity to have a further say in the light of the evidence available on whether they really wish to leave the EU. We reluctantly came to the conclusion last October that the Withdrawal Agreement Bill having secured its second reading, and in the absence of a majority in the Commons for a confirmatory referendum, a general election was the last and only way in which Brexit by Christmas could be avoided. We knew that this was the second best way forward. From our perspective, a referendum would have been far preferable. And we knew that it was a risk. My Lords, we took the risk, but we didn't succeed. I realise that there are many people who fervently believe that we should remain in the EU, who would now try to undermine the legitimacy of the current bill by saying either that the original referendum result itself was flawed, or that, given that all the polling shows that the majority of the British people would still like to remain in the EU, that there isn't a proper democratic mandate for Brexit. My Lords, I'm afraid I disagree. Everybody who voted last month knew that the election was in reality a proxy referendum on Brexit. There were, of course, other factors, notably the quality of the leadership of the Labour Party. But having fought the election on the slogan, "Get Brexit Done," and having won that election, the Prime Minister has the mandate and the votes in the Commons to take Britain out of the EU. My Lords, this doesn't change my belief that there's no such thing as a good or sensible Brexit. We on these benches continue to believe that it will damage our economy, our security and our international reputation. But, my Lords, we are now faced with this bill, which will indeed take us out of the EU. It doesn't, of course, get Brexit done, but it starts the process. It's a process which the Prime Minister will oversee with a solid Commons majority behind him. It's his Brexit. He owns it, and he'll be judged by its successes and its failures. The fact that the government has a large majority and has indicated that it's no intention of accepting any changes whatsoever to the bill is no excuse for your Lordship's House for failing to scrutinise and challenge its detailed provisions, nor from voting to secure changes which we believe are in the interests of individuals or the country as a whole. And this is what we will seek to do. It is, of course, the second Withdrawal Agreement Bill presented to Parliament. The first version got its second reading in October, but was superseded by the election. At that point, the government lacked a secure majority and was prepared to make sensible concessions to get the bill through. Now, free from such a constraint, it's removed all these concessions, however sensible or uncontentious they were. They have in their place inserted some new and contentious provisions. Amendments to reverse some of these changes will be the principal area in which we will be seeking to improve the bill. We will also be seeking to consider elements of the government's negotiating mandate which we believe the bill should follow. My Lords, of the removed concessions, these are first the so-called Dobbs Amendment on allowing unaccompanied refugee children to join family members in the UK. The bill simply requires the government to report on its policy in this area and undermines the substance of their earlier commitment. The government may say, as the noble Lord has this afternoon, that it won't make any practical difference. But, my Lords, If that's so, there's no reason for changing the original provision. And we will support the noble Lord Dobbs in trying to reinsert it. Second, the original bill had sensible and detailed provisions for parliamentary oversight of the negotiating process. They have been deleted. They provided for Parliament to consider and approve the government's negotiating objectives, to report back to Parliament on the progress being made in the negotiations, and to require Parliament to approve any negotiated future relationship treaty. The only possible reason for the government to delete these provisions is that they wish to avoid being held to account by Parliament and to conduct and conclude negotiations with the EU with as little parliamentary scrutiny as they deem fit. And we know that in practice this means as little scrutiny as they can possibly get away with. My Lords, the original provisions should be reinserted. And third, the original WAB bill had provisions to protect workers' rights. This bill does not, and they should also be inserted. Of the new provisions in the bill compared to its predecessor, the most politically significant is Clause 33, which prohibits any extension of the implementation period beyond the end of 2020. My Lords, this provision means either that the government is relaxed about the possibility of having no trade agreement in place and operating on WTO terms from next January, or that the provisions are a negotiating ploy which will be ditched if and when it proves impossible to reach a quick agreement. My Lords, your Lordship's House has expressed its view on the undesirability of leaving with no deal on numerous occasions. And the Prime Minister's breezy self-confidence will not make such a course any less damaging. And putting a clause in a bill as a negotiating ploy is simply not what legislation is for. The clause should be deleted. A second series of new provisions relates to the ongoing rights of EU citizens in the UK. My Lords, the Government has put in place a system under which all EU citizens currently resident in the UK can apply for and receive a new permanent resident status. This is, of course, welcome and in itself uncontroversial. Concerns still remain, however, about how this system will be managed. For example, how to avoid EU citizens being deprived of their current rights by default if they don't register in time, and on the provisions for appeals. There remain great concerns amongst EU citizens in the UK on these and other points, and we should take this opportunity to ease them. And third, in respect of the powers given to ministers, there are several respects in which the spectre of Henry VIII hovers over this bill. For example, in Clause 27, it's proposed that ministers will be able to amend retained EU legislation by secondary legislation under a worryingly broader definition of what constitutes a deficiency in the legislation in the first place. And there are also the new proposed powers in Clause 26, which allow ministers to direct an unspecified range of courts and tribunals on which aspects of EU retained case law they must follow. My Lords, this is a most extraordinary and unsatisfactory power, and we will support the amendment in the names of the noble Lords Pannick, Anderson and indeed my noble friend Lord Beith to delete it. Moving on from the changes to the previous Withdrawal Agreement bill, my Lords, there are issues relating to the Government's negotiating mandate which need to be considered and inserted into this bill. My Lords, when we debated the withdrawal bill itself in 2018, we sought to include provisions which related to the Government's negotiating mandate, issues which were covered by the political declaration, but which we thought were so fundamental that they ought to be included in that legislation. We will want to discuss some of these issues again and try to include them in this legislation. They include participation in EU programmes including Erasmus and Horizon, and the European Medicines Regulatory Framework. They include maintenance of environmental and animal welfare standards. They include the nature for the security partnership. This bill should cover them all. My Lords, we do at least have somewhat longer to scrutinise the bill than was the case in another place. We need to make sure that we use this time wisely to limit the damage which Brexit could do to our economy, our constitution and our values as a liberal democracy.
My Lords, annexed to the EU Committee's report of last Friday is the letter the committee sent to the Leader of the House on the 4th of November last year, setting out our questions about the bill's provisions on parliamentary oversight. I draw the House's attention to the Government's response to that letter of last Friday afternoon, the 10th of January, for which I thank the Noble Lord, Lord Callanan. I want to make just 2 points concerning Parliament's role. First, in overseeing the Withdrawal Agreement's implementation, and secondly, in scrutinising the next round of negotiations. The bill leaves much to be desired in both areas. I turn to the Joint Committee, which will oversee the implementation of the agreement post-Brexit. There will be much for this Joint Committee to do, particularly on Northern Ireland, where the revised protocol is little more than a sketch plan. I note particularly, as Baroness Hayter did, that the Joint Committee can amend the withdrawal agreement itself. The bill, however, provides no mechanism for parliamentary oversight of the Joint Committee. There is no statutory requirement to publish decisions, documents or agendas, to report back to the House, or indeed anything else. Our letter to the Leader last November urged the Government, and I quote, to bring forward amendments to provide for appropriate parliamentary oversight and scrutiny of the Joint Committee. No such amendments have been forthcoming. In his letter to me of last Friday, the Noble Lord, Lord Callanan, said that Clause 34, which requires a minister to co-chair the Joint Committee, was intended to enhance parliamentary oversight. He continued, and I quote, members from both houses will be able to hold ministers to account for actions taken at the Joint Committee. In due course, we would be keen to explore with individual members or committees how we can further strengthen ministerial accountability. I confess that I don't quite understand that logic. Ministers are anyway accountable to Parliament, including for the actions of civil servants. It's difficult to see how Clause 34 addresses the issue that we've raised, and to which I'm sure we will return in the later stages of the bill. In any event, I would ask the Noble Lord the Minister if he would agree to meet me shortly as part of his exploration of strengthening ministerial accountability. My Lords, I turn to the parliamentary oversight of the negotiations on the future UK-EU relationship. Clause 31 of the October 2019 text of the bill provided for this. A resolution of the Commons and a debate in the Lords would have been required to approve the negotiating mandate in the final treaty. In between, there would have been quarterly reports on progress. Clause 31 has disappeared from the new bill. There is now no formal mechanism ensuring parliamentary oversight of the future relationship negotiations. There is still the Constitution Reform and Governance Act, but that is a weak power at the end of the matter only, which can anyway be set aside by a minister. Accordingly, the bill means that there would be no legal barrier to the government negotiating and ratifying the future UK-EU relationship treaty without any parliamentary involvement, other than in passing any implementing legislation. It's worth contrasting that position with the position in the EU. Negotiations under an Article 218 legal base require extensive consultation with the European Parliament and potentially their consent. Thus, there will be close parliamentary oversight on the EU side, but as things stand, next to nothing on the UK side. In the summer of 2016, the then Secretary of State David Davis, commenting on whether the UK Parliament would enjoy parity with the European Parliament during the withdrawal negotiations, said, and I quote, "We will certainly match and hopefully improve on what the European Parliament sees." In the light of that, could I ask the Noble Lord the Minister why Clause 31 of the October 2019 bill was removed? In closing, In his letter to me of last Friday, the Noble Lord Callanan said, and I quote here again, "The government will, however, take its obligations to Parliament seriously. We look forward to discussing this role and the role of Parliament more generally with both houses during the passage of the bill. And indeed, I anticipate that the passage of the bill will spend much time on parliamentary oversight of the future relationship negotiations. But I note that if the government is not willing to move on these issues, that we will find that in leaving the EU and losing the oversight powers of our MEPs and the EU committees of both houses, we will have weakened and not strengthened transparency and accountability where international agreements are concerned, to the long-term detriment of our democracy. I hope the government will hear and respond to these concerns, as the best time to make concessions is when one enjoys a position of strength."
My Lords, it's a great pleasure to follow the Noble Earl, and he makes some extremely important points, underlining the fact that there is a continuing role for Parliament. Like other Noble Lords, I much look forward to the maiden speeches of the Noble Lord, Lord Mann, and my noble friend, Lord Barwell. And I think it would be entirely right to pay a tribute to Lord Barwell for all that he did to produce what we now refer to as the Theresa May Agreement, which many of us in this House would have accepted, with some reluctance, but accepted to move forward. But, my Lords, the electorate has now told us to move forward. And I would refer to the time in 1945 when the Labour Party had had a massive victory at the general election, and the House of Lords was dominated by hereditary Conservative peers. And two men with vision, judgment, and an ability to compromise. The great Lord Addison, the great Lincolnshire man, leader of the tiny Labour Party in your Lordship's House, and the Marquis of Salisbury, drew up what became known as the Addison-Salisbury or Salisbury-Addison Convention. No bill which was in a manifesto should be denied a second reading in your Lordship's House. And of course, that obviously applies here. But I would argue that more applies here. There are many aspects of this bill which I think make it inferior to the previous one. But, my Lords, there will be an ample opportunity during the course of this parliamentary year to look at many aspects of the bills in the Queen's speech, a number of which impinge upon our relationship with Europe. That is the time for us to apply our forensic powers of examining and scrutinising legislation. My Lords, I very much hope, and it's because I have the future of your Lordship's House very much at heart, I very much hope that this bill will not be subject to a great number of amendments, and I very much hope there will be no votes in this House on this bill. It is, however much some of us may regret it, it is the manifest will of the people, and the Prime Minister has a large majority to which the noble Lord Newby referred very generously. It is the will of the people that we leave, and that we leave by the end of this month. That was explicitly stated throughout the election campaign. Again, I am not saying that I was enthusiastic about that, but I recognise, as a Democrat who believes that the ultimate power must always rest at the other end of the corridor, I believe that we would be foolish in the extreme to hold up this bill in any way. There are other opportunities. We have our European Committee. We have a whole range of calling people to give evidence, of holding ministers to account. But, my Lords, this bill, imperfect as it is what the government is determined to get through. We have to be realistic. We have to recognise that the Prime Minister has two things at his command: a large majority and a large measure of euphoria in the other house, sustaining and impelling that majority. Whatever happens in your lordship's house, this bill will go onto the statute books without amendment. And therefore, I would implore colleagues in all parts of the House, if they have a real regard for our important powers of scrutiny and examination, to exercise them throughout this parliamentary session and throughout this Parliament, when there is not a time constraint, as there is on this particular bill. Let us flex our muscles by all means. Let us have a vote from time to time by all means. And as one who voted quite frequently against the government in the last Parliament, in your Lordship's House, and who also voted many times against his party in another place, I know that that can be done, and sometimes it should be done, but there are times when it should not be done, and this is one of them.
Yeah. My Lords, I look forward to the maiden speech by the Noble Lord Barwell, for whom I had great respect when we served together in Croydon some years ago. My Lords, I think it's important that old arguments are not rerun in this debate. Wherever one stands in relation to the 2016 referendum and subsequent debates, we are now where we are. I suspect, however, that it remains important for certain matters of principle to be re-articulated even at this stage, as the record will need to be clear when the history comes to be written, not least regarding the wisdom of writing into law hard deadlines for an implementation period. Do we not have anything to learn from recent history? I believe it's essential to refute the charge that Parliament stopped Brexit from happening. It did not. Parliament did its job and performed its democratic role, fulfilling its responsibility to question, scrutinise and hold the executive to account. That might be inconvenient to getting the job done, but that phrase itself, widely propagated by people who know very well what they are doing, adds a lie to a lie. Countries where Parliament simply nods to the executive's will are not generally respected as paragons of democratic virtue or freedom. This is the basic reason why amendments will be brought this week to the bill as received by this House. The other place might well have the numbers to ignore this House, but it remains the responsibility of this House to make the points, raise the arguments and urge improvement to the text. I therefore attend to a couple of matters of principle rather than detail. My Lords, if the point of Brexit was to restore parliamentary sovereignty, recalling that opponents were seen to be democratically suspect, then it seems odd at this stage to seek to limit parliamentary scrutiny of the process post the 31st of January. Asking the government to treat Parliament with respect, that is, informing, listening and consulting, must surely lie at the heart of any successful Brexit process. And making Brexit succeed for the good of all in this country must surely be the aim and commitment of all of us, regardless of whether we think Brexit was a wise or good move in the first place. This, in turn, means that the government must assume the best of those who question and not simply write them off as saboteurs. I'd be grateful if the Minister in response would give this assurance. Failure to do so would risk feeding and fostering the sort of rhetoric and attitude that Brexit was supposed to protect us from as a sovereign nation. Making Brexit work best for everyone and mitigating its negative impacts will require government to see questioning and debate as constructive and as a means to strengthen parliamentary support. Brexit will not be done by the 31st of January 2020. The process beyond then will demand more than just compliance or acquiescence. Furthermore, my Lords, it's regrettable that this bill now seeks to remove what will be universally seen as a touchstone of civilised society. How many children now live in poverty in this affluent country
whose magic money tree has mysteriously started blossoming since the last general election campaign was launched? And how many children, surely the most vulnerable people on the planet, find themselves separated from their family through no fault of their own? How many exposed refugee children are now to be kept isolated from familial care and protection because this Parliament appears to deem them incidental to how we do our politics? Their alienation will come at a price later. I guess noble lords will hear their own maxims resonating in their conscience. Mine echo to the sounds of the prophets of the Hebrew Scriptures, such as Amos, who, despite economic flourishing, religious revival and military security, warned those who, and I quote, trample on the heads of the poor, unquote, that this will not be the end of the story. My lords, our integrity and honour will not be judged by whether we rule the world as global Britain, but rather by how we order our society in order to ensure justice and the dignity of those who are most vulnerable. Restoring the Dubs provisions would go a long way to restore that honour. The bill will go through. How it goes through matters. It will say something powerful about who we think we are.
My Lord, it's an honour to follow the Right Reverend Prelate and to make my maiden speech in this place. I'd like to start by thanking the staff of the House for their warm welcome and my supporters, Lord Young of Cookham and Lord Gilbert of Panteg, who between them have been an almost constant companion during my career. I also want to thank my former boss, Theresa May. I had the honour of serving first as her Housing Minister and then, after I lost my seat in the other place, as her Chief of Staff, and saw at first hand her incredible resilience, her commitment to public service, and perhaps less commented on, her dry sense of humour. Yeah. The deal which the bill before the House today implements is in large part Theresa's deal. Having spent 2 years by her side as she negotiated it, I felt I should speak in this debate, even if there is a convention for maiden speeches to be uncontroversial. I fear that is impossible on this issue, but if it is any consolation to your lordships, I tend to upset both sides equally. There are 3 changes to the previous deal, one at least partly for the better and 2 for the worse, in my opinion. 2 are to the Northern Ireland Protocol. First, the government has gone back to what the EU originally wanted, a Northern Ireland-only arrangement. The result is that goods will have to undergo customs checks when they are moved from Great Britain to Northern Ireland, creating a border within our single market. The scale of those checks will depend on the negotiations in the Joint Committee about the operation of the protocol that will get underway shortly, and I look forward to the Minister confirming how the House will be updated on those negotiations. Second, the arrangements in the protocol are now a default rather than a backstop. But, crucially, there is a way out of the arrangements if the people of Northern Ireland want it. And that latter point is a welcome improvement. The third change is to the political declaration on our future relationship with the EU. It now provides for a more distant relationship akin to Canada's. Again, the government has gone back to what the EU wanted at the outset of the negotiations. My Lords, I regret 2 of these changes. I think they are bad for our union and for our economy. However, I believe the referendum result must be implemented. People have waited too long already, and having spent 2 years telling people they needed to compromise to achieve that, I need to take my own advice. I will therefore be supporting the bill. But in my remaining time, I want to make 6 points about the negotiations on our future relationship that are soon to begin. First, we need to be honest with ourselves about how difficult they're going to be. Some seem to believe that the fact that we start aligned will make things easy. I don't think they would be easy even if we wanted to stay aligned, but the government doesn't. It wants the freedom to diverge. We are about to negotiate something completely unprecedented, an FTA that is not about removing barriers to trade, but agreeing when and to what extent they will have to be put up. Second, if we want to succeed in those negotiations, we need to understand the other side's position. I lost count of the times I was told the EU has a trade surplus with us, so it's in their interest to do a deal. Well, yes, but only up to a point. Their primary concern is preserving the integrity of their institutions, particularly the single market and the customs union. And what they mean by that, although they are normally too polite to say it explicitly, is that there has to be a cost to us leaving. Not because they wish to punish the UK, but because if you can leave a club, enjoy all of the benefits without any of the obligations, why would anyone stay a member of such a club? Which brings me to my third point. Now that we are definitely leaving, and we can stop refighting the referendum campaign, Both sides need to be honest about the benefits and costs of different options. The more distant our relationship with the EU, the bigger the cost, but the more freedom we will have in the deals we do with other countries. Let me give the House one example. The government wants to end free movement. I agree. I think it was one of the main concerns about membership that drove the Leave vote. We will take back control of how many people come into our country, but there will be a cost in terms of the free movement of goods, of capital and of services. However, if we go further than that, if we decide we are not prepared to give any preference to certain EU nationals in our immigration system as part of a deal on services, and I should at this point draw the House's attention to my declaration of interest because I work for a number of companies that provide professional services, the cost will be bigger, but we will have more freedom to give preference to other countries. There needs to be coordination between the negotiation with the EU and the negotiation with other countries because choices we make in one will impact the other negotiations. Fourth, I fear that we are in danger of repeating the mistake we made in the divorce negotiations. I understand why the government doesn't want to extend the transition period, but there simply isn't time to negotiate the entire future relationship, have it ratified by national parliaments, and for business to prepare to implement it in 11 months. The substantive provisions of CETA are 550 pages long. The whole thing is nearly 2,000. So as President von der Leyen has said, we are going to have to prioritise. The main risk is not no deal, it is a very basic initial deal. And it is in our interest for everything to be decided in one go, because the moment that is no longer the case, we risk getting into a repeat of the divorce negotiations where the EU ensured its three priorities were dealt with first. My Lords, for reasons of time, I will miss out one point and just end by saying this. The EU also needs to learn the lessons of the last few years. It may feel that its approach worked and be tempted to repeat the playbook. There is a real danger that if it publishes a mandate in late February that closes down all of the options before the negotiations have even begun and seeks to sequence in its favour, the UK will not ultimately give in, but walk away. And both sides will lose out if that happens. Our countries have much in common and we face mounting threats. We need a relationship that works for both sides, that allows us to work together to deal with those threats. We shouldn't expect the EU to do us any special favours, but I hope they will see the bigger picture. History will judge us both badly if we get this wrong.
My Lords, it is indeed a great privilege to be able to follow the Noble Lord Barble in his maiden speech. This former president of the Cambridge Union was actually at Trinity with my daughter-in-law, and having read natural sciences, he naturally came to CCO upon graduating. There we became colleagues because I was a member of the Voluntary Party and he, in more or less for the 17 years that Gavin, the Noble Lord, was there. I do apologise. I must recognise your status and where we are. But for almost all the time, the Noble Lord was there. To be honest, he very soon made his mark. He very quickly became essential to the running of the place, and his dabs were pretty well on everything. But he was an architect of David Cameron's 2010 victory, and in the process, he managed to get himself elected to the House of Commons for the marginal seat of Croydon Central. And perhaps that was CCO's loss, but it was certainly Parliament's gain, as people who have worked for him, and I know the Noble Baroness Hayter knows him, and people who have been speaking, the Right Reverend Prelate who worked with him, will know what a power he is and what an interesting and open-minded person he is to work with. And that certainly is the tone of the speech that he has made today. I hope people will recognise that it's a thoughtful speech and it's based on what we might expect from him in the future. I don't know about you, and I don't intend to speak long on the matter of this second reading because there's a very large number of people down to speak. But despite what the Noble Lady Baroness Hayter said, and I consider her a friend as well as somebody of a different political persuasion, I do think the public expect us to get Brexit done. I think if Parliament drags its feet over this bill, and for that matter the process, will be building for itself a reinforcement of that mood which existed throughout the latter part of last year, that Parliament was not capable of coping with public opinion. I think the noble Lord Newby, also a friend if I may say, accepts this. I think he understands the reasons why this bill has to go through Parliament and has to go through in order to facilitate the bill's progress. But I think he misunderstands that for many members of the public, what was seen by this House and by Parliament generally as being questioning, revising, was seen by them as an opportunity for delay. That somehow or another, if we delayed long enough, there was time enough to get the British electorate to change their mind. The election showed that that was not the case. We are living in a different time. There is a role, of course, for this House. I love this place, and I'm sure the noble Lord Barr will be well happy here. This is that sort of place. And there is a role for us. We are a revising chamber, even if the government has a large majority down the other end. We have something to contribute to the legislative process. That cannot be denied. But I say to noble lords, is this the bill? Is this the issue on which we want to put ourselves forward, if I might say, as a revising House? There may be other issues where we will be better understood in our parliamentary role by the electorate as a whole if we concentrate our efforts there. In this case, I think we had a very clear message, and I campaigned throughout the East Midlands in a number of seats which have previously been Labour, almost all their history. I campaigned in Bassetlaw, and I'm looking forward to hearing the speech from the noble Lord Mann. But we know that even people that I couldn't persuade to vote Conservative did see that, in their view, the prime responsibility for Parliament was now delivering Brexit, and that applies to Conservative and Labour voters throughout that part of the world. So I hope that this House will somehow reflect that. It will do this House credit if it, along with its revising responsibilities, it can recognise selectivity in doing so.
Yeah. My Lords, it's a delight to follow my fellow yellow belly, if I may call him that. He has a yellow tie he's wearing at the moment, so rightly so. And I'd like to congratulate Lord Barwell on a most interesting speech. Yeah. And I look forward to his contributions in this House, especially in housing and on how to run a government. And I also look forward to Lord Mann's maiden speech. I want very much indeed to see where he stands on these matters. My Lords, I'm not going to give a rerun of old arguments, but as a historian, I would like to put this bill into some sort of context. And I have to say that straight away, that as a supporter of the European Union and British membership of it for 65 years, Friday the 31st of January, when the divorce bill becomes law, as it must, will be a day of great sadness for me, and I believe for millions of others. The main reason for our departure, I believe, lies not so much with the media, but with our politicians. If things went well in Europe, it was a victory for Britain. If there were problems, they said it was the fault of Brussels. And with a few notable exceptions, they never spent time explaining the benefits of British membership. And in the 2016 referendum result, we reaped what the politicians had sown. Now, once the British had decided to leave, albeit by a narrow majority, then I believe a pragmatic national leader ought to have limited the damage to the economy by remaining as close as possible to the EU as we could. Instead, both Mrs May, except in her just at the end, and Boris Johnson took a different and much harder line. The opposition, I have to admit, in the last few months has made things worse. Under the Fixed-Term Parliamentary Act, a general election was not required until 2022. And despite polls indicating a large Tory majority, Messrs Corbyn and Swanson, in a mixture of I believe, short-sightedness and hubris, and I was surprised not to hear this from the Liberal benches, fell into Mr Johnson's elephant trap and voted for the election, which both he and Dominic Cummings so desperately wanted. That's the background to this. Now, as we now know, the result was not only a landslide victory for the Tories, which gives the government great power and great responsibility as well, and has also greatly increased the risk of a no-deal Brexit, which is the last Parliament had worked so hard to rule out. Let's get Brexit done was a clear and I believe clever election slogan, which appealed not just to leavers but to voters who were fed up with 3 years of bickering over Brexit as they saw it. But in reality, it was seriously misleading. The most important issue, the UK's future relationship with the EU, has still not been decided. That's where we are today, and it will take some time. Now, I understand, of course, that Boris Johnson is allowing us only 11 months for negotiation, and I agree with Lord Barlow that that's going to make it very difficult indeed. And indeed, the new European Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen, has already warned that this timetable does not allow sufficient time to negotiate an agreement which would be satisfactory to both sides. The danger is that there will either be a deal which, in the words of the Financial Times, is minimal, rushed and last minute, a bare-bones agreement which leaves crucial sectors of the economy out, or even more disastrous, a no-deal which could bring Britain to its knees. Now, Boris Johnson has said that leaving the EU will offer the UK a bright future. We shall see about that. He seems to forget that being a member of the EU has already brought a great benefits to this country, and I don't think it's rerunning old arguments just to remind noble lords of that. In increased power, influence and security, faster trade, investment and employment, greater affluence and well-being for our citizens, and improved environmental and social protection. Sadly, we are unlikely to enjoy such benefits outside. Now, speaking in the House of Lords a year or two ago, I see that my time is coming to an end. I predicted that if we left the EU with no deal, or with at least a botched arrangement, the result would be unacceptable to the next generation. And I stand by that prediction because I believe they will have concluded that a medium-sized European power such as the UK should act in partnership with its close neighbours.
My Lords, we all accept that the decision to leave has now been made and that this bill will go through. But what sort of future relationship the government will negotiate once the bill is through remains entirely unclear. Different interpretations leak out from different ministers, Conservative newspapers and MPs. The Prime Minister himself is still in cake-and-eat-it mood, wavering between promises of regulatory divergence and assurances that we will remain close to what he sometimes calls our European friends. I want to focus here on the process by which Parliament continues to scrutinise the transition we're entering into from EU membership to association. I was shocked when Liberal Democrat peers were told in a ministerial briefing last week that there was now no need for the previous bill's clause guaranteeing parliamentary scrutiny of future trade negotiations because the result of December's election had given the government sufficient mandate to negotiate them in whatever form it may be able to agree. There will be difficult trade-offs to be struck in the negotiations about our future relationship. The political declaration sets out an agenda, but does not give much indication of how these trade-offs will be struck between fishery concessions and the interests of our financial services sector, between acceptance on some continuing role for the European Court of Justice and insistence on the purity of UK legal sovereignty. Any democratic government needs to be held account not just once every 5 years, but as it continues to make policy month by month. That is the difference between a populist electoral dictatorship and a functioning constitutional democracy. I was reading a book on American populism last week and noted that George Wallace, my namesake who was the populist governor of Alabama, was fond of saying in speeches that the will of the people is more important than the law. Some supporters of this government, even in this House, have come close to saying the same thing. Lord Strathclyde, in the Queen's speech debate last week, suggested that the Lords, as Parliament's second chamber, should be wary of opposing the government on this bill or indeed on other forthcoming legislation. He is right that a second chamber should not block legislation in principle, but he is wrong to argue that we should not entirely properly ask Government and Commons to think again on the content and detail of legislation set before us. After his speech, I checked with the library on the patterns of Lords' defeats of the government over the years. Of course, when Lord Strathclyde first entered our chamber, the Conservatives had a permanent majority, defeating the Labour government 126 times back in 1975-6. Since most hereditaries were excluded in 1997, the highest number of government defeats in any one session was in 2002-3, at 88 defeats, when the leader of the opposition, the person whom last week Lord Strathclyde called on to behave with caution and restraint, was, of course, the noble Lord himself. He deplored in last week's speech that the Conservative government had been defeated in almost 50% of the whipped divisions in the 2016-17 session, which he called, I quote, an absurdly large figure. But in the 2004-5 session, the Labour government was defeated in 58% of these, again with Lord Strathclyde leading the largest opposition group. I rest my case. There are constitutional issues in this bill which we are entitled to draw attention to and to which a wise government should listen. While Clause 31 of the previous bill, asserting Parliament's role in continuing scrutiny, has disappeared, we now have a new Clause 38, nevertheless asserting that parliamentary sovereignty is absolute. It's not there for any practical purpose, but to throw a bone to the hard nationalists of the European Research Group and the Bruges Group. Sovereignty can never be absolute unless a state disengages from all its obligations under international law. The balance between the fundamental principles of law and the untrammelled power of government when controlling a majority in the Commons had been argued over since Justice Cook and others in the early 17th century. Insistence on the unlimited power of government in Parliament to override our devolved assemblies would now be unwise as well, arguably coast unconstitutional in itself. This, too, we will challenge the government to justify, in committee and perhaps even in report.
Very good.
My Lords, I will concentrate on the practical effects of this bill for the sovereignty of Parliament. That principle is recognised in Clause 38 in rather defensive terms. It is said to subsist notwithstanding the mass of directly applicable and directly effective EU law that, by virtue of earlier clauses in the bill, will continue to bind us during the transitional period. Yet Clause 38 misstates the threat. Parliamentary sovereignty is not endangered by a short and prudent continuation of the arrangements by which sovereignty was pooled in the interests of international influence, arrangements which Parliament itself endorsed in the European Communities Act 1972 and on many subsequent occasions. It is other features of the bill, not referred to in Clause 38, that threaten the ability of Parliament to perform its proper role. I refer to two in particular. First, there is the removal from this version of the bill of parliamentary oversight of the negotiating mandate, the negotiations and the future relationship deal. Parliament will have a say only at the stage of ratification, by which time it will be up against a rapidly expiring deadline that will be extendable only if the government so wishes. This might have been fine when trade deals were about nothing more than tariffs and quotas, but the revised political declaration aspires to, and I quote, an ambitious, broad, deep and flexible partnership across trade and economic cooperation with a comprehensive and balanced free trade agreement at its core, law enforcement and criminal justice, foreign policy, security and defence and wider areas of cooperation. In the last version of this bill, a minority government offered Parliament a voice on how that goal is approached and how far it is achieved. A necessary voice, since not a person in this country will be unaffected by the future relationship, or by a failure to achieve it. This government, despite its large majority, has chosen to cut Parliament out, a display of its power, but a dismissal of the consent on which that power ultimately depends. Parliament is sidelined, secondly, by the inadequate controls on the numerous delegated powers for which this bill provides. Some are constrained by the terms of the Withdrawal Agreement, as the Minister said in opening, but others are not. Take Clause 21, which in the context of Northern Ireland would allow even this Act to be amended by ministers without limitation as to purpose and without the usual exceptions for taxation, new criminal offences and so on. This is Henry VIII on steroids. Statutory instruments made over the last 18 months have been associated by the Hansard Society and the Public Law Project with a worryingly large number of errors and procedural irregularities. These problematic results are described in an article of the 9th of January on the UK CLA blog. Effective parliamentary control of this regulation-making power requires greater use of the affirmative procedure and a sifting process of the type provided for in Schedule 7 to the 2018 Act, for the reasons so persuasively given by the Delegated Powers and Regulatory Reform Committee in its recent report. Clause 26, which has been mentioned, presents concerns of a particular kind. Yes, we will have decided to take back control of our laws. We have decided to take back control of our laws. But this clause is so broad as to suggest that no one has quite decided how to do it, and that all options, including some frankly alarming ones, are to be left on the table. Sir Bob Neill, in the other place on the 8th of January, spelled out the possible consequences of this clause for legal certainty, certainty of policy, and the system of binding precedent. Like him and like the noble Lord Pannick, whose amendment I have signed, I am troubled by a provision that allows Parliament to be bypassed and ministers trusted with a power that was previously thought appropriate only for the Supreme Court. My Lords, revolutions are said to devour their own children. The original proponents of Brexit, who rode out under the banner of our Parliament and our courts, sometimes seem to have little faith in either. But constructive scrutiny, received in a constructive spirit, makes for stronger and more accountable government. I hope that all parts of the House, when looking at this bill, will not lose sight of that.
Very good.
My Lords, it's a privilege to contribute for the first time, and I wish to thank the staff of the House for their kindness, their wisdom, their wit in recent weeks, and my introducers, Lord Sachs and Lord Clerk of Hampstead, the Rabbi and the postman. How my parents would have smiled. I suspect all of you have heard much of the Battle of Cable Street, but none of you heard the Battle of Holbeck Moor. 2 weeks before, 1,000 black shirts and Mosley assembled on Holbeck Moor in Leeds. 30,000 local people turned out, and the fascists were promptly removed from the city. There's no written testimony. There are no photographs, no artist drawings. A silent history. My family, for 70 years, lived alongside Holbeck Moor in the 2 up, 2 down, back-to-back terraces, the cobbled street. I can't claim with certainty that one of them threw the cobble that put Mosley in hospital. 30,000 heroes, nothing recorded. The true face of this country. And in the election, the true story of this election, Derby North, Williamson Christopher, 635, lost deposit. West Bromwich East, Galloway George, 489, lost deposit. The innate decency of the British people yet again, across the entirety of the country, saying sometimes very vocally, unequivocally, we reject the extremism of anti-Semitism. I wish to pay tribute to Theresa May. 3 people have gone to prison in the last 2.5 years. All 3, amongst others, targeted me, my family, my staff. She stood by me and my family at that time when some others did not. And I salute the integrity and courage that she gave when she didn't have to set up the Hillsborough inquiry or the National Child Abuse inquiry. I represented 30 survivors of child abuse. I advise some still. And I want to thank my staff who assisted in empowering those 30 people who had to go to hell and back in learning their testimony. So thank you, Theresa May, for that. You see, we have power. The question is what we choose to do with it. I look at this curious place today. I shall hold my peace for the moment. But now is a time for an era of enlightenment. The northern working class communities where I come from expect the dignity of being heard. Are their views, their visions, their votes not as valuable as the next person's? There is no greater poverty than that of being discounted. Imagine retired coal miners, 12 years on strike, 12 months on strike, or the women who stood tall alongside them while their children went without. Their anguish at this last election is incalculable. But I tell you, their determination to see through their democratic decision is not. But that is not, for me, the defining image of the election. And let me conclude on what is. In North London, on election day, a Jewish couple, elderly, who had voted Labour their entire lives, who wept as they went into the polling station, who sobbed as they voted, who cried as they left that polling station. I have a role now on anti-Semitism, rightly independent, and as ever, I shall work cross-party. But I will be no bystander in driving out the stench of intolerance from the party that in 1906 my family helped create in the city of Leeds, in the streets around Holbeck Moor.
My Lords, we've just listened to a most powerful speech, and I congratulate the noble Lord on that. It is very much a speech drawn from his timber. It is a speech of passion and conviction and integrity. And although I know even in his own party people have not always agreed with him, he does have the courage to say what he thinks. And what he thinks and says is often something which his party would do well to have taken on board. Not just the work which he's done on campaigning against the scourge of anti-Semitism, but also he did warn his party that if they ignored the wishes of the people on Brexit, they would find that the people would take a terrible revenge. And indeed they did. And he warned his party if they went into an election with Jeremy Corbyn as leader, there would be a catastrophic result. I have to tell him, I'm very grateful to him, that his party ignored that advice, for it has given the Prime Minister an enormous mandate to carry through what the people of this country voted for. And I'm delighted to see him in this House, which he did describe as a curious place, because he is on record as saying that this place is a care home for failed politicians. Well, his very presence here shows he was wrong about that, if nothing else. Now, Your Lordships, as I walked across Victoria Gardens last week, the sun was shining, the birds were singing, and when I got to the Piers entrance, there was the sound of silence. There were no mercenaries shouting, "Stop Brexit." It was extraordinary. And when I came into the building and looked at the order paper, there were no questions spreading project fear from the Liberals. The questions were on matters that should concern us, on health, on education, on other matters. And I began to think that we had crossed the Rubicon. But I have to say, listening to the speech from the noble Baroness Hayter, and also, although the first part was good, the speech from the noble Lord Newby, I'm not sure that this House has entirely got the message. The other thing, and I commend it to you, which cheered me up on Thursday, was the speech by my noble friend Lord Bates. Absolutely brilliant speech, which set out what a great country this is and how we have a great future ahead of us if we will pull together and work together. And I hope that that message was taken on board by this House. I found it extraordinary that in the other place they dealt with all the amendments on all the subjects which will be covered in the speeches today and have already been covered, and they managed to do so within less time than had been provided under the guillotine. Now, isn't that remarkable? Only a month ago we were told that there wasn't enough time to discuss any of this stuff. And the reason? Because the House of Commons has got the message from the voters. And this place needs to do the same. For I fear this place has strayed from its path like lost sheep, if I might give a quote that might make some impact on the Bishop of Leeds. The noble prelate said that, it's about democracy. I have to say there is no democracy in this chamber. We are all appointed to this chamber. The democracy lies in the other place. and the voters have given a very strong message. And the other place is voted by with huge majorities against all the amendments that were placed and in favour of this bill. And this bill is about delivering the mandate which was given to the Prime Minister by the British people. And I do not believe that there's a single soul in this chamber who would have believed that he would have had such a dramatically positive result. And if this House chooses to challenge that, and I totally agree with what my noble friend Lord Cormac said, who he and I have not been as one on this issue of Brexit, but I absolutely agree with him. By all means, use the time. By all means, try and persuade my very reasonable, noble friend, the Minister, to take on board the arguments. But please, 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 do not send an amendment back to the other place, for it will make this chamber look ridiculous, and it will play into the hands of those people who wish to destroy it, many of them now putting themselves forward as leaders of the Labour Party. And the truth is, we did lose our way. We ripped up our standing orders. The opposition took control of the agenda. We had more closure motions in one session than had ever been moved before. And we did so because this House became a campaigning House instead of a revising House. And it is time we returned to our proper role and acted as we should do, with respect, on the issues of health, of education, of the economy, of social care, of gambling, of a whole range of things. And then we might earn the respect of the British people again.
The opportunity of two outstanding maiden speeches, different in style of presentation, different in substance, but undoubtedly the kind of speech which makes it very clear that we shall look forward always to further contributions from these two new members of your Lordship's House. It's always a pleasure to follow the Right Honourable the Noble Lord of Drumlin. Often it's more of a challenge, perhaps, than it is today. I've made this a point to him, I think, because I'm going to say that there's an old Scottish proverb dating from the 1800s that confession is good for the soul. Well, I'm going to make a confession which I doubt will do my soul much good, but it is this: I still believe that although it is now inevitable that we shall leave the European Union, it is wholly against our economic, political and security interests. And inevitable though it may be, I beg leave to say that the terms upon which we shall finally leave are in such wholly unpredictable still. I pause, my Lords, only to observe that the withdrawal agreement obtained by the Prime Minister is based upon a concession over Northern Ireland that the Prime Minister would not allow Mrs May to have made. But it's had one, if you like, helpful consequence, and that is to create a unity of purpose, a new unity of purpose between Sinn Féin and the DUP in Northern Ireland. My Lords, in all of my political life, I believed that Scotland's place was in the United Kingdom and that the United Kingdom's place was in the European Union, each reinforcing the other. And although I have accepted as inevitable that we shall leave the European Union, I have to offer that it is possible that Scotland will leave the United Kingdom. And my judgment is that if these decisions are taken, then they're the products of nationalism. Yes. A nationalism which has been characterised by assertive that all ills can only be cured by separation. When did you last hear Nicola Sturgeon, or Boris Johnson for that matter, acknowledge any benefits of membership of the United Kingdom or the European Union? All ills are to be blamed on Brussels. In Scotland, what about the Barnett formula, which allows Scotland to spend more per head on public services than anywhere else in the United Kingdom? Or in the United Kingdom, what about the single market? The single market of Margaret Thatcher, which has brought about so much economic advantage and inward investment to the United Kingdom. We've often been asked what sort of country will this act of separation bring about. In Scotland, my Lords, the Edinburgh government has already shown political interference in the governance of Scottish universities. And in that regard, I should declare my interest as the Chancellor of St Andrews University. The Scottish National Party now sends out to journalists lists of the questions they should ask when interviewing individuals opposed to independence. And here in England, the government issues veiled threats to the BBC and the independence of judges and conducts a petulant boycott against the morning programmes of the BBC. And in so doing, departs from the responsibility which it has to explain and to demonstrate what its policies are and what its proposals will be. Although this is what nationalism does. It subordinates all else to the aggressive self-righteousness of its own cause. And look, if you will, at the governments of Poland and Hungary, and look, if you will, of the judges in Poland having to take to the streets in order to assert their independence. Well, Lords, I think the bill before us is a sad, sorry affair, and I wait with enthusiasm the contribution of the noble Lord Dobbs on the issue of child refugees. But I want to make a point about Erasmus, a programme which has widened horizons and broadened experiences, that the government, for some reason, should vote down an amendment in favour of the United Kingdom's continuing membership by way of statute, followed, rather in a sinister fashion, you may say, by a spokesman who says the government is committed to the programme if it is in our interests. What about the interests of the people who have taken part in that programme and who may be denied the opportunity if the government decrees that it is not in the government's interest that the programme should continue? It's already been said that the Prime Minister owns now the departure from the European Union. But he's made a lot of promises. He likes throwing about Latin tags. Here's one for him. Pacta sunt servanda. All of these promises must be kept. We shall hold them to that.
In 1996 presidential election, which he had lost, Senator Bob Dole was asked how he'd slept. And he replied, like a baby. I woke up every 2 hours crying my eyes out. I know how he felt. But I believe our country's made a historic mistake, but it's made it. The people have spoken, and we leave the EU at the end of the month. That means that we should not consider any amendment which could conflict with that deadline. However, within that constraint, I have to disagree with the noble Lord Forsyth, I think for the first time, and with great temerity, I have to disagree with noble Lords Lord Cormac and Lord Taylor. I think the House of Lords should do its job. We are, as the noble Lord Forsyth said, a revising chamber. I think we need to look particularly closely at what this bill says and what its implications are for relationships between the executive and Parliament, the executive and the judiciary, and between the constituent parts of the United Kingdom. We shall spend much more time on this than the Commons did, and some of the issues we shall discuss were not discussed in the Commons at all, and where we are not satisfied with the government's explanations, I believe we should give the Commons the chance to think again. On Parliament, others have pointed out there is no provision in this bill for parliamentary oversight of the Joint Committee, which is going to carry out the crucial task of developing the detail of how we withdraw. There is no provision for oversight of the negotiations of future arrangements. The earlier October version of the bill did, as the noble Lord Kinnoul pointed out, give us, Parliament, powers on mandate, monitoring and outcome. That's all gone. The European Parliament has such powers. This Parliament apparently is not to have them. The House may wish to reflect on that contrast. Secondly, I do hope we shall hear in committee from the noble Lord Judge, the greatest living expert on Henry VIII, because Henry VIII is endemic throughout this bill, particularly, of course, in Clause 21. As others have mentioned, Clause 21 gives the government the right in relation to Northern Ireland for a year to pass by regulation any change which would otherwise require primary legislation, including changes to the Act itself. Now, that is quite striking, and I think we should reflect on the precedent. Third, we need to consider what the bill doesn't say. And here, for me, the paramount issue is how the devolved administrations are to be involved in the Joint Committee in the future negotiations. In the Queen's Speech debate, we heard from the Noble Lord Hope, Noble Learned Lord Hope, and the Noble Lords Reid of Godown and Wallace of Tannkernes about what clearly now is a clear and present danger to the 1707 Union. Edinburgh, Belfast and Cardiff resented being kept at arm's length by Mrs May's government and being blindsided by Mr Johnson's Irish surrender. With Stormont back and running, it should be possible to find a way of lancing this boil, and the House may wish to consider asking the Commons to write the requirement into the bill. Finally, declaring my interest as a trustee of the Refugee Council, I believe we really mustn't forget the Dubs Amendment. The government wants us to do so, though the Noble Lord Callan assured us that the government policy hadn't changed. If the government policy hasn't changed, why are the government taking away the provision in the 2018 Act? It was a pretty modest provision. I believe we need to seek its retention. The argument is a very simple one. What kind of country do we think we are? Are we really meaner and less humane than our predecessors were in 1938, 1956, 1968? My Lords, I haven't addressed the substantive Brexit question. This bill is about how, not whether, believe. I myself fear that the process will be protracted and painful and will end badly for our country and for all of us, particularly those most left behind. But there isn't an end of history. The story will go on. That which we are, made weak by time and fate, but strong in will, to strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield. I believe my children will see us back where we belong, in the comity of European nations who share common values, work together for the common good, and are determined not to yield in its defence.
While it's always a great pleasure to follow the Noble Lord Kerr, who I know, like a number of your lordships, feels a sense of regret and sadness at the passing of this bill, as it will be passed, I, my lords, feel a sense of relief, not just because, as my noble friend Lord Forsyth said, there is no longer that blue-suited, star-spangled man standing on College Green shouting, "Stop Brexit," every 2 minutes, but because we are now able to break out of the political gridlock that was exhausting and frustrating not just this Parliament, but the entire country, and we can get on with Brexit. And I say this as someone who voted to remain. But I have always believed, and I argued from the dispatch box and I've argued from the backbenches, that we have to honour the result of the referendum. But for the last 3 years, my lords, this nation has twisted and turned in the wind because the government was in office but not in power at Westminster, and therefore lacked real credibility at the negotiating table in Brussels. The powers and role of Parliament and those of the Executive, as my noble friend Lord Forsyth said, became blurred. That lack of clarity led to even more uncertainty, not helped by those who rejected the result of the referendum in the first place. And, my lords, our European partners saw that. The President of the European Commission said just last week in London, and I quote, "During the Withdrawal Agreement negotiation, there was always the uncertainty around whether Brexit would happen. Would happen, my lords. It was an uncertainty that made the negotiation inevitably tense." Now, that's one way of putting it. I would say that the sense that Parliament, not government, was in full control,
made concluding the negotiations nigh on impossible, and that's why the general election was, as I argued before, an inevitability. That election in December provided a clear result, and so now, at last, we have a bill before us that will enable us to leave the EU. Now, as we've been hearing from a number of Lords, of course, my Lords, we as a second chamber should scrutinise its contents. And we have heard a number of concerns. I want to focus on just one, and it's to do with that little word, scrutiny, the role of Parliament in the negotiations that lie ahead. What, my Lords, do we actually mean by scrutiny? Questions in Parliament, ministerial statements, select committee hearings, debates? Yes. Interrogation of ministers as they bring legislation to this House? Of course. Searching questions about delegated powers? Yes, again. But if by scrutiny what people are really saying is they want to go back to a situation where Parliament is trying to dictate the terms of the negotiations or the process, I would gently point out that this is what the British public voted emphatically to put an end to at the general election. And while I read with interest the views of your Lordship's European Committee report, which was published on Friday, another excellent report, while I read, and I quote, that the future negotiations will be subject to detailed and transparent scrutiny by the European Parliament, the UK Parliament and the British people deserve the same transparency and accountability, end quote. While I read that, I would remind your Lordships what this House's own Select Committee on the Constitution concluded, and I quote, "We do not recommend directly replicating the European Parliament's treaty scrutiny mechanisms at Westminster," although, I should add, it did say lessons may be learned from it, particularly in relation to information provision. Well, my Lords, I'm sure we'll all agree, information provision is one thing, creating new legislative processes are quite another. I think we all should bear this in mind over the next few days. For as my noble friend Lord Forsyth and my noble friend Lord Cormac said, this unelected chamber, how we handle this bill is as important as what we say about it. The last few years have eroded many people's trusts in our political process, trust that was already battered and bruised. So if we now want to restore trust in our system, if we want people to see this unelected chamber as adding value to the parliamentary process, we cannot and we must not allow the public to think that we are frustrating the will of the elected chamber. They can sense the difference between proper scrutiny on one hand and wilful obstruction on the other. My Lords, the tough part of the negotiations are only now about to begin. But the battle of Brexit, leave versus remain, is well and truly over. We are leaving. The time has come to turn those Brexit swords into ploughshares and focus on what we begin each day praying for, the uniting and knitting together of our society.
My Lords, many of us are not happy with where we are in this Brexit saga. I, for one, wish that the Commons had accepted the amendment on the customs union that was so narrowly defeated. But all of that is water under the bridge, as others have said. And what we must do now is to try to ensure that all the legislation related to Brexit is actually fit for purpose. And indeed, that has been the objective of the Constitution Committee, which I've got the pleasure of chairing, since this whole process began. The Constitution Committee has met today, and we have agreed a report on this bill, which we hope will be published tomorrow before the committee stage. Tomorrow's report will be our fifth on the legislation required for the withdrawal from the EU, and I hope that we will assist the House when it comes to consideration of amendments. And I must say, I have to disagree with Lord Cormac and Lord Forsyth on this, because I think we have a responsibility to make sure that this bill is fit for purpose. In the past, the Constitution Committee has spent a great deal of time scrutinising legislation concerned with Brexit. Our first report anticipated the issues that would arise, and since then we have looked in great detail, very great detail, at the issues involved. Our report on what became the 2018 Withdrawal Act concluded that that legislation at that stage was simply not fit for purpose, and our report was used very widely in the debates in this House on the relevant amendments. We talked about how UK courts should treat the case law of the Court of Justice of the European Union. We particularly mentioned the difficulties defining the status of retained EU law, and we also talked at great length and in great detail, when Lord Judge was there, about imposing greater requirements on ministers to justify and explain their use of regulation-making powers. In consideration of what became that Act, we were never trying to stop Brexit. We were never trying to block Brexit. We were seeking to improve the legislation so that it could actually do what it said it was going to do in a way which was constitutionally proper. Indeed, at the end of that process, the government acknowledged that much of what the committee had recommended had been necessary and that changes had to be made. Indeed, Lord Keane, who is there, may remember saying that he was grateful for the constructive and expert way in which the committee had conducted itself. My Lords, we wanted to continue in that same vein. We wanted to continue looking and being constructively critical of the bill had we had sufficient time. We did ask the government if we could see an early draft of the bill in confidence so that we could carry out our work. That did not happen. And now we are faced with this House considering a bill of intense constitutional significance in a very short time. And it's clear that it's the government's intention to push this bill through, I think paying lip service to meaningful scrutiny. And I'm sorry that Lord Cormac again disagreed with me on this. The Constitution Committee has frequently warned, as has others, frequently warned of the dangers of fast-tracking especially important legislation which can lead to bad law. The committee did not have the time to go through this particular bill in the detail that it had considered others, but I hope that our report will be of assistance to the House. There are, of course, as we've heard, some policy issues that are of great significance, in particular that which my noble friend Lord Dubs raised about child refugees. But our report, the Constitution Committee's report, is restricted to constitutional issues, and we will be encouraging the House to look at issues such as Clause 26, which has already been mentioned, because it is just not right that if the meaning of UK law as retained EU law will become after exit day, if that is to be altered, then it is this Parliament that should make the changes, not the ministerial guidance factor that is proposed at the moment. There are many issues of concern: Henry VIII, the responsibilities of the devolved assemblies, and so on. But the basic problem that this House is facing is that we have a real challenge in making sure that this bill is as it should be. And I'm afraid that I agree with Lord Kerr that we have to do our job. We have to scrutinise this bill carefully, and I hope that the report of the Constitution Committee will be of assistance to the House.
So I congratulate the noble Lord Barwell and the noble Lord Mann on their thought-provoking maiden speeches, and I look forward to their future contributions. My Lords, the time is rapidly approaching where the government must deliver on its promises over Brexit. Amongst other things, the government has promised that the UK will not be less safe nor less secure outside of the European Union. At a briefing given by the National Crime Agency lead on Brexit to the APPG on policing in 2017, we were told that the existing legislative framework, that is regulatory alignment, and existing EU organisations and mechanisms, including the European Court of Justice, enable greater and more effective cooperation between the UK and the EU when it comes to law enforcement. He said that there were workarounds if we left the EU, but that these would not be as effective or efficient, and that the UK would be less safe and less secure as a result. Intelligence, such as counter-terrorism information, tends to be shared on a bilateral basis rather than an EU-wide basis and is likely to be unaffected. What I am talking about here is the ability to act on that intelligence, bringing people such as terrorists to justice. What is in jeopardy? The Schengen Information System 2, SIS2, and the European Arrest Warrant, the EAW, are in jeopardy. No non-EU state has access to the European Arrest Warrant, and no state outside the EU, unless it is in the Schengen area, has access to SIS2. It currently enables police officers on the street in the UK direct access to databases that contain the details of all those wanted under the European Arrest Warrant, missing people, stolen vehicles, travelling sex offenders, and those of interest to counter-terrorism officers in all EU member states. The NCA lead told us that new extradition treaties are likely to be needed with each of the 27 remaining EU states. Norway and Iceland, both within Schengen and the European Economic Area, applied to be part of a modified form of the European Arrest Warrant in 2001, and it was agreed in 2006, but they still are awaiting implementation. The NCA lead explained that Europol produces pan-European action plans and serious and organised crime threat assessments, and a multi-agency liaison bureau exists for each member state. Contrary to the impression given by the Security Minister yesterday, third-party states only have partial access to Europol. The UK is one of the top contributors of intelligence. There was until recently a British director, and 40% of data entries are UK-led. ECRIS, the European Criminal Record Information System, is a secure messaging system where criminal convictions in the courts of one member country are shared across the EU, and this is used to analyse patterns of offending. Something else that's at risk is PRUM, which provides rapid electronic comparison of DNA, fingerprints and vehicle registrations across the EU. For example, a DNA profile found at a UK crime scene can be compared with those convicted across the EU. Checks take from seconds up to 24 hours. Alternative arrangements under Interpol take months, and some inquiries are never replied to. He went on to say that cross-border surveillance arrangements enable UK criminals to be kept under surveillance in other EU countries and EU suspects kept under surveillance in the UK. For every request EU countries make under this scheme, the UK makes 7 requests of the EU. This too is under threat. And there are joint investigation teams through the Eurojust process. My Lords, we know from the experience of Norway and Iceland with the European Arrest Warrant that some of these ways of keeping the UK safe and secure are unlikely, if not impossible to secure in the short to medium term, if at all. The government will no doubt say that everything is subject to negotiation. The time has passed for us to say that the UK would be less safe and less secure if we leave the EU. We are leaving. The time has come to hold the government to account to ensure it delivers on its promise that we will be just as safe and secure outside the EU. So we will bring forward a probing amendment at committee stage requiring the government to negotiate with the EU to produce equivalent outcomes to those provided by these European Union systems and processes. And if they fail to deliver equivalent outcomes, the government will have failed in their promise to keep us as secure and safe outside the European Union as we were inside it.
This is the first speech I've made in a personal capacity since I was appointed by this House to chair the EU Committee, now nearly 8 eventful years ago. May I begin, therefore, by expressing sincere thanks for the opportunity I've had to serve the House and to echo my confidence, my entire confidence in my successor. I've also recognised the good sense of colleagues from all sides of the House engaged in our work and equally the excellent contribution of our expert or enthusiastic and dedicated staff. I might add that I'm anxious that all those British officials and others involved in European affairs over now half a century deserve suitable public recognition. This bill is a complex and necessary mechanism giving effect to the government's electoral mandate. But I do hope that it will also be the time for releasing some of the political tension. It is high time now to de-dramatise the process and begin to move on. That is in no sense to minimise the important details of the bill itself. One minor gain is that there are additions in Clause 29 which restore parity of scrutiny process to this House alongside the other House. But as noble lords have already said, in relation to the work of the joint and specialist committees, although ministers are going to be involved, there is to be apparently no role for parliamentary scrutiny. And I would emphasise, from the work we have done as a select committee, that specialist committees will often touch on the niceties bequeathed to us by history, and the select committee has rightly been focusing its attention on them, with particular reference to the Crown dependencies and Gibraltar, as well as the Irish problem. In relation to future scrutiny, again the bill represents some backward steps. To judge by my experience in dealing with ministers over the negotiations leading to the Withdrawal Agreement, there is frankly a long way to go and much still to learn from our European Commission and the European parliamentary counterparts. I think ministers have to realise that scrutiny isn't an optional extra. Properly handled, it can be a force for good. Frankly, that's the exact point of the over 40 reports which EU Select Committee has produced since the referendum. All this comes to a head in the most salient change in the current bill, which would in effect prohibit any extension of the transitional period beyond the current year. This is, of course, high wire stuff, particularly as it's only now we are appreciating the trade-offs. On the other hand, I do appreciate that ministers feel the need to break out of 3 years of uncertainty and parliamentary stasis. I have no final view on the tactics. I can see the argument for concentrating minds, but not at the expense of our long-term interests. So there might be a case for getting on with a basic free trade agreement, supplemented by essential work on security and police cooperation. And that might even fit in with some of the government's wish to be shown to take an interest in regions of traditional manufacturing where they've gained new political support, provided that they don't lose on the overall infrastructure by losing EU funding. But long term, my lords, this is simply not going to be enough. Our economic life now centres on services. Our future productivity depends on access to research and skills. Geographically, economically and culturally, though perhaps not politically, we shall remain in Europe, though not run by it. We shall need to adapt our institutions to new and subtle challenges to seek to maximise our influence. Alongside efforts to build global Britain, we will need to build a new relationship with our European neighbours, not just over technical and withdrawal issues, but looking beyond to a continuing involvement with agencies and activities, including facing new challenges together. We need to look at this not so much through leverage or bluster, but rather looking to common interests and mutual benefit in the positive aspects of the political declaration. In two concluding phrases, we leave but we don't stalk off. And in leaving, to maintain the relationship, we simply have to try harder.
It is always a pleasure to follow the noble Lord Boswell of Ainhoe. I followed him for a number of years as a member of his chairing of the EU Select Committee, which was remarkably valuable, and I'm delighted to be doing it again today. Since my contribution to this second reading debate on the Withdrawal Amendment Bill is on the critical side, I do wish to avoid any possible misunderstanding, to emphasise that I respect the convention that this House does not attempt to frustrate a measure which has figured in the manifesto of a government which has obtained an overall majority at a general election, and that we should not, therefore, seek to amend the present bill in any way that would prevent the withdrawal agreement being ratified by the UK in time for Brexit to take place on the 31st of January. Nor do I intend to take up much of the time of the House speculating about the credibility of the government's objective of concluding an agreement on the new relationship with the EU by the end of this year, to which it has now shackled itself. It may well turn out, I suspect it will turn out, to be more of a gambit to win votes than a realistic possibility. Time will tell us soon enough which of those it is. But I do hope that we are not going to be treated in the latter part of the year to a rerun of the no deal is better than a bad deal mantra, which is no more likely to squeeze concessions out of our EU negotiating partners than it did in 2017, in 2018, and in 2019, and is every bit as likely to inflict disproportionate damage on this country as it was then. I note, moreover, that while the government is tying its hands in domestic law not to seek an extension of the transitional period beyond the end of 2020, it is busy ratifying in Brussels an agreement which contains precisely that option, a runway to proceed, you might think. Now, I doubt if anyone would now contend that the May government made a fundamental error by accepting the EU 27's sequencing of the negotiations as soon as they began in the summer of 2017, relegating the future relationship to a non-binding declaration after the divorce agreement was agreed. Many of us spoke out against that in this House and privately to the government, including the noble Lord Bridges, whose speech I followed with the very greatest interest. So let us not repeat the error now by accepting that this year's negotiations should be focused on trade in goods alone. Of course, it's important to achieve duty and quota-free trade in goods, but that is now no more than 20% of our economy. And going over a cliff edge into no deal on other matters at the end of 2020 would be hugely damaging for trade in services, 80% of our economy, damaging for data processing, for the mutual recognition of professional qualifications, for cooperation on science and research, for maintaining regulatory equivalence, and for the instruments which underpin our internal security and the fight against international crime. So I do hope the noble Lord the Minister will be able to assure the House that when negotiations open this spring, they will cover the whole range of issues and not just exclusively or principally trade in goods. Three words we will inevitably hear a lot of in the context of these negotiations on the new UK-EU partnership relationship will be, quote, level playing field, unquote. They are embedded in the documents we're being asked to help ratify, even if attempts have been made to reduce their prominence. But there will be no ducking them once the negotiations get underway. The concept is, in fact, an integral part of any free trading relationship between large developed economies in close geographic proximity to one another. If you doubt that, look only at the agreements the EU has with Norway or Sweden, or for that matter, look to the newly revamped US-Canada-Mexico agreement, or even the Trans-Pacific Partnership. It was that concept that was also at the heart of the campaign, led by Margaret Thatcher and Arthur Cockfield, to move on from a tariff and quota-free European community, still festooned with non-tariff barriers and border checks, to the frictionless trade we have today. So how to give practical effect to that concept, those three little words, will determine the nature and the benefit to us of the new trading relationship. The government's views on all that remain a mystery, but there will be hard choices to be made this year. Now, there are plenty of other lacunas in this bill which could do with being filled in, many of them highlighted in the excellent report by EU Select Committee. We are promised separate legislative provisions ensuring we do not slip below EU standards on the environment, on labour and on social rights. How secure will they be and when will they be tabled? One of the biggest gaps is the role of Parliament, to which many members have already alluded in this debate, in the mandating and oversight of the new relationship negotiations. Are we yet again to find ourselves negotiating with an EU whose mandate is endorsed by the European Parliament and whose every step is overseen by that body, while this Parliament is left groping around in the dark? And can we really not manage to guarantee access to unaccompanied minors seeking asylum when they have family members here already? It is reported that the Prime Minister would like to see the back of the term Brexit. I'm not sure he's likely to succeed in that, nor indeed that it is desirable he should do so. We are, after all of us on both sides of this argument, going to have to come to terms with the realities of Brexit. And we're going to be spending the whole of this year speaking about it. So I do hope that there will be still some consideration of that matter of a sensible kind. There are important policy choices to be made in this legislative programme before us and in these negotiations. Better surely to treat them as a...
My Lords, I hate to interrupt, but it is now 6 minutes 48 with an advisory of 5 minutes. So if the Noble Lord could conclude. Thank you.
Yes, well, the Noble Lady has actually got it to the middle of my last sentence. So I will happily conclude by saying that we should not treat Brexit as something we would rather not talk about or pretend did not exist, because it will have important consequences.
My Lords, I join in congratulations to my noble friend Lord Barwell, who spoke with excellent, very succinctly and with excellent illumination of where we go next in this whole great saga. And I also congratulate the noble Lord Mann, both for his generous tribute to Mrs. May, which he deserves, and for his fight against sickening anti-Semitism. My Lords, it's impossible not to feel some emotion at this occasion, having spent well over half a century, 50 years of my life discussing the future of Europe and the UK role in it, ever since the editor of the Daily Telegraph in 1962 sent me to Brussels to find out about, as he put it, this common market thing. Now at last comes this gateway, and it's only a gateway. I see there are many challenges ahead, confirming the replacement of the European Communities Act, although, of course, by virtue of this bill, rather than as an EU member state, will still be under ECA provisions for another 11 months. But I do find it rather a little sad and extraordinary that the debate publicly, and to some extent in the other place the last few days, continues in an extraordinarily one-sided way, all in terms of what Britain can and cannot do in face of the supposed EU juggernaut and solidarity, and how difficult it's going to be to fit it all in to our 11-month schedule. One would never guess that things, from all this debate, that things are changing just as fast the other side of the Channel, if not in Brussels, then deep in the heart of the EU member states, just as they are here. People constantly talk about us being in the Westminster bubble and being out of touch. Well, there is a Brussels bubble as well, which in many ways is just as out of touch with what is really happening. And we seem to hear sadly little of that. The President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, was speaking at the London School of Economics the other day, full of goodwill and friendship in her words, but she spoke of the fear of Britain undercutting regulatory standards and the need for alignment and a level playing field. Now, what neither she nor others seems to grasp is that global technological forces, far bigger than Brexit, are already undercutting, or one should say overcutting, and making utterly redundant many of the EU's standards and controls which belong to a past age.
whether we're talking about workers' rights, conditions and benefits, or consumers' protection, or the environment, or financial services, or taxation methods and state aids, or any other forms of protection. To take one specific example, there's been a worry all along, raised in this House last week actually, about our energy situation. And is that going to be constrained by the Withdrawal Agreement and the bill we're now discussing? And the 6.6% of our electricity supplies which we get every day through interconnectors from continental Europe. Well, actually, the Withdrawal Agreement, which this bill enacts, fully protects our continental energy supplies and the excellent diversity of sources they provide. And under the agreement, the Protocol Agreement for Northern Ireland, anyway, Northern Ireland, Ulster remains part of the All-Ireland system within the so-called internal energy market. But the point I'm trying to make is that this is typical of the massive regulations where we are right to question whether it's sustainable and whether it matches anything like our much higher standards, when, frankly, the chief results of energy and climate policy throughout the EU so far has been more Russian gas reliance, extensive and very dirty coal building, increasing unreliability of supply and cruelly high energy costs and miserable emissions performance. My Lords, these are the very last so-called standards and regulations with which we want to be aligned, dynamically or otherwise. Good Europeans, in my view, should be fighting for superior standards now in all these areas, ones which are truly relevant to the new world economy. If I may say so to the Liberal Democrat friends, if they'd stuck to this line of EU reform instead of trying to revoke and drag us back into the thickets of outdated EU controls, they might have done a lot better in the election. I hope they're not going to become like the Jacobites after the Hanoverian succession and spend the next 60 years fighting vainly for their cause, because that will be very tough, and not that I shall be around. The truth is, my Lords, that markets and trade flows round the world in the digital age are going through deep and radical transformation, as are patterns of business everywhere, as are financial services, as is data handling, as is agriculture, and many other sectors, in ways which the EU and the Brexit debate and many commentators and self-styled experts have simply not caught up with. I am glad that a new employment bill is coming along. I hope it's a really radical. Worker and employee ownership of new wealth is still disgracefully low in this country, and we can set the pace for the whole of Europe. And finally, my Lords, when it comes to foreign policy, of course we must always cooperate on security. We certainly need to be well clear of cumbersome EU decision-making or non-decision-making. As my noble friend Lord Lothian was remarking in the Queen's speech last week, and incidentally I regard my noble friend as the best Foreign Secretary we never had, this is indeed the opportunity for a new British foreign policy and defence and security policy as well, which take full account of the transformed and fluidised pattern of world power and international relations that has now emerged. Once out of the EU, we can play our own game, agilely and with real skillful diplomacy, in a network...
My Lords, I hate to... My Lords... My Lords, it is now over 6 minutes. And if I could remind all noble lords, and I'm trying to play an equal wicket here, to keep to some extent within the advisory speaking time. There's been a little bit of latitude which we are monitoring, to be fair to all noble lords.
The real gateway this bill opens, we should now swiftly pass through it to better times.
Very good.
I won't follow the noble lord in the time available to me, but let me start by referring the House to my entry in the Register of Interests, relevant interests. I want to start by making a very fundamental point in view of many of the remarks, especially from the benches opposite. I don't think anyone can doubt that the government doesn't have a mandate to pass this legislation. That doesn't stop the House from questioning, holding minutes to account, but I'm very clear that it does have a mandate. We may wish it otherwise, but that is the case. And indeed, I would argue that that's been the case since the referendum in 2016. I did not support the call for a second referendum, mainly because of my experience in Scotland, where I said repeatedly this was a once-in-a-generation chance. It's only sad that the other side don't appear to have accepted that. And I would say one other thing, and the final thing about referendums. I hope there isn't isn't another referendum anytime soon anywhere in the United Kingdom. They are divisive, and anyone who thinks that things will heal over afterwards, I'm afraid, are being wildly optimistic. But I do think if there is another one, then when the legislation is passed to enable it, then it should be incumbent on the other side to have a done deal, something to vote on, so that we knew what the choices were. Part of the problem we've got today is because for the last 3 years, no one has been very clear as to what Brexit actually means, least of all the Prime Minister. So, the difficulty we've got now is the fact that people voted for something different, but that something was never defined, and we should never, ever do that again. Now, I said that the House was entitled to question the government and to hold ministers to account, and I think that is absolutely right. And in particular, I don't expect any amendments to be made on this or the Minister to accept this point in winding up. I do think that Clause 33 does rather tie the government's hands, because it's not a year. In something like 6 months' time, we've got to decide on the things we've been putting off deciding for the last 3 years. We've got to decide on our trade relationship, we've got to decide on free movement and so on. And Clause 33 rather ties our hands. And when you go into a negotiation, if the other side know that you've got to decide something, then it seems to me that rather undermines your negotiating position. But if you look at just 3 areas, our economic relationship, for example, we say we want a free trade agreement with the European Union. They say, yes, we want a level playing field. Well, a free trade agreement and a level playing field aren't consistent with us going off and doing another deal with other countries in other parts of the world. How is that going to be resolved in six months? In the excellent maiden speeches we heard today, both by Lord Mann and Lord Barwell, I was struck by Lord Barwell's remarks, and he has some experience in this. And don't underestimate the difficulties that lie ahead here. Equally in services, which of course make up the lion's share of our economy, or financial services, about which we haven't heard, we would like something like equivalence, as it's known. Equivalence is all very well, except that it is open to the European Union to say, well, it's coming to an end, giving us very short notice indeed. I, having accepted the fact that we're going to leave the European Union, do not see the point in farming out our regulation, in effect, to the European Union. I think that's something that we have to keep within the United Kingdom. Equally in fishing, we've been telling, or the Brexiteers have been telling, the fishermen in the north-east of Scotland and the south-west of England, don't worry, you're going to get your waters back. Countries in the European Union, they want access to these. There is going to have to be compromises, and we know it. But how we're going to do that in 3 months, judging the history we've had for the last 3 years, I failed to see. Equally, in relation to the Irish border, I've never understood, if you're going to have a customs union, that means you've got to have a border. It's now moved from the border between north and south into somewhere along the Irish Sea. And during the election, there were at least 2 different versions, if not 3, as to what this actually meant. And it's got to be nailed down, again, within a comparative short period of time. And I'd say one other thing. In the last election, and certainly since the election, there's been much attention rightly paid to those parts, particularly in England, the English Midlands and the North, who feel that they haven't done as well as they should have done. They will be the first to pay the penalty of all this goes wrong if there is no deal. And we fall back on the WTO terms. And all the infrastructure in the world is not going to solve these problems. Within weeks, you could be facing real difficulties with suppliers of engineering equipment, the automotive industry and so on. Infrastructure, as I well know, takes years to work up. It's very quick to announce, but it takes years, if not decades, to actually deliver. So anyone who thinks that's going to be the answer to these problems, I think, is profoundly mistaken. And that is why I think that Clause 33 unnecessarily ties the government's hands. A final point in this, which is probably a broader issue, which will no doubt be explored at other times, and perhaps I'm biased by the fact that I sat around the Cabinet table for 13 years. When it comes to ministerial accountability, yes, ministers are accountable to the House and the other place and here as well, but I don't think it's any part of our constitutional arrangements that Parliament actually runs departments or actually runs negotiations. Certainly I would have found it something of an impediment, and maybe I'm wrong on that. We're not asking for that, but what we are saying to this government, we've got 3 months, maybe 6 at the maximum, to sort an awful lot of complicated problems out. I fail to see how they're going to do it. I'd like to be surprised, because it's in all of our interests to get the best possible deal. But I think we're some way off that yet. Extremely good speech.
My Lords, I regret speaking in this debate, because I regret that we are in the position that we are having to have it. I'm sorry to have to acknowledge that in just 18 days' time, this country will no longer be a member of the European Union, that we will no longer be citizens of a union that is the proud outcome of the efforts of European nations determined to find a way to come together so they could provide peace and prosperity for their citizens in place of years of division and war. I'm sorry also that in a few months more, my rights and privileges, just as all the rights and privileges of all members of this House, all citizens of the UK, the rights and privileges that we held as EU citizens will be gone. And I'm sorry too that those who spread bile and falsehood against Europe over decades have triumphed, and that the generation of Brexiteer political leaders who often occupy the Privy Council front bench opposite, who have enjoyed the huge benefits of our membership of the EU, have conspired to deny that to future generations. But I understand that the die is cast. We're going to leave despite all our efforts, and now we must make the best of it. And that is our role here, to try and make the best of Brexit and to try and make the best of this bill. I noted the warnings of the noble Lord Cormac and the noble Lord Forsyth that we should exercise some kind of self-denying ordinance when it comes to our scrutiny role. And I have agreed on many times with the noble Lord Cormac, if not with the noble Lord Forsyth, on issues around the European Union, and I have a great deal of respect for his holding the government to account on these matters. But I don't agree with him on this occasion. He made the appeal for restraint because he said that he had the future of this House in mind. But I think as we look at this, one of the most important bills, because it's taking us out of our historic relationship, as we look at that and discuss and scrutinise it, it's the future of the country, not of this House, that we surely have to have in mind. And that requires us to do our job, while of course acknowledging the result and outcome of the election and the fact that we shouldn't seek to deny the ability of the government to exit Britain from the EU on the 31st of January, however much we might dislike it. In particular, I believe we need to scrutinise Part 3 of the bill very closely. We need to look very closely at the issues relating to the rights of EU citizens in the UK and indeed of UK citizens in the EU. The noble Lord, the Minister, said in his introductions that citizens' rights have been a priority throughout the Brexit process. I'm not sure that those citizens always felt that, but notwithstanding that fact, the real truth is that the guarantees that were made at the time of the referendum by the current Prime Minister and the current Home Secretary have still not been met. EU citizens were guaranteed they would automatically gain indefinite leave to remain and that their rights would remain exactly the same. But the only automatic thing about the system that has been introduced is that they will automatically be declared as illegal residents of the United Kingdom if they do not meet a registration date, and their rights do not remain the same. And they are not even enshrined, the rights that they are given, they are not even enshrined in primary legislation, so they may be changed by ministers at other times. And lastly, they have a great concern, the EU citizens, of the lack of physical evidence that they have been granted these rights. These are matters I hope we can come back to at committee stage. My Lords, I believe that the outcome of us leaving the EU will leave us deeply damage our prosperity and deeply damage our security. I believe it as strongly today as I did on the 24th of June 2016 when the result was announced. It happened to be my 10th wedding anniversary, so it's not a day I will easily forget. But notwithstanding that belief, I accept it's going to happen and that we should do nothing to stop the bill. But we cannot and we should not abdicate our responsibility to exercise our revising function in this House.
Hear, hear. It is a relief, at least to someone like me who spent a career in government, to have an administration which can now be effective. And it must also be a relief to the noble Lord Callanan, to be introducing a bill which he can be confident will go through. What then is the duty of your Lordship's House? On this bill and on the flood of further legislation which is necessary to implement Brexit and which was held up in the last Parliament, we should not be intimidated from fulfilling our constitutional role of scrutiny and amendment. But also, my Lords, we need to be realistic. We do not have the power to be destructive. It would be impolitic to be obstructive. So let us be constructive. Of course, the opposition political parties in this House, has been made clear, are likely to move amendments which reflect their long-expressed political positions. But if such amendments pass this House, it is as certain as anything can be that they will be defeated in another place. So I hope that the House will not spend too much time and credit in beating the air. The changes in this bill, compared with the pre-election departure bill, seem to me to be understandable, though not necessarily welcome. It is understandable that the bill does not contain those concessions which the government unwillingly made in the hope of securing support from at least some members of the opposition. It's regrettable that the bill removes the provision championed by the noble Lord Dubs. But we have to acknowledge that that provision did not strictly belong to a departure bill, and the assurances that have been given by the Minister today are welcome. My Lords, I take an optimistic view of the future. I also understand the Prime Minister's desire to remove the ability to seek an extension to the implementation period. He is fresh from the experience that the imminence of a deadline caused the EU to do what it has said was impossible, namely to reopen the departure agreement made with Mrs May. He may well believe that the imminence of a deadline will similarly make the EU do what it currently says is impossible to do within 12 months, namely to reach a comprehensive free trade agreement. We have to hope that he is right. But, my Lords, I conclude with one note of regret, not directly arising from this bill. It's reported that, having melted down two previous versions, the government plans to issue a commemorative coin on 31st January to mark our departure from the EU. 31st January will indeed be an important day in our national history. It's a day that a large proportion of the population, perhaps the majority of the population, will understandably celebrate. But we have to remember that nearly half will not. The issue of a commemorative coin will commemorate division, not unity. It will not promote reconciliation or commend us to our neighbours in the EU. It would be welcome if, even at the cost of melting down yet another version, the government were to think again.
February 2016, a cross-party meeting was held in Committee Room 9 in the Commons for any peers and MPs interested in supporting a campaign to leave the EU. There was a reasonable turnout from both houses. Partway through the meeting, an MP rose and said, "If anyone thinks there's any point in campaigning to leave in the North East and probably the North West of England, forget it. There is no point. They're all going to vote out." On the 12th of December 2019, the voices of those people were finally heard. At last, I can say, without the constraints of a ministerial role, how pleased I am that those of us who have believed in all the good reasons for leaving the EU have been vindicated by such an overwhelming support from the electorate. If ever I had a moment of doubt about our purpose over the past 3 years, I would recall 2 private events that I attended in support of the Leave campaign. Almost all invited were highly intelligent, intellectually curious, and successful men and women, mostly self-made wealth creators, major employers, and believers in our nation and our ability to punch above our weight as global Britain. I also kept thinking, how come so many parliamentarians are suddenly so pro the EU? Until 2016, many members of the House of Commons, regardless of party, hardly gave visiting members of the European Parliament house room at Westminster and showed little interest in scrutinising EU legislation. For 40 years, our nation's own broadcaster, the BBC, never made the case for the EU, beyond the odd from our own correspondent. It failed in its duty to educate and inform as to the EU's remit and purpose and our role within it. Little wonder people didn't feel in any way connected to our EU partners. Turning swiftly to the bill itself and just touching on a few areas that were a focus of debate in another place, it is surely time to, yes, debate its clauses, express our opinions and scrutinise and then support the elected chamber. As a lawyer, I firmly believe less is more. In other words, I urge, noble lords, do not shackle our government's ability to do the right thing. We must take care to avoid unintended consequences and thereby narrow our options. And from all accounts of our negotiations with the EU to date, our government must be free to be tough. We must surely celebrate the fact that we are once again able to make our own laws and regulations, decide our destiny and not have it decided by others. Of course, there are clear areas where regulatory alignment makes sense, and many of those have already been debated ad nauseam in your Lordship's House. Through those debates, it's become clear that in some key areas, such as regulations relating to the Health and Safety Executive, alignment makes complete sense. And in others, for example, animal welfare, our standards are often higher, and we want to be even better still than our EU neighbours. Technology is an area where regulatory alignment does not make sense. We must be careful what we wish for. We need to be free to embrace and champion innovation and new ideas. We can be the tech hub of Europe. In contrast with the EU, we must not shackle businesses with, for example, draconian privacy rules and punitive fines, and thereby lose out on our opportunity and right to be the best. Let France, for example, continue with its protectionist approach, whereby they do not allow the streaming of new films on channels such as Netflix, in a bid to protect their film industry from disruptive competition. Let the EU, with its focus upon protectionism, be the slowest ship in the tech convoy. With regard to the rights related to residents, the EU settlement scheme is already up and running, is working, and is far more generous than those offered by many countries in Europe to UK citizens. And what do we really mean by reciprocity of citizens' rights? For our welfare system to be affordable, given this year alone we are already spending over £220 billion in the Department for Work and Pensions, and with current calls to end the benefit freeze, the government must now do more to compare our system with others across Europe. Given others do not, for example, shy away from much tougher conditions for those fit and able to work. It is notable that the EU has never had the courage to tackle fundamental and, in many cases, grossly unfair differences in welfare support across the EU. My Lords, there is a great deal to do. Let's support this bill and get on with it.
Yeah.
My Lords, I don't intend to go into detail on this potentially disastrous bill. I leave that to my noble friends, Lords McNichol and Baroness Hayter on the front bench. And I'd like to take this opportunity to pay a tribute to our colleagues on the front bench who labour day and night without any extra financial remuneration and do a great job for our party and for this House. I want to go back, like Lord Howell did, to the 1960s. It may be of interest to Lord Forsyth, if not to anyone else. At that time, our party was against the European Union. We were led by people who were totally against, as some people here know only too well. And some of us who were in favour, as I was, suffered. I remember Robin Cook beat me in a selection conference. Mind you, he went on to be in favour of Europe after that. That was another thing. But we laboured day and night. Lord Radice, who's here, Baroness Crawley, Lord Robertson, so many others will remember well the Labour Movement for Europe meetings in Blackpool and in Brighton and throughout the country, where we worked together to try and get our party to espouse the European cause. And we won. We succeeded. And in 1975 we had that referendum in which we had a majority in favour of remaining in the European Union of two-thirds. Two-thirds, not scraping through as that past Cameron referendum did. And as a result, we had more than 40 years of what many people, and I agree, think is the most successful economic and political union that has ever existed in the world. And we have really succeeded as a result. But then it was all thrown aside because David Cameron, give him his proper name, needed a referendum to try and sort out the problems in the Conservative Party. A referendum that was flawed in many ways. And many people voted to leave, not because they really wanted to leave, but because they wanted to give David Cameron a slap in the face. They didn't agree with what the government was doing on so many other things. But I warn Lord Forsyth and others of some of the consequences, because exactly the same arguments that have been put forward, that were put forward by the British nationalists for leaving the European Union, are being put forward by the Scottish nationalists for leaving the United Kingdom. The same words are being used by Sturgeon that were used by Lord Forsyth and others. So some people are going to rue the consequences of the arguments they put forward then. But I'm also finishing, and I'm going to be relatively brief. I'm going to please the whips for once. I'm finishing with a resolution, and in some cases a warning. Just as we fought and changed the view of the Labour Party in the 60s, we are going to regroup. We are going to redouble our efforts, and it's starting immediately. I'm grateful to Michael Clancy of the Law Society of Scotland for reminding me that Article 50 of the treaty provides the arrangements for rejoining the European Union. So both sides, Europe and Britain, in agreeing that treaty, recognised that it was a possibility. I'm going to fight, and I know many of my colleagues will fight, to make sure that possibility becomes a reality. I only hope that I live to see that day.
Well done. Lords, one often hears in this building an answer to the question, how's it going? Well, it's all been said, but not everybody's yet said it. In this case, it's appropriate that we demonstrate the strength of feeling and the depth of our concerns by quite a lot of repetition. Get it done suggests Brexit is a single act or event. We know it's not. The withdrawal agreement is almost too heavy to lift. The political declaration is quite a slip of a thing, with much expressed in rather imprecise terms such as consider and aim to and explore options. Well, we do have to explore the options. This is not the House seeking to frustrate the Commons. nor to deny the government's manifesto, nor to try to replay 2016. It's moving from slogans to nuance, from headlines to detail, to make the bill and the withdrawal workable, and also to prevent no deal either overall or in respect of many of a whole raft of issues, because no deal wouldn't mean there being nothing in place. It would mean there being something, but not something which would be to our advantage. The Minister said we would have plenty of time for scrutiny of secondary legislation. But what he didn't say, but what I heard, was until the House realises that the government's got it right and noble lords stop being over fussy. My Lords, I have my name to amendments relating to citizens' rights, both UK and EU citizens in the UK citizens in the EU, where in part sensible dealings with other countries are really needed. But there is protection we can give unilaterally, and we will pursue that. The government seeks to reassure us about the settled status scheme, both its objectives and its process. I'm not normally a Cassandra, but I'm not reassured. I'm not reassured about the rights that those with status will be able to exercise. To mention one, onward movement, which I think is really important in the services sectors. And services seem to have been a bit of a poor relation in our discussions. I also have my name to the objection to losing the 2018 Act provisions for family unity, the Dubs Amendment. To say that this is because negotiations have started is unpersuasive. The 2018 Act doesn't require us to join in those negotiations. It requires us to negotiate. The Minister may tell us that the current clause has the same objectives. If so, why remove the modest obligation to seek to negotiate? We're sending a message that the government's heart is not in achieving this objective, that it's already given up on seeking to protect unaccompanied asylum-seeking children and the reunification of families. Is this really the global Britain we want to be part of? Noble Lords may be aware that at the weekend a report was published by Amnesty, the Refugee Council and Save the Children, and the child refugees, it's reported, asked what message they would like the government to hear about our immigration rules. Without exception, asked the government to imagine themselves or their families in a similar situation to their own. I'll be pursuing this through my private member's bill as well. The course the government is set on is beyond me here. We have the dog whistle of legislation by a government prohibiting itself from extending the implementation period. I'm really puzzled by this. It's in their own hands whether or not to extend. And they could always amend the legislation come June. Is it so apprehensive about how little can be achieved by December that it wants to reassure everyone that it will be forced to resist that temptation? And isn't it handing a huge negotiating advantage to the other side? My Lords, we may not be members of the EU after the end of this month, but we'll still be Europeans with a past and future interwoven with our European neighbours, who I hope will also be our partners.
My Lords, I support this bill, although I was long a pro-European. But following the referendum and all that has happened since, I am convinced now that withdrawal is not only inevitable, but also in the best interest of our country, and the sooner the better, so that business and the rest of us can adjust our lives and plans to the new situation. As my own time in Parliament must be drawing at least nearer to its end, I reflect more on how one's perspective changes. I did 3 Minister of State jobs several decades ago, which involved negotiating with the EU. First on health and safety and all that. Then on regional matters from Northern Ireland. And then when I was Paymaster General, I had detailed responsibility, among other things, for negotiating the annual EU budget, including a spell as President of the EU Budget Council. I came to appreciate the expertise of UKREP and the importance of the Committee of Permanent Representatives and similar things. Throughout, of course, some in Europe continually work towards a United States of Europe in various ways, which we were always against. And in my time as a minister, of course, there were 12 member states. But it turned out that widening, which we often discussed, did not rule out deepening, as we hoped at one point. The EU is all about such negotiations every day. But it's important to realise that the various councils are representative, of course, of diverse nations. Some large like ourselves, but Luxembourg is smaller than Leeds, which we've heard about a couple of times in good speeches today. They are not a team with a leader, as our cabinet is at least supposed to be, and is most of the time, I think, in history. They are inclined, therefore, to make continual complex compromises reflecting national stresses and strains and special interests. And those compromises then become fixed in stone. And of course, at any given time, several member states have elections pending, reshuffles looming, and so on, which affects all these negotiations. But everyone round those tables has to be able to go home and say how hard they pressed their national case. And that is why the last-minute culture is so strong in these areas. And it is also why it is right, in my view, to fix the deadline in law, as this bill does, because it focuses minds. Of course, the coming negotiations will be hard-pounding, with many simultaneous strands. UK ministers and officials involved will need 2020 vision, but they need to be dedicated, to be disciplined and decisive. Fortunately, the political background here now makes this possible. Our negotiating team, ministers and officials, can expect no holidays this year. August will be flat out, a time of maximum pressure, I should imagine. And of course there will be compromises and interim arrangements agreed, no doubt. But let them get on with the process. On the details of provisions of the bill, I commend the excellent speech of my noble friend Lord Bridges of Headley, with whom I agreed entirely. And for that matter, I also commend the speech of the noble Lord Butler of Brockwell, which was full of the common sense from his long experience in government.
My Lords, the Prime Minister has promised the former Labour voters in the North and Midlands who voted Conservative for the first time that he will look after their needs and that he will increase their prosperity. To keep to his promise, he must negotiate a deal with the EU that retains as much as possible of the UK's trade with EU countries on the best possible terms, and which commits us to EU standards on the rights of workers and on the environment. He must also ensure our economy produces sufficient revenue to improve the public services on which these voters depend and indeed desperately hope will meet their needs. The bill we are debating today falls short of what is required to achieve all of this in many respects, including proper scrutiny by Parliament. In a parliamentary democracy, taking back control, which many of these voters saw as an outcome of Brexit, means, as many speakers today have emphasised, that Parliament, which represents the people, must be able to scrutinise the process of implementing Brexit and must be able to hold the government to account. Brexit will not be done, as Mr Johnson would have us believe, when this bill becomes law on or around January the 31st. There will be many months of complex negotiations before it is implemented and therefore done. Like other speakers, I ask why on earth we are setting an unrealistic target of December the 31st of this year to complete them, when both Michel Barnier and Ursula von der Leyen in Europe have made clear it won't be possible, as many experts on trade negotiations in this country have too. The work entailed requires patience, pragmatism and attention to detail, not silly and unrealistic deadlines. Only 11 months to negotiate a deal on both trade and security makes no sense and once again risks crashing out because this artificial deadline written into legislation won't be achieved. By all means have a target date, but do not legislate for one. Will the Minister tell us a little more about what the content of the negotiations is going to be? Does he accept that they must cover not just tariffs, quotas and rules of origin, but also our enormously important service sector on which so much of our economy depends? This includes access to databases, in particular those relating to terrorism, international crime and other security issues, as well as aviation, the safety of drugs vital for the NHS, cooperation on consumer rights and climate change, to name but a few. Turning to climate change, I hope the Minister will agree that there should be no lowering of environmental standards or protection. We must protect current and future standards so that future generations will benefit not from any kind of weakening, but indeed strengthening, and in this way we will meet young people's aspirations. To prevent any regression, for example through secondary legislation at a later date, there needs to be a non-regression statement in primary legislation. There are two other areas where the bill is far less acceptable than the original bill. The first is the dropping of strong protections for workers' rights, which were in the internationally legally binding part of the deal agreed by Mrs May. Can the Minister say why this has happened? Why have these been dropped? And, my Lords, we would be naive to accept an assurance that they will be restored in a future trade bill. They should be in this bill. The second is the weakening of protection for child refugees, for whom my noble friend Lord Dubs has fought so hard. If the Minister claims that the government is still committed to them, why not leave it on the face of the bill? I end by asking the government to come up with a meaningful role for Parliament along the lines of the amendments passed in this House on the previous trade bill. There needs to be a framework for post-Brexit trade negotiation. This should apply not just to UK-EU agreements, but also to other post-Brexit deals, notably any between the UK and the US, about which there is considerable public concern. If the government rejects proper scrutiny through such a framework, it will be nothing less than contempt for parliamentary sovereignty, for which most of us hold so dear.
My Lords, I agree with very much of what the noble Baroness has said. I also want to emphasise how much I agree with my noble friend who leads for us and spoke at the beginning of this debate, Lord Newby, who set out the broader issues very well. That enables me to concentrate on some of the issues which are of concern to the Constitution Committee. Whether my views correspond precisely to those of the committee as a whole, noble Lords will have to wait until tomorrow to find out, when the report referred to by the noble Baroness Taylor will come out in time for the committee stage. But I want to start with the claim about getting Brexit done, which is manifestly absurd. It's almost as if Moses had said to the Israelites, "Stick with me, I'll get Exodus done by the end of the month." He didn't get it done by the end of the month. It took 40 years, and he wasn't actually there at the finish himself. So that ought to be a warning. And I sometimes wonder if Brexiteers have read the bill. Because although it repeals the European Communities Act, it simply reinstates and reapplies its provisions for the rest of this year at least, and in many cases for longer than that. And we transfer from being a member state with a vote and a veto to colonial status, accepting rules but having no say in them. Now, there are reasons why there is this carryover of time. Extricating ourselves from 40 years of working together is difficult, and in many cases against our economic interests. But, for example, it means that European Court of Justice decisions handed down after the end of the implementation period will continue to have effect under Clause 5 of this bill. And of course, we're only at the beginning of a negotiating process which will not be completed by the end of 2020, even if a limited agreement is reached. And as Baroness Braxton and others have pointed out, this bill drops all provisions for parliamentary scrutiny of that negotiating process. It makes me wonder what these new MPs for the old industrial areas of the Midlands and the North are going to do when the interests of their communities start to be traded for the interests of other communities, and the sort of decisions which have to happen in these negotiations begin to be made. And they'll probably discover about it via the European press, then reported in this country, because it'll all be emerging in the European Parliament when nobody here is being told anything about it. And this is a process which requires a sensible method of parliamentary scrutiny. The bill has too many Henry VIII and other ministerial powers without the sifting or sunset provision in a number of cases which could provide some safeguards. And then in Clause 26 of the bill, ministers are given inappropriate power over the courts in a proposal which opens the door to legal confusion and multiple layers of litigation, because it allows ministers to set up a scheme allowing any court, rather than just the Supreme Court and the High Court of Justiciary in Scotland, to depart from ECJ case law. If the government has arguments to support creating such a scheme, the scheme should be on the face of the bill. But I wonder how persuaded much of the government is as to whether this is really desirable at all. And I suspect a right round of departments, which included not only the Ministry of Justice and the Home Office, but also Revenue and Customs and various other departments which get involved in legislation, would sound particularly enthusiastic about it. I think it's a dangerous course to embark on, and one which will cause considerable confusion, and the only beneficiaries will be lawyers who take cases under it at almost any level, right down to the Employment Tribunal, if the government used the power to the full. In Northern Ireland, the bill reverses the principle that major change should have cross-community support by allowing decisions on the customs borders in the protocol to be by simple majority. The government has not really advanced any clear reason for that at a time when cross-community working is thankfully re-emerging in Northern Ireland. And then the bill contains an OTO's assertion of the sovereignty of Parliament. Sovereignty of Parliament is a fundamental principle of the Constitution. It gains nothing from inclusion in the bill, or any bill, and its inclusion has no legal effect at all. Of course, it does mean, amongst other things, that if it does become necessary to extend the implementation period, which the bill claims to prohibit in Clause 33, Parliament, if the government so chose, could readily pass new legislation to extend the implementation period, or to achieve the same effect by different words, which of course is the whole basis on which the bill is constructed. The bill is constructed on the basis that we repeal the European Communities Act, but we give effect to its provisions as if it still existed. The government can do exactly the same with the supposed restriction on extending the transition period, and might well have to do so. Those who now wish to legislate sovereignty into existence, which seems bizarre to me, seem to forget that it is already there. It was there before they were born, and they too are subject to it.
My Lords, I've enjoyed and even agreed with many of the speeches today, and I'm taking away phrases like Henry VIII on steroids, which I particularly enjoyed. And there have also been some terrible speeches, which I think have been provocative and perhaps even gloating, which I think is entirely unnecessary. I am overall sad, but also furious about the content and the context of this bill. Because although the last couple of years have been a terrible political mess, in spite of the super polarised atmosphere that's been here, we actually did at times compromise and work together, which I think is a very beneficial part of the working here in this House. But now, of course, the first past the post electoral system has done its magic and given Boris Johnson a large majority, despite fewer than half of people, not even 44% actually voting Conservative. But it was a good result and we have to live with it. But sadly, Boris's empty slogan about "Get Brexit Done" has united the majority in the other place, so that no matter how your Lordship's House improves this bill, it will be undone when it ping-pongs back to the Commons. So we might as well now just sit down, put our feet up, and not do anything, surely, because it would give the same result. And so your Lordship's House is almost made obsolete by the power grab that's happening by the government. But despite this futility, obviously, we're going to fight on. And we fight on to expose the government's backtracking on environmental protection and workers' rights. We fight on to protect the rights of Europeans living in this country and British people who live elsewhere in Europe. We fight on to protect our role as parliamentarians to scrutinise this legislation and all the future decisions on the long road ahead. Because at the heart of Get Brexit Done is a sleight of hand, whereby the very complex, difficult next stage of negotiations with the EU has disappeared like a rabbit down a burrow. And this burrow, of course, is going to be an arduous process. It could easily end up with us coming out very much worse off and without any way back to the status quo. This new government has gone beyond recklessness by legislating against any extension of the implementation period. And, of course, we've seen many times how our Prime Minister can switch from do or die to doing the sensible thing. And it would, of course, only take a one-line bill to allow for an extension, a very sensible extension. But we really shouldn't have to wait for that, with all the anxiety and uncertainty that the no-deal threat creates. We need to change this bill to protect the environment, protect people's rights, limit this government power grab, and remove the cliff edge amendment.
My Lord, it's a pleasure to congratulate the two maiden speeches in this debate. I worked very closely with the noble Lord Barwell when I was chairman of the Conservative Party some years ago. Both he and Lord Mann made powerful maiden speeches here today, and I'm sure the House looks forward to hearing much more from them in the months ahead. My Lords, I draw attention to my interest in the registry. In some of them, I attempt from time to time to give advice about issues around Brexit, occasionally to try to predict what might happen. This has proved challenging, but hopefully there is some certainty beginning to emerge. I was neutral in the referendum campaign 3.5 years ago. I thought that the upside of leaving claimed by the leavers and the downside claimed by remainers was wildly exaggerated. I do not believe that the most important factor in Britain's future economic success or its influence in the world lies in whether or not Britain is a member of the European Union. I found myself in the brief period I was Minister for Trade attending the WTO's biennial meeting. And we hear much about the top table that apparently we're not going to be at after we leave. I got to the meeting, found that I wasn't at the table at all. I was representing the government of the fifth largest economy in the world, and I didn't have a seat at the table. And what matters is what we ourselves do, how we configure our own domestic economic arrangements, and how we play our role in the wider world, strengthening and using our unique combination of national assets. There was a clear decision in the referendum. It had to be implemented and implemented briskly. The inability of the government and the House of Commons over the last 3.5 years to make that happen has inflicted damage, short-term damage, on the perception of this country around the world at a time when it matters more than ever that our reputation for effective diplomacy and political stability is not just maintained, but enhanced. So it's essential that this bill is passed without delay. And I very much agree with what the noble Lord Butler of Brockwell said. It is certain that any amendments that are passed by this House will be reversed by the House of Commons. And I believe, as Lord Cormack, my noble friend Lord Cormack, said powerfully, that if this House is unwise enough to lock horns with the House of Commons, it will do itself possibly irreparable harm. So far as the next stage after the 31st of January is concerned, much has been made of the constrained timescale for negotiation. Well, of course, it looks challenging, but the outlines of a deal are already there. And it's notable that since the Brexit vote in 2016, the EU has started to show that it is, after all, capable of conducting trade negotiations rather more rapidly than its previous glacial pace, piqued by the criticism that was made of it during the referendum campaign. And of course, this negotiation does not have to be the last word, and indeed shouldn't be the last word that sets the relationship in stone for all of time. This is, as my noble friend Lord Howell powerfully argued earlier, this is a dynamic world where change happens increasingly swiftly and unpredictably, and it would be a mistake for us to spend years seeking perfection in a protracted negotiation that's likely to be obsolete before the ink is dry on it. And one final point, my lords. This is not just a trade negotiation. It needs to cover the whole range of ways where Britain collaborates and will collaborate with the EU in future. And this, of course, must include the security, defence and intelligence relationships, on all of which Britain can continue to be an essential partner for our nearest neighbours. I hope that this time the government will not be pressured into giving way on this at the outset. In the early stages of the Article 50 negotiations, the EU, having fulminated about how there could be no cherry-picking, ruthlessly picked the cherry labelled security and intelligence collaboration, and the then Prime Minister permitted this. I hope that this mistake will not be repeated.
Yeah. My Lords, 3.5 years after the referendum, at long last, the people's decision that we should leave the EU will be honoured as Parliament passes this withdrawal legislation. There are issues about Parliament's role in the process provided for in this bill, but the major constitutional crisis of Brexit, the clash between the people and Parliament, is over. My Lords, we are at a historic turning point for our country. The withdrawal from the EU that this bill will enact can be the prelude to the renewal of our democracy and our economy and to healing the wounds in our society. The Government is right to insist, in Clause 33, that the negotiation of our new relationship with the EU must be accomplished by the end of this year. There could be no virtue in perpetuating the transitional limbo. The essential elements of the necessary agreements can be negotiated on this timescale. On trade, we start from a position of regulatory alignment and no tariffs or quotas. And I would say to the noble Lord Barwell, whose maiden speech I very much admired, it is in neither side's economic interest to erect barriers where there are none. Any difficulties are not technical but political, and their resolution must be a matter of political will. As a country responsible for our own laws, we must insist on the principle of regulatory equivalence, not replication. The free trade agreement between the US and Australia was negotiated in a year in 2005, despite opposition from the agricultural lobbies in both countries, because President Bush and Prime Minister Howard were both determined to deliver it. A will to deliver quickly on the part of the EU will be much encouraged if we pursue parallel negotiations on an FTA with the US. If European manufacturers and farmers see the prospect of American exports entering the UK market tariff-free, they will press European leaders and negotiators very hard not to disadvantage them through facing new UK tariffs. Brexit is straining the union of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Welcome as the restoration of the Northern Ireland Executive from Stormont is, the fact remains that whatever his protestations to secure the withdrawal deal, the Prime Minister cut Ulster adrift. His deal, providing for a new customs border in the Irish Sea, the subject of sections 21 to 24 of this bill, gives a large shove towards a united Ireland. I'm more optimistic that Scotland can be retained within the UK. At the election, 54% of voters in Scotland voted for unionist parties. The situation is much more ambiguous than Nicola Sturgeon claims. I think that when Scots look down the barrel of the independence gun, they will flinch. They will balk at the economic sacrifice entailed by losing their subsidies from English taxpayers. They won't want a hard border at Gretna Green. Those former Labour voters in the red wall constituencies of England who were determined to have Brexit, despite all the advice from economists and Remainers that it would make them poorer, demand a new politics. They are right to do so. They are the people who have been worst failed by neoliberalism. Market forces have been allowed to destroy communities and tradition and have produced deep and persistent poverty, chasms of regional inequality, chronic financial crises and climate emergency. Withdrawal from the EU will help us escape the havoc of neoliberalism, still dominant in a Brussels infested with the lobbyists of big business. Finance, inexorable as it is not the be-all and end-all, and nor is GDP. The cruelties of austerity, the two-child limit for social security, the closing of Sure Start centres, have become intolerable. The Brexit vote told us this. The case for fiscal expansionism has now been accepted by the government. We must reinvent the role of the state in rectifying injustice and using its power in humane intervention so as to support the precariat and the people who are the casualties of technological change. Rules restricting public investment to the South East must be rewritten. Support must be given, not just for big infrastructure projects, but for local people, creating productive local economies in post-industrial areas. Local culture and dignity must be respected. Whitehall must give away power and allow revived autonomy in communities across the UK. This legislation opens the way to a rebuilding of national self-belief. We can end the ugly attitudes of nativism in a new era in our international dealings. Withdrawal from the EU entails radical remodelling of politics and policy, and so much the better.
My Lords, I would also like to congratulate Lord Mann and Lord Barwell on their maiden speeches. I feel certain they will both make very welcome contributions to many of our debates in this chamber. The Noble Lord the Minister, Lord Cananan, has given us a thorough overview of the bill and what we can and cannot expect from the government. However, like many, when talking to people at the weekend, it was clear that, although a majority voted to get on with Brexit and put it behind us, not all understood the amendments which the current Prime Minister made to the Withdrawal Agreement and how this would impact on people living in the UK. In particular, there was little understanding that unaccompanied refugee children would not be reunited with their parents who were already living in the UK. This appeared to them to be strange, bordering on the inhuman. Many of these people voted to see Brexit implemented. However, some may feel the implications are not something they would wish to sign up to. My main purpose today is to flag up my interest and concern that environmental principles will be secured after exit day and way into the future. It is of great importance to many in this chamber, and certainly outside of it, that the government does not compromise on non-regression in this bill. The UK currently enjoys high standards in habitat protection and product safety. These standards have been developed with our European neighbours so that we now benefit from cleaner beaches, safer food and the best chemicals regulation in the world. The political declaration agreed by the UK and the EU in October 2019 included positive aspirations for environmental standards, proposing that the UK and the EU should uphold common high standards. My Lords, this declaration is only indicative and not legally binding, and others in this chamber have referred to this. The Conservative Party manifesto committed to legislate to ensure high standards of environmental protection and not to compromise. Government ministers have also stated that these will not be weakened, including proposing the introduction of a non-regression provision on environmental protection in legislation. The minister, responding at committee stage in the other place, confirmed that there will be no regression, but did not give any clarity on how this will be achieved. Will the Noble Lord the Minister now say how non-regression will be achieved and ensure this House understands exactly how Parliament's oversight role during the future UK-EU relationship negotiations will be strengthened? Such a statement will ensure delivery of the Prime Minister's commitment to pursue, and I quote, the most ambitious environmental programme of any country on earth. Our relationship and new trade agreements with the EU have the potential to significantly affect people and the environment. Parliament and the devolved administrations must have strengthened involvement in the development of these agreements. It is also crucial that environmental representatives can engage meaningfully in this process. My Lords, I will return to this issue later in the week when we continue through the committee stage of the bill, but for now I look forward to the rest of the debate and the Noble Lord the Minister's response at the end of today's proceedings.
My Lords, whilst acknowledging the considerable majority the Conservatives obtained in the recent general election, largely fought over Brexit, it is worth reiterating the point that the Noble Lord Robertson of Port Ellen made last Tuesday, that this means that only 29% of the electorate actually voted for that party. Now, this means that everyone else has to go along with and accept that result. But they might expect that their ambitions and wishes will be respected and acknowledged. This is important if there is going to be any post-Brexit healing or consensus. A large part of the everyone else cohort are the young hopefuls, the postgraduates, and the emerging entrepreneurs. To them, the various clauses in this EU withdrawal bill mean a severe dashing of hopes and expectations, especially post the implementation period. My Lords, dashed because they face the prospect of an inability to work or live in Europe, a continuing uncertainty of our future trading position, and a severance from any in-depth cultural interchange by virtue of extended stays abroad. Likewise, their EU colleagues and classmates wanting to settle and work in the UK are disappointed. The government's position on future citizens' rights has changed and hardened a little. The Conservative government has given some rights to EU citizens already settled here, but without any tangible paper proof. There is still talk of an EFTA-style visa being necessary for future travel to the EU, and perhaps the Minister might deny that or confirm it. The attitude of the Home Office has not recovered from the tough regime under Mrs May. The Fortress Britain mentality, where artificial restrictions surface based on earning power and skill, continues, irrespective of the requirements of British businesses. My Lords, I have seen no realistic acknowledgement of the future needs of our agriculture, hospitality or even NHS workers for non-British labour in the future. And the problem of onward movement for UK citizens within the EU has not been answered. Also, the popular opposition to free movement, or indeed any immigration into this country, from citizens of countries like Poland, has begun to recede because they are aware of the government and its officials not wanting them here. The weakness of the pound caused by the threat of a hard Brexit has deteriorated their earning power. The government has now written in the new timetable clause, allowing for an unrealistic few months to negotiate the future agreement after the transition period. While this may chime with the mantra of getting Brexit done, it will not make it easy to achieve a final result that will allow fluid relationships with our closest trading partners. So an easy excuse for a no-deal crash-out that would really hobble the prospects of Great Britain. My lords, the noble Lord Campbell talked about Erasmus. So even this harmless requirement to negotiate full membership of the EU's Erasmus Youth and Education Programme has been defeated in another place. How really pointless is that? My lords, we should not ignore our relationships with the greater world, and I refer to the issue of visas. The noble Lord Risby referred to this last week, and the difficulties obtaining them causes to all and sundry. I have been looking at the government's website for an Armenian friend wanting to visit the UK, and these points apply to many third country states, I should say. There is an extensive list of documents to be assembled, fully translated, and a not insubstantial fee of £95 to pay. And before travel, the applicant has to visit a centre to have biometric details captured. My lords, could this not be done on arrival? And do these visitors deserve such hostility, especially when we do not even need a visa to visit their country? We have substantial mechanisms to defeat those of them wishing to work and reside unlawfully. My lords, it is shameful that these hurdles are or will be imposed on our visitors, EU or other, and that government declarations of global Britain, open for business, do not fit the actuality. Future generations see the door of opportunity slamming in their faces by the narrow-minded immigration thinking of this government.
My Lords, I think I've spotted an issue on which absolutely everybody in this House will agree, and that is that a can of WD-40 be acquired to deal with that hinge which keeps making a noise like a wounded heifer from the end of the chamber. My Lords, the noble Lord Forsyth, Lord Cormack, Lord Taylor and Lord Bridges all made the point that this House must, and I think Lord Maud said roughly the same thing, that this House must send this bill back unamended because otherwise we're in trouble as a House. And others disagree with that, and I'm not 100% sure they're right, but I do think it's worth reflecting on why the British people, and to some extent the other place, distrust our motives here and suspect that we are once again trying to prevent Brexit, the getting of Brexit done, if we amend this legislation. We have heard in this House 3.5 years of excuses for not enacting the wishes of the British people. We heard that the economy would collapse if people voted to leave, but the British people said, get Brexit done. We've heard that people didn't understand what they were voting for, but the British people said, get Brexit done. We've heard that there was a need for a meaningful vote in Parliament before any withdrawal agreement be passed. And the British people said, yes, OK, fine, but get Brexit done. We've heard that the Northern Ireland border was insoluble, and people said, yes, fine, but get Brexit done. We've heard that the EU wouldn't let us diverge, and the British people said, please get Brexit done. We've heard that there isn't time to scrutinise all the secondary legislation necessary before leaving the European Union. And the British people said, get Brexit done. And we've heard that people might have changed their minds since the vote in 2016. So in 2017 we had another general election. And in that general election people voted overwhelmingly for parties that wanted to get Brexit done.
I'm just grateful. It's not used to intervene in this debate, but surely the question is it meaningful, without all the negotiations we all know have got to take place in the next 2 or 3 years, just to say get Brexit done, as if it makes sense and we worship the people for saying something which may be rubbish?
I think the noble lords rather made the point for me. We then heard that we were going to have a second referendum, that it would be better. And the people said, fine, let's have a second referendum, but first let's get Brexit done. And then we've heard that we had to postpone the date of leaving. And people said, yeah, OK, but let's get Brexit done. Then we said, let's ask the judges. And people said, oh, well, OK, but please, let's get Brexit done. And then we heard, let's let the Speaker run the government, or Mr Benn, or Mr Letwin, instead of the Prime Minister. And the people said, get Brexit done. With commendable and quiet patience, the British people kept saying this. And finally, we came to the 2019 general election in which the people spake with a clear voice
and they said, get Brexit done.
My Lords, congratulations to our two powerful and fascinating maiden speakers, Lord Barwell and Lord Mann. So, my Lords, the government now has a working majority. But its majority must not be wielded the way in which Andy Capp's wife used to wield that rolling pin. I would caution against it using its new majority to bypass parliamentary scrutiny in the coming difficult months. The stakes are too high, the issues too raw, the future of our judiciary, our citizens and our environment too precarious. The bill before us is a stripped-back version of the pre-election Withdrawal Agreement bill. This tells us that the government thinks it can chop away through the old plan, chopping out the best bits. For example, as other noble lords have said, the commitment on unaccompanied child refugees has been removed from the bill. Instead of the government being obliged to try to negotiate an arrangement with the EU on family reunion, it is now only obliged to lay a statement on policy in this area before Parliament. Our own esteemed Lord Dubbs has spearheaded a highly successful cross-party campaign on this, and it is shaming that it is no longer part of the bill. The government has also used its new majority to swiftly remove Clause 34 and Schedule 4 of the pre-election bill. That specified that a minister introducing a government bill would be required to make a statement of non-regression in relation to workers' retained EU rights. Instead, the protection of workers' rights will be shoved into another bill, the main elements of which do not refer to the protection of workers' retained EU rights. This new employment bill will be coming to a committee room near you sometime soon, possibly. So, all that talk over the last 4 years of how the government will not only keep up with the EU, but will go above and beyond EU standards on employment rights was just that, talk. Given the opportunity to officially measure its progress with the EU in this bill, the government is ducking it, and I would ask why, as Baroness Blackstone has. Again, in the pre-election bill, the government would also have been required to make regular statements to Parliament on whether the EU had published any new workers' rights, whether domestic law conferred similar rights, or if not, whether the government intended to take steps to implement the new EU rights. None of this has survived into the bill before us today. Call me Mystic Meg, but this looks like a clearing of the decks to bring about a workplace deregulation agenda. Our rights are being thoroughly chlorinated. Does the government think that British workers are doing so well that there's no need to heed international comparisons and progress officially? I would suggest it looks at the latest ONS figures for British women presently in the workplace. The ONS stark conclusion is that there are no areas of the modern British workplace across all its 9 economic groups where a substantial pay gap does not exist in favour of men, full-time or part-time, be it solicitors, factory workers, medical staff, with one exception, that is full-time receptionists, my lords, where women are paid slightly more than men. Women at work in this country are not enjoying equal pay and conditions. Certainly, they do need the opportunities and the active comparisons that our continuing closeness to our EU neighbours should present. My lords, I want this country to prosper and to meet its many challenges, and I accept that the decision to leave the EU is behind us. However much of a mistake I still consider it, But we need the strongest possible relationship with the European Union in order to prosper. So a stripped out withdrawal bill, weakened protections, a parliament sidelined, along with a highly unrealistic timetable for a transition period, all this could add up to, far from getting Brexit done, actually getting Britain done for.
My Lords, there seems to be a body of opinion on the Conservative benches that there's a great pressure group in this House to wreck this bill, to stop it and to destroy it and to stop it happening so that the 31st of January deadline cannot take place. I have to say, in my judgment, that is complete rubbish, and it would be far better if members on the government front bench and Conservatives joined us in scrutinising the bill properly, which is our function, and stop raising hairs that don't exist. We already have an extraordinary procedure. We're having 6 consecutive sitting days on this bill, which I've never seen before. That is a huge concession that's been made by the usual channels. But if we're not supposed to properly scrutinise it and perhaps revise it, why on earth are we going to spend 6 whole days discussing it? It's nonsense. So I believe that there is a general consensus of everybody in this House that the bill will pass at the end of next week and that we will do everything possible to assist in that happening. That doesn't mean that we don't have to do our job. And I have to say that one or two speakers, such as, well, I won't name them because I'm about to attack them, but one or two speakers have made the suggestion that the future of this House is in some way in danger if we do our job properly on this bill. That is bullying, and I don't react in a way to bullying that allows it to happen. There's only two ways to deal with bullies. One is to bully them back, which we don't have the option of doing here, and the other is to ignore it, and I suggest we just ignore that bullying. The noble Lord Cormac a long time ago said it's the will of the people we should leave, and that has been repeated by various people. But it was the noble Duke, the Duke of Somerset, who pointed out that less than 30% of people had voted for the Conservatives, and in practice, in 2017, the Conservatives got 43% and had a minority of 10 seats. In 2019, 1% more, 44%, and a majority of 80 seats. Well, as a Liberal, I could spend a long time ranting about the iniquities of what I consider to be our rotten and corrupt electoral system, but it's probably not relevant now. The fact is that whether some of us like it or not, the election was a landslide for the Conservatives as far as the House of Commons is concerned, and in practical terms, that is what matters. But the noble Lord Taylor of Holbeach said that our revising responsibilities are important, but we shouldn't do them this time. Well, if this House has an important revising function, surely it's the difficult times when we should make sure that we do it properly and not lie down and be bullied. In the House of Commons on the 9th of January, which I think was the third reading debate, Minister James Duddridge said, and I quote, "Just as we will be watching the House of Lords carefully next week, they have been watching us carefully during the bill's passage. They will have listened to the change in tone and seen the majorities by which votes were won," quite right. And he then said, "And I am sure that they will reflect on that in their deliberations, doing a proper job of scrutiny as part of the whole democratic process." That's the Minister in the Commons telling us to do a proper job of scrutiny. So I don't think that we should resile from that in any way. The noble Lord Cormac said that there is euphoria in the Commons. Well, I'm sure there's a euphoria in a majority of the Commons. A lot of MPs seem to me to be in a state of shock, not euphoria. Never mind. Out in the country, there are still a lot of angry people. And it is not the will of the people that Brexit should be done, as the noble Viscount said several times, Viscount Ridley. It's the will of half the people. The country is divided. There are angry people on both sides. A lot of people who think we should stay in the European Union are shocked. They cannot understand what has happened and why it's happening, and they are in a grieving process of the fact it's happening. And simply to be euphoric and triumphalist and print silly coins and organise triumphalist fiestas is not going to get anywhere. But on the other side, a lot of Leavers are still angry because they don't understand why we're still debating it at all. They don't understand why it's happened. And it's time, given that there's going to be a huge amount of news about it for at least another year and perhaps beyond, really the government needs to start telling people the truth about what is happening and why Brexit is not yet done.
My Lords, this bill opens the way for a Singapore-upon-Thames race to the bottom by deliberately removing the level playing field provisions designed to prevent the UK from undercutting the EU. It also fails to protect our communities from the dangers of future US land grabs on the health service from United States drug companies. Rather than Parliament taking back control, the bill aims to destroy Parliament's ability to hold the government to account as the negotiations proceed. My Lords, the EU will remain the biggest, richest single market in the world right on our doorstep, with 450 million people compared to the UK's 66 million. The EU accounts for half UK trade, but the UK accounts for less than a tenth of EU trade. The UK risks losing not only its membership of the EU's single market, but also around 70 highly advantageous EU deals with other countries, worth another 11% of our overall trade. The government's been trying to roll these over, but Japan, for example, has refused, confident it can extract better terms from London on its own than it has already with the much larger EU bloc. The bill removes also EU protections for the environment and consumers and workers' rights. By deleting these and other level playing field provisions, which the EU have indicated are essential for a deal, and discarding the opportunity under the latest withdrawal agreement for the UK and the EU to agree an extension before the 1st of July 2020, the bill also brings back the very real threat of a catastrophic no-trade deal at the end of the year. The hardline Brexiteers support such an outcome, but let them bear in mind that no country in the world trades on WTO terms alone without additional agreements, especially with their nearest neighbours. In just 11 months' time, and in the absence of a trade deal, the UK could find itself at the mercy of the EU in relation to their bilateral trading relationship. The refusal of the US to confirm the appointment of judges to the World Trade Organization Appeals Court means that from the 11th of December 2019, the WTO could no longer adjudicate on trade disputes. This puts the world at risk of a free trade, free-for-all, in which the largest blocs can use their economic weight to do as they wish. So if the UK felt that the EU was imposing vexatious trade barriers, for example, there'd be no legal redress for the British government through the WTO. A Canada-style free trade agreement favoured by Number 10 means little or nothing on services, which make up 80% of the UK economy and 45% of our exports. The EU, with which we have a trade surplus on services, would have no incentive at all to grant significant openings to the UK in a free trade agreement. That's because, under the WTO's rules, it could then be obliged to make similar offers to all third countries with which it already has bilateral free trade agreements. My Lords, as the former President of the European Commission, Donald Tusk, made clear in 2018, and I quote, "The EU cannot agree to grant the UK the rights of Norway with the obligations of Canada," which is exactly what the cake and eat it contingent surrounding the Prime Minister seem to expect. My Lords, if the UK do want to reach a deal, We have to recognise that this will need to be ratified by the parliaments of 27 individual EU member states and some regional bodies too. Trade is about trade-offs, and in fishing, for example, the UK will have to grant continued access to UK waters if our fishing communities also wish to maintain their lucrative access to sell into the European Union market, which is critical to the UK's fish processing industry. If regulatory divergence begins to occur, EU access would cease. EU producers, meanwhile, would continue to have unfettered access to the UK market in goods where the EU already has a huge surplus. My Lords, the Prime Minister insisted that for goods moving to and from Northern Ireland and Great Britain there'd be no forms, no checks, no barriers of any kind. My Lords, I'm reminded of Nye Bevan, and I quote, "If the Prime Minister's sincere in what he's saying, and he may be, then he's too stupid to be a Prime Minister." But I fear it's far worse than that, for there will indeed be checks and controls across the Irish Sea, with all sorts of dangerous uncertainties for the island of Ireland if there's no comprehensive deal at the end of this year or no amendment to the bill as is proposed.
Well on, Peter.
My Lord, it is a pleasure to follow Lord Hayne and the issues that he rightly raises about level playing fields. If I may, I'd like to touch on the one issue he didn't include in that list, which is the level playing field we currently enjoy as members of the European Union for animal welfare. And in this bill, there is an absence of a non-regression clause on animal welfare, which I fear will not only put our standards at risk, but seems to run counter to the very welcome pledges in the recent Conservative manifesto. And I'm concerned, given the political declaration, albeit non-binding, didn't explicitly mention animal welfare amongst the policy areas where a level playing field must be ensured in the future relationship between the UK and the EU. And I, like others, worry that the pressure to secure new trade deals will result in lower standards. And I echo comments of other colleagues who found the maiden speech of Lord Barwell so excellent, where he himself said that choices in one will affect choices in others. And of the 4 free trade agreements the government are committed to negotiate in parallel with the EU FTA, 3 have lower standards than ours: the USA, Australia and the Trans-Pacific Partnership. A non-regression clause in this bill would signal the high standards would be a minimum for those negotiations. And it's a particular concern if a free trade deal with the EU is not agreed and we end up with a no-deal exit. In that scenario, increased deregulatory pressures could lead to a race to the bottom, with cheaper farm animal imports to lower standards. And it's not just millions of our farm animals, it will also affect those animals used in research, given if we diverge from REACH, any product entering the UK will have to be tested twice, for the UK and then for EU authorisation. Now, Lord Taylor of Holbeach, who's not in his place, urged restraint on this House and for us to focus our attention on future legislation which has been promised. And I agree it's going to be important that we scrutinise those bills such as that on trade and agriculture. But it's quite clear, without a non-regression clause on animal welfare in this pivotal bill, then the ability of us to deliver high animal welfare standards in the future may well already be fatally flawed.
I rise, as others have done, to urge the Government to include a legal assurance in the European Union Withdrawal Bill that there will be no regression in relation to environmental standards as we withdraw from the EU and negotiate new trade agreements. And in doing this, I would like to remind your Lordships of my interests as recorded in the Register, in particular that I am Chair of the Adaptation Committee of the Committee on Climate Change. Others have already spoken on this issue, so I will be brief in adding my voice. As Baroness Parmenter has reminded us, we have and are very pleased to have heard many encouraging assurances. For example, in the Conservative Party manifesto commitment to ensure high standards of environmental protection, in the Queen's speech to protect and improve the environment for future generations through the Environment Bill, the intention to leave the environment in a better state than we found it, as set out in the 25-year Environment Plan, the intention in the new political declaration that the parties should uphold the common high standards applicable in the Union and the United Kingdom, at the end of the transition period in areas including environment. And in the Minister's response to the debate on this issue in the other place on the 8th of January, stating there will be no regression, but as Baroness Bakewell has reminded us, not indicating how this would be achieved. The health of our environment is critical to our health and well-being, to the productivity of our land, to our resilience to the unavoidable impacts of climate change, to our ability to reduce our emissions, for example, through all this tree planting that we're planning to do and through the growth of energy crops. And as Margaret Thatcher herself said in a speech to the Royal Society, the health of our economy and the health of our environment are totally dependent on each other. This is such an important issue for us and for future generations that I believe, as others do, that we need to go beyond encouraging assurances to legal certainty. And I have put my name to an amendment to this bill to provide that legal certainty. But I understand the desire that there shouldn't be amendments, so I ask the Noble Lord the Minister to ensure us that the government will provide such legal certainty so that the amendment will be unnecessary.
My Lords, we're now at a point where I hoped we would never get to, but we have. The electorate has endorsed the referendum in the last month, and therefore I believe we have no option but to pass this bill, and therefore I shall vote for it, although I shall do so holding my nose and gritting my teeth, and hope I don't do myself mischief in doing that. But whether Brexit turns out to be the golden dawn, as we're told it is, or not, and I hope it does, obviously for the sake of the nation, it depends very largely on the results of the next 12 months of implemented negotiations. And Lord Campbell of Pittenweem and Lord Bridges both referred to this matter. My Lords, for 3.5 years I've been asking questions on the floor of the House about the arrangements consequent to the government's fatal early announcement that we would leave the single market and the customs union. So let me ask these questions again, as I've never yet had a plausible answer. The government repeatedly tell us that they're looking for free trade solutions. But that totally ignores the basic fact that the European Union's trade arrangements are based on a common external tariff for a whole range of products, from manufactures to agricultural products, and I declare my interest in that field. The Noble Lord Barwell, in his notable opening speech, made the point that they're not going to change that policy of external tariffs just to suit our convenience. And this opens the dilemma of the horror of the free trade policy, where our markets are flooded by cheap imports from the outside world, whilst at the same time our exports to Europe have to jump their import tariffs. If, as they profess, the government does seek free trade agreements with the European Union, I fail to understand how we can have that without adopting their external tariff regime. In the past, I have advocated a version of the Norway arrangements, which it seems to me solves most of the problems, as well as the Northern Ireland problem, almost at a stroke, albeit with the well-known drawback of being somewhat semi-detached from the rules creation of the European Union. I have heard, though, in recent times, senior ministers speak of a version of the Canada arrangements, which is obviously a possible way to solve the tariff dilemma. And I hope we can hear more about that in the wind-up speeches. And so I ask the Noble Lord, in the wind-up, to give us an indication of how this dilemma of tariffs and free trades could be solved. I can't say that on previous form I'm hopeful of getting any sort of an answer, but I'm hoping for the best. Whilst I have considerable experience of negotiating within Europe, I fully understand, of course, the argument that one must preserve one's negotiating posture. But in this case, it is a matter of basic principles, not of negotiating detail. Traders up and down the country, contrary to what we heard in the opening speech from the front bench, have serious uncertainties about the future, and that should not be allowed to drag on for another year. The government must make it clear on what principles it is embarking in their trade policy over the next 12 months of negotiations.
My Lords, to me and my family, the 31st of January is going to be a very sad day, indeed heartbreaking. We've, for the last 50 years, been taking part in a project in which we've been getting rid of barriers, reducing the importance of frontiers, opening opportunities for travel, for study, for scientific collaboration. A wonderful programme. I'm not sure that anybody's come up with a better programme for Europe since the Roman Empire. And now we're getting off that particular programme altogether and leaving it to others to take it forward. I'm sure, incidentally, the Continentals will make a success of it, and my own view is that the Continentals will move forward much more successfully and more rapidly without us than they would have done if we'd still been part of the European Union. And that still raises the question, of course, as to how much influence we will have with them in that process. However, when people have said to me over the Christmas break in Lincolnshire, what do we do now, is remain really dead, and said, well, I've said, well, may not be dead forever, but the best policy would be to pretend that she was dead, at least for the next 10 years. No point at all in raking up the arguments of the last 3 or 4 years. And I accept the view that's been expressed by many people this evening, that this is an issue which falls within the ambit of the Salisbury-Addington Convention. And I think any of us who sit in this House have to be faithful to the, if you like, either unwritten or understood aspects of the British Constitution on the basis of which we sit here, and we cannot just decide unilaterally and suddenly without warning to break those understandings which are very important. I never felt there was much moral force in the referendum because of the terrible lies that were told by the Leave campaign, because of the breach of financial rules which would have resulted in a disqualification of the candidate in a parliamentary election. But the decision of the British people in the recent election is absolutely clear. That was a conscious and deliberate democratic decision by the British people. I regret it, of course, but at no point in denying that fact, and has been confirmed, of course, by the House of Commons voting on this bill already in the last week. So I think we have no choice in that matter. But I do think that it's very bizarre to think that that principle can protect matters which are not even mentioned in the Conservative Party manifesto. The issue of whether or not the government would be allowed, if they wanted to extend the period of negotiation for the new regime, that's not mentioned at all in the manifesto. So you can't possibly say that that falls within the ambit of the Salisbury-Addington Convention. And there it seems we should be more than entitled. We have a duty to look at the reality of that and the merits of that particular provision or proposal, which I think is very bizarre. Anybody who's ever engaged in any important negotiation knows the one thing you don't want to do is tell your opponent that you're in a terrible hurry. It also means you can't go in for certain ploys that can be useful sometimes in negotiations. You can't do a walkout for 2 or 3 weeks, which might be a thing you wanted to do. You can't try and halt proceedings while you undertake a study of a particular subject that's come up, which might be very much in the national interest to do so. It doesn't make any sense, any practical or any tactical sense whatever, what the government are now proposing. Unfortunately, it will create, however, the worst possible suspicion about British good faith. The feeling will be that, Mr Johnson now, after all, wants his hard Brexit, and he's created an excuse to choose it. I don't know whether that's the truth or whether it isn't, but it's so unfortunate those suspicions should be created. My Lords, we have to look forward, of course, and see what does happen what could happen in the far distant future. I really don't know, but the idea that Remain would be excluded, that our membership of the European Union would be excluded forever, is of course quite absurd. We shall be living next door to our continental neighbours forever, for the rest of time. and we shall need to collaborate with them far more closely than ever. Most people would agree with that, economically, environmentally, in matters of law and order, and terrorism and strategic threats and so forth. It would be absurd to exclude the possibility of creating or recreating a European Union such as we now have, maybe a much more successful one. And that's something which we have to think about. As I said, over the next 10 years, we won't do anything about it over that period, no doubt. But the future cannot be possible. Of course, it cannot be predetermined. But it would be quite wrong to say that that is excluded ab initio. And I rather think it's very likely that we may come back to that solution. There's one thing that strikes me as very worrying in what's been said in the debate today. The government is so excited about the prospect of having different regulations to the continent, expressing our sovereignty and our new freedom and so forth. This, I'm afraid, I have to tell noble lords opposite, is a poison mushroom. Don't touch it. If you bring that in, you will destroy British manufacturing industry. No one will ever invest in a manufacturing plant in this country designed to sell not merely in this market but in the rest of the single market if they don't know what the regulatory framework is going to be, and if it could change arbitrarily and diverge between us and the continent. And you would find you'd do enormous damage to this country if you went down that route. That's a word of very sincere warning.
My Lords, I'd like to make some short comments about a number of issues. But first of all, one of the things I would like to do is to very much congratulate the Noble Lord Lord Kenall and the staff of the EU Committee for having put together an extremely authoritative, objective report around the Withdrawal Agreement and the future relationship. And those members that haven't read it, then please do. One of the things that really struck me that came out of it, I have not been that much involved in the Northern Ireland aspects of it, but what is quite clear is that Northern Ireland is going to be separate from the rest of Great Britain. I mean, it's just there. And I hear the Minister say that the manifesto and the Prime Minister have assured us that's not the case. They've already signed the deal. I mean, it's there. The division down the Irish Sea is there. And I was there when the civil servants corrected the Secretary of State to say that paperwork had to take place. It was there. And no wonder the Northern Ireland parties are particularly upset around that issue. However, having said that, and I always try to be positive, is that I very much welcome the fact that there will continue to be a single energy market within the island of Ireland, which is within the agreement as I understand it. So I very much welcome that. The thing that really surprises me, though, about this agreement is this matter that we've debated a number of times already, which is the fact that we are going to put in legislation the fact that we are not going to extend the period of withdrawal, the interim period. And it seems to me, quite obviously, that we're putting ourselves in exactly the same situation as we did when we declared Article 50 without a plan, in that we immediately put the power into the other party, the European Union. But at that time, they must have said, yippee, everything is on our side. And that is going to be the case this time. We have given away our flexibility and we have set a deadline that can only work against us. I don't understand that. Lord Butler, I was interested to hear, praise the Prime Minister for having got a new deal when it was predicted he wouldn't so quickly. But the reason was because he accepted a deal that was already on the table some years before from the European Union, their preferences. So, are we going to have yet a repeat of history in that way as well? And one of the areas that concerns me particularly, an area I've been involved in, both in committee work but also in terms of regulation and when I was in the European Parliament, is one of fisheries. I come from the southwest. Big promises have been made to the fishing industry. Lord Hayne mentioned it as a subject and others have done as well. And yet, to me, the fact that we have to, or we're expected to, conclude a fisheries agreement in July this year, with a deadline for the overall agreement not far after that, means the two are absolutely inevitably entwined. There will be either trade-off or there will be submission. Now, I suspect my fisheries colleagues down in the southwest already expect to be sold out, as they have been in the past. But I really ask the government, how will it assure that that will not happen to the industry this time? Can I just say one thing quickly about chemicals industry? My committee, the EU Environment and Energy Subcommittee, looked at REACH and all of that side, and I would ask the Minister to make sure, in the sort of bird's eye view that he has of the silos that sometimes occur in Whitehall, to make sure that DEFRA and BEIS, who both have responsibility for that industry, DEFRA in terms of regulations and the REACH chemical regulations, make sure that that industry, which is our second largest manufacturing industry in the United Kingdom, is actually treated very carefully in terms of regulation. There is still great concern in that area. And lastly, I just want to refer to Part 3 of this withdrawal bill, which is around citizens. But, you know, there's not one clause in there about UK citizens. It's all about EU27 citizens, and I welcome most of that. But one of the biggest failures of the government is that UK citizens in the 27 do not have freedom of movement. They will be kept, that right is kept within individual member states, and to me that is a major failure of negotiation. And what I want to see also is for UK citizens to be recognised in this bill and not sold out as they have been so far.
My Lords, not too long ago, many members in this House and I spoke passionately on both sides of this very same debate. We, like the other place, were divided and nothing got done, continuing the tradition of the past 4 years. Before us today is a simple choice. Fulfil the promise Parliament made in 2016 to respect the democratic will of the British people, or to once again frustrate the delivery of Brexit. We all know from conversations we've had with colleagues and following the debates that there is a broad range of views in this place on Brexit. However, I believe we are all unified in our respect for British democracy and the shared desire to solve the many issues Britain faces as it moves into a new decade. For this reason, I stand here today with genuine optimism for Britain's future and the democracy we hold so dear. During the general election campaign, I travelled across the country campaigning up to Bolton and Bury, down to St Ives in Cornwall, and many constituencies in between. The mood and message was the same: sheer exasperation and a desire to move the country forward. The British people had been tasked with sorting out the mess that Parliament had created over Brexit. So on a cold December day, they came out and did just that. Today, the European Union Withdrawal Agreement Bill is brought before us by the Commons and presented by a government with a resounding mandate given to them by the British people to deliver Brexit. Many, like myself, were surprised by the result of the recent general election. The past few years had dampened our optimism. But whatever your views on Brexit, or how you voted in the referendum back in June 2016, the British people's democratic will is crystal clear. We must listen, vote in favour of this bill and deliver Brexit. In past debates, I called for this place to support this deal. Today my message is the same. It is a good deal for the country and marks out a way forward for us to move forward Brexit and begin healing the divisions of this country and fix our divided Parliament. However, we mustn't ignore those who still passionately believe that we should not leave the European Union. We must take them along with us in the common purpose to ensure Britain succeeds. But to do that, first we must deliver the result of the referendum and listen to the will of the British people who are tired of the merry-go-round that is Brexit. It is only then that we can begin to heal as a nation and mend our broken Parliament. My Lords, this bill is the start of a new and exciting chapter for this country. Of course, there remain hugely important negotiations ahead about the shape of the UK's future relationship with the European Union. But we must now embrace this opportunity for Parliament to tackle with fresh enthusiasm Brexit and other real issues facing many of our communities that have taken a back seat for the last 4 years: the NHS, policing, crime and security, education, housing, welfare and adult social care services, transport and infrastructure, and rebalancing our economy. We must find solutions to these issues of real importance to the day-to-day lives of people living across this country. The passing of this bill will empower us to move forward on these issues undistracted as we have been since the referendum. There are opportunities for Britain to reaffirm old friendships and forge new partnerships across the globe. We have a unique opportunity to redefine our role on the world stage. Not only should we reaffirm our bond with our European neighbours, working to forge a new UK-European relationship, but also to reconnect with our cousins in the Commonwealth. These historic ties need to be renewed, and for Britain to again stand alongside our friends on the world stage against the challenges the 21st century and this new decade holds. This debate has corroded our democracy and damaged faith in our institutions. It is time for us to get off the Brexit merry-go-round. This deal does just that. Let's unleash Britain's potential, and I make no apologies for saying, let's get Brexit done.
Yeah. My Lords, I have no intention of trying to hold up this bill, but I think it is a pig in a poke. I want to talk about workers' rights. Even the weakest possible assurances on workers' rights, which were in the first draft of the bill before the general election, have been taken out. And during second reading in the Commons, it was stated by one MP they've had their chance, but they decided to play party politics as an explanation as to why workers' rights were excised from this bill. Now, I'm not naive enough to think that workers' rights haven't always been a political pawn. Some of us will remember waiting for more than a decade for a single directive on workers' rights to be enacted in the UK. And when I was a member of the European TUC executive, we dealt with a whole raft of rights, including part-time workers, maternity rights, rights to bank holidays. Trade unionists in the UK then waited and waited until the election of a Labour government, when Tony Blair fulfilled his promise to adopt all the delayed directives. So I know they are used as a political tool, but for those of us who spent their whole working lives defending workers, it is also about human rights and the dignity of work, and about adhering to the principles of the International Labour Organisation. So it isn't just about playing party politics. The government has said that a separate employment bill will be brought forward on a timetable yet to be announced, which will, among other things, protect and enhance workers' rights as the UK leaves the EU. But in answer to a question on the 22nd of October last year, the Prime Minister said about workers' rights, people will need reassurance. There can be no regression. That's great on the face of it, but both the Prime Minister and Home Secretary have previously commented on the burden of EU employment and social legislation. And in his introduction to last week's second reading, the Prime Minister said, this will be with no alignment on EU rules. So the government suggested it is all right to drop workers' rights from the bill because we can have higher standards than the EU members. But as Ruth Cadbury MP pointed out, the EU sets minimum standards for workers' rights. There is only one reason to remove minimum standards, and that is because you want to fall below them. As we know, a Labour amendment seeking to prevent the reduction of workers' rights after the implementation period was defeated. I accept that this is the political reality, but I am not at all reassured by the government statements, sometimes contradictory and always vague. The proposals do not satisfy the TUC test of maintaining workers' existing rights and establishing a level playing field so that British workers' rights do not fall behind those of other European workers. I'm also concerned, as is the TUC, that Clause 26 would allow lower courts to ignore previous rulings from the European Court of Justice that UK workers and trade unions had benefited from. I understand that this is subject to consultation with the judiciary, but I see it as potentially a significant weakening of labour rights. In conclusion, my Lords, before I referred this bill as a pig in a poke, I thought I should check its appropriateness with Brewer's Dictionary of Phrase and Fable. The reference is to a common trick in days gone by of substituting a cat for a sucking pig and trying to palm it off on greenhorns. The French call it to buy a cat in a pocket. Well, I'm not a greenhorn, my Lords, and this bill is a pig in a poke.
My Lords, I must declare an interest as somebody who lives and works in France a lot of the time. My aim today is to give a voice for the UK citizens in the EU who have been really totally ignored by this bill. Lord Calnan said in his introduction that it protects the rights of citizens. But my noble friend Lord Teverson says it quite correctly that it's disgraceful how little time has been spent on the debate about UK citizens in the EU. This bill has diminished rights, it's removed rights, for example, to live and work anywhere in the EU, and many rights are now uncertain, for example, pension upgrades. We have, my noble friend Lady Hamley and I, an amendment down to try and improve this situation. Now, I've had some criticism about this shouldn't be done in the Lords. I'm sorry noble Lord Forsyth isn't in his place, because I could give him a good reason why it should be. And that's because nothing about UK citizens' rights in the EU was even debated in the Commons last week, not even mentioned. The amendment wasn't even allowed. So, if there's been no debate about their issues in the elected chamber, we really have to do our duty and talk about it here. Maybe that's because the government thought that actually that it's all rich retirees that are living in the EU. But the Office of National Statistics figures show that that's certainly not the case. 2/3 of people living in the EU are between 15 and 64. They're students and they're working people working at normal jobs. And of the third remainder that are retirees, they are certainly not particularly well off. And whether or not they get a pension upgrade will be a matter of really severe concern to them. And especially as many of them paid into their pension pots in this country for their entire lives, went abroad perhaps in 2010 and suddenly now find that the contract they had with the government about their pensions isn't to be honoured. I wonder if the government's even got a current list of EU member states' intentions to recognise qualifications on a reciprocal basis, because that again is extremely important to working people. Does the government have accurate numbers even of exactly how many UK citizens there are in the EU? Because the UN seem to say there are 1.22 million. The Office of National Statistics said there were 784,900. But a rather good article in the Independent newspaper on the 7th of May last year showed that actually the ONS statistics are a bit dubious, and the fact is maybe the government has no idea what the numbers actually are. So my amendments on this bill will focus on the pensions upgrade and also the matter of health and the fact of health cover, which is of great concern, and I won't go into that now because I will move those in committee. Of course, reciprocal agreements, if they'd been done on a bilateral basis much earlier on by this government, could have answered many of these issues. And I understand the standoff between the UK and the Commission at that point, but actually the government could have pursued it, and this would no longer be an issue. What we've got is individuals who are at absolute best at the moment can continue life but they can't progress. They can't get a job, they can't get a promotion, they can't get a new mortgage, they can't get additional health cover because of all the uncertainties. Now, we've heard that the government has a huge mandate, and it's therefore, in my opinion, that should be secure enough to actually rise above some sort of petty politics of not letting the Lords have any amendments, and be able to admit that some of the Lords' amendments are fair, just and a good idea.
Yeah, very good. 3.5 long years, my Lords. At last, we have a withdrawal bill that has passed through the Commons, and we have it before us now. I'm going to speak briefly, of course, about how we came to this position, this huge delay, and I'll sum it up with one word. It gives me no pleasure, but the word I'll use is disdain. I think referendums are a shocking idea. I'm broadly opposed to them. But Parliament, this House, as well as the other one, voted for one. And the matter of Brexit has consumed this place, and indeed Parliament, ever since I was introduced here just over 4 years ago. First, before the referendum, those that supported leave were laughed at by the majority in this House. I was heckled. I was told nobody heckled in the House of Lords. I was heckled for being so presumptuous as to speak up for leaving. And then we had the referendum. And there were shocked faces here that the stupid public had not listened to the wise words of people in this House and indeed elsewhere. Then after the 2017 general election, with a government that was floundering, Parliament looked down its collective nose at the silly people, and they were told why they had voted to leave, and told how wrong and how stupid they were. But none of us can see inside another individual and determine why that individual voted in a particular way. So please, let us not patronise people and tell them what they think. Now, the last House of Commons behaved, in my opinion, in a disgraceful manner. People that I respected, such as Oliver Letwin, and indeed counted as friends, reneged on manifesto commitments and set out to thwart the process of leaving the EU and passing, for, amongst other things, that dreadful Benn Amendment. Parliament showed disdain for the people's vote, contempt for the people of this country. Now, this House, unelected, unaccountable, where self-awareness is in astonishingly short supply, the members of this House overwhelmingly opposed the outcome of the referendum. Some of your lordships openly saying they wanted to stop the process, disdaining the foolish little people. Well, my lords, the little people, too, can show disdain. Disdain for a Marxist-led party with no real policy on Brexit. I don't know why the Honourable Lady is smiling, because that's what she had and that's the party to which she belongs. The election was about more than one issue, of course, but the people of Sedgefield, Workington and the North showed what they thought. Disdain for the party that, and I wish this were my original joke, should be prosecuted under the Trade Descriptions Act, but who still sit here, pontificating, with 8 times more peers than they have members of the House of Commons. And they still want to tell the country what to do. But there was a general election, and it's a little bit, I'm reminded of the Japanese soldiers that emerged 20 years after the end of the Second World War from the jungle, believing the fight was still on. And then there were those that fought for different parties or fought as independents, some of whom, again, I respected and liked. Chaka Amuna fought in Westminster, and I very much hope there will be an explanation of quite how much the literature costs that came tumbling through my door, because I tell you what, it was a lot more than most people afford on £15,000 or whatever. But this disdain that the British people showed has led to something much worse. Disdain of the people for Parliament and contempt for the democratic process. Now, we need to win back some respect, to earn some respect. Noble lords should know that both in the Commons and in the country we will earn yet further disdain if in this House in any way tries to obstruct the will of the people. And it's not just Rebecca Long-Bailey who's calling for the abolition of the House of Lords, but some Conservatives as well. I would oppose that, not just for personal interests, because I think this House has a valuable revising purpose. But for those who still are opposed to this process of leaving the EU, I would say accept it with a good grace and let us all work together to restore the reputation of this House, of Parliament as a whole, and of our parliamentary democracy.
Yeah. So I'm sorry I have to follow the noble lord, because I do feel that he's lowered the tone of the debate with a chamber that up until now has been doing a proper role of scrutiny, which is what we're here for and what I think we are all renowned and confident that we can do well. And as I say, I'm sorry that he's lowered the tone. But, my lords, I would like to, as other noble lords have done, speak primarily about raising our concerns about the exclusion of the environmental clauses, which we spent many, many happy hours crafting and agreeing in the 2018 Withdrawal Agreement. And I very much regret that I have to raise these concerns again, as they received considerable cross-party support at the time around the House, as well as the eventual approval of ministers. So why are they no longer in this legislation, and why have the government now backtracked on that deal? My lords, of course, I do accept that the Conservative manifesto contains promises to legislate to ensure high standards of environmental protection. And indeed, this was repeated in the Commons debate on this bill, where the Minister, James Duddridge, stated, quote, "We will maintain and uphold high standards for workers, consumers and the environment." But he went on to say, "We do not have to follow EU rules to achieve that. We can do it on our own." But, my lords, our history shows that we haven't been very good at doing it on our own. This is why, over the years, we have had to rely on EU directives to clean up our water, our waste, our air, our soil, and it's why we've had to rely on the 527 EU regulations to set strong standards for the environment. And this is why something like 80% of UK environmental legislation is derived from the EU. So, my lords, doing it on our own remains a big challenge. And whilst there is, of course, a cautious welcome for the government's commitment on the environment, there does remain considerable concern amongst environmental and animal charities about what the future holds. And this has been fuelled by the decision of the government to remove these environmental clauses from the bill. This is why we are tabling an amendment that will reinsert the principle of non-regression of environmental standards into the bill. This will be a legally binding commitment to non-regression to protect current and future generations against weakening environmental standards. And, my lords, it will ensure that the government doesn't take its eye off the ball and let standards fall behind through either neglect or default. My lords, as we've heard, when this was debated last week in the Commons, the Minister said that, quote, "The underlying point is there will be no regression." But, my lords, if this is the case, why are the government so reluctant to have this clause in the bill? And if it's their intention to legislate separately on environmental standards in the Environment Bill, can the Minister confirm that a specific non-regression clause will be included in that bill? And what mechanism does the Minister envisage for regularly updating that environmental legislation in future years to ensure that it remains relevant and becomes the world leader to which the government aspires? My lords, there are other consequences to diverging from established EU environmental rules. The European Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen, warned last week that any new trade deal giving tariff and quota-free access to the single market would come with strings attached. She specified that Britain would have to agree a level playing field on workers' rights and the environment. So, if we're serious about a comprehensive new trade deal with the EU,
we may well find that we have to match their environmental standards as well. And, my Lords, clearly UK businesses are not going to welcome two sets of rules, one set for the UK market and another set for the EU export market. So can the Minister confirm in his response that we do accept the need to follow EU environmental standards and that any other provision in the environmental bill will be at least as good as those provided for by the EU? And can he confirm that the Government do indeed intend to take forward their commitment on non-regression of environmental standards in that bill? I look forward to his response.
My Lords, my contribution this evening will be more about what is not in the bill than what is in it. Also, with so many speeches, I'm bound to be repeating what someone has or will say. Let me also make it clear that I will be supporting the second reading of this bill, respecting as I do, and as many others do, the Salisbury Convention and the large majority in the elected chamber. But of course I have a track record of one of those involved in the preparation of what became Article 50 of the Treaty of Lisbon. I remember in 2002 moving an amendment to oblige the EU to enter into a contemporaneous future trade agreement with a departing state. I believe that had it passed, some of our present uncertainty regarding relations with our EU neighbours might have been alleviated. But that is history. Now, my Lords, what I believe is important, though of course trade is important, but what concerns me most is in the field of security and law enforcement, where I have the greatest fears. I spent much of my 17 years in the European Parliament as spokesman for the Conservatives on this subject, and I was involved directly or indirectly with all the agreements resulting in the European Arrest Warrant, the Schengen Information System, the European Criminal Records Agency, anti-money laundering, joint investigation teams, and passenger name records, as well as the Data Protection Regulation, and, of course, with Europol. In the case of PNR, I was the rapporteur for that measure, which took no less than 8 years to agree. My Lords, all of these areas of EU agreement and involvement are vital to our ongoing security, and some of the most important are only workable for us if data can be exchanged in real time. They are all subject to the ultimate involvement currently of the ECJ, the European Data Protection Supervisor, and the Charter of Fundamental Rights, which we are declared, as I understand it, to be leaving. Our ministers say they are looking to negotiate a comprehensive new security agreement with the EU in the transition period. But we and they cannot escape the simple fact that we will be a third country and of a status which will not permit us, even if there is a cooperative approach, to benefit as of now, especially in the real-time exchange of data. That position, enjoyed now, with PNR, for example, we have evidence, has prevented a large number of terrorist and criminal attacks on this country already. Negotiating a continuation will be virtually impossible, and other countries have tried this. Switzerland and Norway have to make individual applications for database access. It's certainly not automatic or in real time. The United States of America does not have access to EU databases, and each association agreement to be part of crime detection takes years to secure. Also, Switzerland, Norway and Liechtenstein only get a certain amount of cooperation, but they, of course, are either members of Schengen, the single market, or they're prepared to accept the provisions and regulations of the EU Data Protection Regulation. I do hope our ministers and those appointed as negotiators with the EU also adopt a pragmatic, friendly, understanding and positive approach that I fear perhaps is still to be demonstrated following the altercations and the polarisation of politics in this country recently. Bullying neighbours, of course, would be a disastrous approach and would deny us the chance to maintain those arrangements without any gaps or diminution of security, which is so vital to our interests. My Lords, as I consider our present situation, I have to add that perhaps our greatest failure, especially by those of us who have believed in Europe and our membership of the EU, is that we have failed over a long period of time to underline and pronounce what has been an ever-increasing and leading role of our country in EU institutions. This was especially true after the Velvet Revolutions and the arrival in the EU of the former Soviet satellite states that prized their new restored independence as much as we have always done, and looked to Britain as it enhanced its reputation by supporting them and their new democracies. Now we are withdrawing from the EU. Let us at least ensure that we retain as many benefits of our historic membership and relationships as we can, whilst appreciating that things can never be the same again.
Great. Good.
My Lords, I would very much echo the basic thrust of what the noble Lord Kirkhope of Harrogate has just said. My Lord, if it is true that on the doorsteps of Widnes and Wakefield the election reflected a frustration which only Mr. Dominic Cummings was able to put his finger on, with the second of his brilliant pieces of mendacity, get Brexit done. This may, of course, itself turn out to be a false prospectus. And if it does, what is going to be the position in a year's time when the same people on the same doorsteps of Widnes and Wakefield see that it was a misleading slogan, the second misleading slogan? Get Brexit done, implying an almost overnight magic solution, was an even bigger fib than was, quote, take back control. As if we're going to take back control in Widnes of the multinational corporation, of Google, of how workers could get some countervailing power with the world of China, the United States, and so on. I'm also rather doubtful if it was put to the citizens of Widnes and Wakefield. Of course, you'd much rather transform Britain into the Singapore of Europe, would you not? I don't think they'd all say, well, what's all that about? So, well, let me tell you a bit about Singapore, how Singapore works. Of course, it's a slogan. And the trouble is that life is now in this country, social media comes into this, getting a bigger remove between what we have slaved to do in the trade union movement with weekend schools trying to talk about how world market share depends on having a better value-added performance along the line of what they do in Sweden and so on. All of those things, we had a lot of this successfully transformed in the Labour Party and the TUC in 1988 by the famous occasion of Jacques Delors. It is very, very difficult as time goes by to counter the new right slogans when it is easy for people to think that this sort of quasi-proto-nationalism is what chimes with them, just like support for the local football club. And so we have a major problem of how we are going to avoid further disillusionment. Only last week we have seen the beginnings of the unravelling of the idea that all this can be sorted out this year. I don't know whether the noble Lord the Minister can confirm this or not, but it's said by a well-informed journalist on The Spectator, his name is Mr. James Forsyth, that a week ago there was a Cabinet committee that decided that, in fact, we would not be able to sort all this out this year, and that we would therefore have the gloss on this commitment that they needed to be selective and the deal would be far more focused on goods than services. And to come to the punchline in the Spectator article, quotes, the tight Brexit deadline will be met, but crucially, not all the Brexit deal needs to be agreed by then. We can do this in stages, said one Cabinet source. That will kill off any talk of a cliff edge. That's not what the President of the Commission has agreed to. We are selling make-believe, or my noble friend Van Eston, he called a pig in a poke. And I think this is becoming absolutely undeniable. I think George Orwell would have been proud of the doublethink. Finally, we're told that we've got to fly the Union Jack at the end of this month. The Union Jack is a flag being torn up by Boris Johnson. The scenario that is quite plausible, increasingly plausible, as my noble friend Lord Darling has touched on, about what could happen in Scotland, would mean the St Andrews flag would go, we would break up the United Kingdom. So this is what happens to when you play the nationalist card and start talking about the flying of the Union Jack.
It's a pleasure to follow the noble Lord, Lord Lee, and I would like to add my congratulations to the noble Lords, Lord Mann and my noble friend Lord Barwell on their brilliant maiden speeches. My lords, in the words of Charles Darwin, it is not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but the one most responsive to change. The easy passage of this bill through the other place clearly signals changed parliamentary reality, as the British people supported the offer to get Brexit done. So we in this House must change our approach. We are leaving the EU on the 31st of January, and this legislation is required in order to ensure a period of time to adjust, at least until the end of 2020. In line with the Salisbury Convention and election promises, we must not frustrate the timetable. So it seems we must give the government the benefit of the doubt, and I will be willing us to succeed. As the House knows, I deeply regret that we have lost the argument on our future relationship. I will not be celebrating on the 31st of January, but I accept it. In line with Martin Luther King's wise observation, we must accept finite disappointment, but live in infinite hope. So, my lords, my participation in this debate is in the spirit of hope. During committee, I will point out where I consider the legislation ideally needs amending, as is the normal scrutiny role we are here to perform. But if ministers reject the amendments, this House will not prevail. So in that event, I must hope that the EU withdrawal can move forward successfully without the changes. What else do I hope for? I hope the Brexit ushered in by this bill will not disappoint those who voted for it, and the application processes for settled status will not cause distress to EU citizens living and working in the UK. And I hope Brexit will not undermine UK manufacturing success or jeopardise jobs that depend on our integrated supply chains. I hope, in line with so many pre-election assurances, it will not mean a border down the Irish Sea or threaten the unity of our United Kingdom. As the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Leeds and other noble lords so powerfully expressed, I hope too that this legislation will not lead to a sidelining of parliamentary scrutiny, with the Joint Committee and ministers overriding Parliament, nor to a no-deal Brexit at the end of 2020, for want of allowing time to conclude the complex negotiations about our future relationship. I sincerely hope leaving the EU will bring a better future for the UK and greater freedom of trade and global interaction. But I must confess to being completely unable to see how all this will be achieved. So I must also hope that I am wrong and the Brexit supporters are right. The Prime Minister says he wants us to remain close friends and partners, and I wholeheartedly agree. Let us hope we can continue to live in peace on our continent, as we have done for so long since last century's devastating wars and troubles. My lords, the result of the election was decisive, but I hope it won't be divisive. I implore the government to reach out to those who are devastated or fearful of leaving the EU. Reach out across our country, across the regional, political, social and generational divides. The government intends to get on with improving life outside the southeast and our prosperous cities, especially for the north, and wants to create opportunities and improve living standards for all citizens of one nation, Britain. I hope that the government will bring us together, all our 4 countries. We are a wonderful nation. Together we have achieved so much. As we pass this bill and leave the EU, I do hope we will continue to succeed together long into the future.
My Lords, my little friend Baroness Donaghy was absolutely right. We are in a classic pig in the poke situation. Another analogy might be indeed Alice in Wonderland. It is unbelievable that we are having to seal our departure from the European Union before we know what it is that we're going to put in its place. It's the height of political irresponsibility. It underlines that the gravity of the responsibilities which fall on this House to refuse to be stampeded into a rubber stamping exercise and to ensure that scrutiny takes place properly is vital. My Lords, I just want very quickly to illustrate just how extensive the list of work is going to be. Trade and finance. What are we going to do about trade and finance? Northern Ireland. We no longer have the European Charter. We no longer have that underlining of equivalence in the relationship between the 2 communities. How are we going to ensure the well-being and the security of the Irish people as a whole? Workers' rights, as we've heard argued already, and trade unions. Are we really going to enhance workers' rights, not just maintain them? What are the specific arrangements we're going to have in place? Higher education. What is going to be the implication, not only in terms of exchange of students and the rest, but also the quality of our education? Because, of course, the quality of our higher education is related to the international community, which makes that higher education. Refugees, and I'm sure my noble friend Lord Doves will have more to say about this in a moment or two. But what about refugees? What are the specific arrangements that are going to be made? How are we going to guarantee the well-being of these vulnerable children who are before our eyes every day of the year? And what about family reunions in this context as a vital part of their well-being? What about the whole issue of climate change and environment? What are going to be the specific arrangements to ensure that we maintain, at least maintain, European standards, but build on them in fulfilling our role on both the environment and also, of course, in relationship to environment, climate change? And I was fascinated to hear the remarks by the noble Lord Kirkhope, with all his experience, because on security, it's really quite frightening if we do not have very specific arrangements in place. And what are these to be? What about the European arrest warrant? And then, of course, the overriding issue, which I think is deeply troubling for many people, is the issue of the rights of European citizens in Europe, in Britain in the future, and indeed the rights of British people who went to work and live in the European Union in the confidence of being European citizens. What is going to happen to ensure their well-being? The specific arrangements. We hear all the generalisations, we hear all the promises about how these things will be put in hand, but what are the arrangements to be? My Lords, the workload and the challenge to this House, if it have any meaning at all as an institution, cannot be overemphasised. We have a terrific task ahead of us, and we've got to avoid, as I said earlier, being stampeded into a superficial rubber stamping exercise.
Very good. Very good.
My Lords, as noble Lords consider this bill over the next week or so, I hope that the spirit that guides them will be respect for the will of the people. We've now heard their voice 3 times, first in the referendum, secondly in the 2017 general election, and now most emphatically in last month's general election. As my noble friend Viscount Ridley reminded us, the people of this country want us to get Brexit done. I've said before in your Lordship's House that there is much about the withdrawal agreement that I dislike. But this bill has my complete support because it does one thing really well. It achieves our departure from the EU. My Lords, I'll make just 3 brief points. First, I unequivocally support Clause 33, which prohibits an extension of the implementation period beyond 31 December this year. We most certainly want an agreement with the EU, but we must not take forever over it. A time limit with an implicit no deal outcome, if the deadline is not met, should concentrate minds. The most damaging part of last year's parliamentary manoeuvres was the removal of the option of no deal. We ceded control of the agenda to the EU. Now, fortunately, the other place came to its senses and allowed the general election to proceed, and that has now empowered the government to leave the EU in the way that the government think fit, including with no deal in the mix. And as an aside, my Lords, I absolutely love Clause 36 of this bill, which removes both the Benn Act and the Cooper-Letwin Act from the statute book. They were stains on the history of Parliament and are best erased. My second point is that it is right that this withdrawal agreement bill does not include the unnecessary appendages inserted in the previous version in the vain hope of getting the bill through Parliament. I particularly support the removal of parliamentary engagement in the details of the long-term arrangement with the EU. The government's majority in the other place means that those in Parliament who do not like the negotiations will have little effective power in any event. The important thing is that unnecessary parliamentary processes would drain the energy and resources of ministers and the civil servants involved. And we need them to work flat out to deliver the long-term agreement and not be distracted en route. Now, of course, Parliament can continue to hold the government to account in the usual way, but I hope that select committees in both houses, and I include your Lordship's EU Select Committee, will be proportionate in their demands of ministers for reports on progress. My last point is how your Lordship's House handled this bill. I will always defend your Lordship's role in scrutiny of legislation. That has become more important over the last 20 years as the procedures in the other place have diminished their ability to scrutinise effectively. But the next 2 weeks, my Lords, should not be used to replay the battles which have already been fought and lost, including when this bill was scrutinised in the other place last week. Over the last couple of years, this House has been an uncompromising supporter of Remain and has thereby demonstrated how completely unrepresentative of opinion in Britain as a whole it has become. Noble Lords have a choice. They can be a last stand for Remain and produce large majorities for amendments which they know will be rejected in the other place, or they can revert to their traditional, more modest role of improving the effectiveness of legislation. My Lords, constitutional reform was included in the government's manifesto. The shape and intent of that reform could well be determined by how this House handles this bill. My Lords, I wish this bill a safe and speedy passage to royal assent, and I look forward to 11 p.m. on the 31st of January, when this wonderful country can regain its freedom from the EU.
My Lords, can I assure my good friend Baroness Noakes that as far as I'm concerned, the argument about trying to stop Brexit is over and done with as a result of the general election. However, before she gets carried away with her arrogance on this subject, I would gently remind her that the Conservative share of the vote in the general election went up by 1.3%. 1.3%. They got a majority of 80 because of the way our electoral system works, and I think this makes again the case for a consideration of electoral reform, which I've supported for the last 40 years. Now, I also agree with Lord Kerr that we should not be trying to put forward amendments that in any way threaten the deadline of January the 31st. But we should exercise our proper role of scrutiny on this bill. What's happened for me is heartbreaking, but there's also a certain sense of relief about it, and I agree with Lord Bridges about that. My main concern now is that there's hardly any debate, and there has been hardly any debate, on the post-Brexit future for Britain in Europe and the world, and this debate has hardly begun. January the 31st, 2020 marks the end of an epoch that began on July the 31st, 1961, when Harold Macmillan announced that the government had decided to apply for membership of the EEC. Over Christmas, I read Lord Hennessey's wonderful book, The Winds of Change. And what struck me about it was when Macmillan took his decision, how much thought and analysis went into it. Where is the grand design that he personally wrote as Prime Minister about Britain's future now when we're facing the future of Brexit? I don't see it, and I think that the government is simply going to stumble along. What we're facing is the prospect, at best, of a bare-bones trade deal this autumn. And a bare-bones deal, let's be clear now, is a hell of a bad deal for Britain. It's bad for manufacturing because it doesn't guarantee frictionless trade. Getting rid of quotas and tariffs doesn't guarantee frictionless trade when you have problems like regulatory standards and rules of origin. It's bad for the false promises that have been made to the fishing industry. The EU is going to demand access to our waters in return for having fish sold on the continent, our fish sold on the continent. And it's bad for UK services, whose voice is going to struggle to be heard in the mad rush to agree something by December 2020. It's rather like 1914. We're going to be the victim of an artificial timetable, and it's going to end us in a very bad place. Now, where does this leave pro-Europeans like me? Nothing is going to make me abandon my belief in a united Europe in which Britain plays its full part. Absolutely nothing. This may be a matter for future generations, but let's be clear, internationalism and European unity are as relevant to today's world in the 2020s and beyond as they were in the 1950s. Yeah, absolutely right. Now, the Conservatives are making themselves very clearly into the party of English nationalism. They're losing in Scotland, abandoned Northern Ireland, they're left with populist English nationalism. Now, on our side of the House, we've suffered a devastating defeat in this election. We have to remake and rebuild our party in a completely new and different way. But let us be certain about this. We must remake ourselves as the party of Europe, confident in our view that the only route to economic and social progress at home in this country is by working in partnership with our European friends to tackle the multiple challenges that the world now faces.
My Lords, like the noble Lord Liddell, I believe that this bill must pass, if for no better reason that we mustn't reach the 31st of January without it, thereby putting at risk the transition period. But, my Lords, most slogans are either a simplification of an issue or misleading. And let's get Brexit done is, I am afraid, I must say to many of my noble friends, no exception. In many ways, the 31st of January, with its hype and commemorative coins, is the easy part of Brexit. I was and remain a Remainer. After the election, I am reconciled, as indeed I was after the referendum, to our exit from the European Union. But neither the referendum nor the election determined the nature of the United Kingdom's future relationship with the European Union. The Conservative Manifesto's reference to a free trade agreement leaves many questions unanswered, indeed more questions unanswered than it answers. There is, I would submit, my Lords, no contradiction in accepting the inevitability of leaving and at the same time wishing to retain as many benefits of EU membership for individuals and businesses. Those of us who are concerned about the future relationship and don't want to lose the benefits accrued over 40 years shouldn't be dismissed by triumphalist Brexiteers and wrongfully portrayed as Brexit deniers. There are so many issues which have to be considered, and they may be small in comparison with overall trade arrangements, but which are of significant concern to citizens. My Lords, I refer to a few, and maybe the noble friend, the Minister, can help us. Can he tell the House whether the government proposed to legislate to compel mobile phone networks to operate for the benefit of UK subscribers, the roaming regime of the European Union? Are the issues of the European health insurance card, the recognition of driving licences, blue badges, and I declare an interest, my wife has one, are they going to be part of this comprehensive free trade agreement? What priority is going to be given to preserving the provisions for cross-border disputes? My noble friend Lord Kirkup has referred to the legal situation. But border disputes, whether they be between families or between consumers and suppliers, there are many things in place. Nor should this House be deterred, I would submit, from discussing and, if necessary, pressing amendments which will deal with some of the serious legal, constitutional points, and particularly the need for Parliament and particularly the House of Commons to be closely involved in the progress of those negotiations. I think they would be surprised if they were told that they were there merely to rubber stamp the actions of the executive. But I do say this, my Lords, if we do press amendments in this House and the House of Commons were to reject them, then I think we must immediately accept that point of view. Now, is that a justification for threatening the House, for doing what generations of the Houses of Commons have perceived to be our role? If Brexiteers, my Lords, wish to march over the battlefield metaphorically putting Remainers to the sword, so be it. But the Prime Minister has not only called for Brexit to be done, but for the nation to be healed and come together. He, I understand, admires Sir Winston Churchill, so I hope that he will remember two quotations of Sir Winston's, one of which I espouse. Success is the ability to go from one failure to another with no loss of enthusiasm. And one which I hope that he will espouse: in war, resolution; in defeat, defiance; in victory, magnanimity; and in peace, goodwill.
My Lords, I wish to begin by thanking the noble Lord Callanan, who on Sunday night responded to my tweeted link to a preview of this debate, a rebuttal for those who would question the work ethic of this place. I, however, strongly disagree with his claims that workers' and environmental rights are completely unaffected by this bill and that it guarantees EU citizens' rights. And I think many impartial observers agree with me very loudly and clearly. But I thank him for engaging in this forum with a much younger audience than I will guess Parliament TV has tonight. And indeed, it's the impact, particularly on younger people, of this bill that I want to address in my brief remarks. For as I said last night in the speech on the Queen's speech, your Lordship's House is going to have to be, in the coming days, weeks and months, the representative of the younger people who are not represented in the other place. Of course, the majority of the country is not represented in the other place, in the government, in making the decisions being made in the other place. As Lord Liddell referred to, that's a product of the electoral system. But if we look at the fact that 44% of people voted Tory and 2% of people voted Brexit Party, then I've been very tempted to, in many of the speeches we've been hearing tonight, for people have been saying the people voted to get Brexit done. Oh, no, they didn't. 54% of people voted very clearly for parties that wanted exactly the opposite. If we look at the age division, 18 to 24s, 21% voted Tory. 25s to 29, 23% voted Tory. Now, we've known since the referendum in 2016 that Brexit is an older people's project. That's who voted for Brexit. And this, my Lords, is a bill for an elders' Brexit. It's a bill that addresses the concerns and the attitudes of older people, and it actively attacks the interests and concerns of the young. I only have time here to focus on 3 points. There's, in the other place, we saw on party lines an amendment to defend the Erasmus Plus scheme. Now, the government is saying, as on so many other issues, that, leaving this out doesn't mean it's going to abandon Erasmus Plus. Except at the same time, it is briefing that, in very uncertain terms, that it will continue if it's in our interests to do so. And indeed, there was an article in the Times on the January 11 which had a government source suggesting that, it only really benefits middle-class students. Well, I would say to you, my Lords, that Erasmus Plus is crucial to many people from disadvantaged backgrounds, students, apprentices, and the wealthy will always be able to travel, to study, to work. It's the disadvantaged who don't have that privilege. And if there is ways in which the scheme could be improved to better target it at the disadvantaged, great, but that's not a reason to throw the whole thing out. Secondly, many noble lords have referred to the non-regression clauses on climate and workers' rights that we want to see in this bill. Of course, as I was saying last week, addressing the climate emergency, the collapse in nature, these things are of particular concern to young people who are having to grow up in the world we our generations created, but also as employees. Young people are most vulnerable in the workplace, most likely to suffer from the loss of protections of workers' rights. Now, I think it's really obvious from this debate that in the minds of many lords is the question of what should we, as a House, be doing? Well, I want to quote the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Leeds, who had a very powerful sentence. Countries where Parliament simply nods to the executive will are not genuinely respected as paragons of democratic virtue or freedom. Now, I'm not going to call on you, my lords, to be paragons. I'm going to ask you to do the job that this House is here to do. And your Lordship's House is very often compared to the National People's Congress of China because of the size of our membership. I say to you, my lords, let's not act like its members.
My lords, to follow on from that speech, I would have to say, much to my surprise, that I regard myself as being accused of being thoroughly responsible for this bill. My lords, it's been obvious from anybody listening to the debate here that this process required by Brexit is liable to be highly disruptive to the entity that is the United Kingdom. And this is not just a question of the Irish border or troubles with devolved administrations, as has been mentioned by several noble lords. In the past 40 years, we had legislation coming from Brussels which ensured there was a large amount of similarity and coherence in how these laws were interpreted in the various parts of the United Kingdom. The question that arises now is, were we required to maintain that level of coherence in order to operate as a single national economy? And this will be particularly true for food, farming, fishing and rural affairs in Scotland and all the devolved administrations. And this is an area where I have always had a major interest, both from the fact that I have a farm and have taken an interest in the sheep industry, as stated in the Register. And I must thank the Scottish Law Society for briefing me on the difficulties that appear from the Scottish perspective. Inevitably, it has been occupying a great deal of time for the Joint Ministerial Council, which no doubt have been working, very worthy people working away, but to most of us it's a shadowy body which, if one of their recently published minutes of their meetings that I've just seen or anything to go by, they're quite happy to remain. But it's good to note that in October 2017 they recognised that there would be a need for common frameworks to be in place which should recognise all devolution settlements. Later, my lords, later on that year, the Cabinet Office published a list of 1,100 points where EU law intersects with devolved matters. Perhaps, fortunately for everyone's relief, they've now published a revised analysis saying that the Cabinet Office identifies that there are only 21 policy areas affected, and more detailed discussion around whether legislative common frameworks might be needed. For agriculture, my lords, regulation currently involves at least 12 separate pieces of EU legislation, so a number of frameworks may be required there. Can the noble Lord the Minister tell the House how many of these framework proposals are now accepted by the devolved administrations as being necessary, and what further discussions are planned to take place? The Scottish Parliament is very concerned in this area, and they are currently considering a bill entitled Agriculture Retained EU Law and Data Scotland, where they are seeking their own powers to simplify and improve CAP legislation and also powers to trigger market intervention measures. This also includes regulations to facilitate take the continuity of agricultural payments following the UK's withdrawal from the EU and to make new provision about marketing standards and classification of carcasses. In this, they appear to have realised, almost before the government had woken up to it, that this withdrawal bill on the 31st of January will disapply legislation which enables the government to make the payments as required under the CAP, and in particular the 2020 single farm payment. The government has woken up to this situation, and perhaps noble lords will have noticed that last Thursday and in the other place they had the first reading of, and again I quote, the Direct Payments to Farmers Legislative Continuity Bill, that is exactly on that subject. My lords, I do not know how many of the payments of single farm payments to farmers for 2019 are still outstanding, and whether these will be affected on the 31st of January. But can I ask the Minister whether the government is intending to have this piece of legislation in force before the 31st of January, and if not, what action do they propose? And will we have a hiatus where all monies will be stopped?
If I may follow on from the points made by the noble Duke in respect of those aspects of this bill dealing with the relations between the constituent parts of the Union, because it seems to me that it is inevitable, as the bill proceeds and as devolution has to be reconsidered, significant changes may well be required to the schemes of devolution, as was envisaged in the original bill. Therefore, it seems to me it is important that in this bill we have regard to two issues. One, that a terrible precedent would be set if we were to alter the devolution legislation other than by primary legislation of this House. It is very important to recall that the devolution statutes now form a part of our Constitution, and if they are to be amended, they should be amended by primary legislation. Secondly, it is equally important that in going forward, that although there may be reasons why parliamentary supervision and parliamentary time in relation to the conduct of the negotiations might not be a good idea, I say nothing about that. But it is important, in my view, that we should have regard to the fact that the devolved governments have a vital interest in all the negotiations. And if we are to go forward with a union that is stronger, and we are able to make new arrangements for devolution, that we start as we mean to continue. That is to say, that the devolved governments are closely involved in the negotiations and consulted widely as to where we are going, because that is essential for the future of the Union, and that, secondly, any changes that are made to the devolution statutes are not made using the powers this bill intends to confer. I very much hope that the House would consider these 2 points very carefully, because I would hope that we, when we enter into a future outside the European Union, and I'm looking solely to the future, not the past, we have a union that is stronger, but that strength will not be achieved if we do not start as we mean to continue, and that is by not altering the devolution settlements or schemes by way of delegated powers, and leaving out of the way in which negotiations are conducted, obtaining views from and consulting most widely the devolved governments.
My Lords, I would like to thank my noble friend Lord Callanan for his optimistic and confident introduction. and congratulate my noble friend Lord Barwell and the noble Lord Mann on their inspiring maiden speeches. I'm enormously excited and heartened by the ringing mandate given to the Prime Minister in the general election last month. As he said, now is the time to act together as one reinvigorated nation, one united kingdom, filled with renewed confidence in our national destiny and determined at last to take advantages of the opportunities that now lie before us. During the years I worked in Tokyo and later when I worked in Brussels, I too believed that the UK should remain a member of the EU. However, with the passage of the Maastricht and Lisbon treaties, it has become increasingly clear that the EU is different from the body we joined. We had become increasingly uncomfortable passengers on the European train because we knew or suspected that its intended destination was different from where we wanted to go. The government have rightly recognised that there is nothing to be gained by providing for the possibility of an extension to the implementation period beyond the end of this year. Anyone who has experience of negotiations knows well that parties are only willing to make their most significant concessions when it has finally become clear that their interests depend on reaching agreement within a certain timescale. As long as the EU could hold out the hope that we would ultimately decide not to leave, or anyway not to leave the customs union or the single market, they would continue to try to prolong the negotiations. As my right honourable friend Dr. Liam Fox said in the second reading debate in another place, we will face a political issue rather than a technical issue if the EU were to prevent us reaching a satisfactory trade deal before the end of this year. The debate will not be about tariffs, fees and quotas, but about regulatory alignment. There are two diametrically opposed systems for conducting global trade. One is requiring your trade partners to harmonise their regulations with yours, such as the EU is increasingly demanding. The only other major economy seeking to do this is China. The other system is to work towards outcomes-based equivalence, leaving each country free to determine its own rules and standards to achieve that in the way that best reflects its legal system and its business practices. This way is consistent with parliamentary democracy, but the EU's way is not. It is very important that our negotiators make it very clear that we cannot accept any concept of dynamic alignment with EU rules. Mark Carney, who has not been one of the strongest advocates of the merits of Brexit, has warned that the city must not be forced to accept EU financial regulations after we have left. There has been much talk of the risk of damage to the city if it is denied access to European markets. However, my lords, surely a very much bigger risk is that faced by continental users of the London markets. For example, what damage would the German car makers suffer in the event that EU regulators were to prevent them from raising funds in the liquid international capital markets based in London? Their cost of funds would rise significantly. It is within our discretion to allow European financial institutions to continue to operate here, and I cannot believe that their regulators will really wish to circumscribe their activities here. Finally, my lords, a word on the Union. I believe that leaving the structures of the EU will, of itself and immediately, start to reduce the support for independence for the constituent nations of the United Kingdom. EU membership, as the EU elite in Brussels perhaps knows better than we do, of itself diminishes the significance of being British and of being a part of the United Kingdom. So, for Scots, remove the European umbrella and they will suddenly come to appreciate the British umbrella, especially the Barnet-lined umbrella, much more than they did. That is why I believe that the threat to the unity of the United Kingdom will be diminished and not enhanced by Brexit.
Before I come on to the main points I was going to make, may I differ very much from the Noble Viscount's comments. I believe that where we are is a threat to the Union, our Union. I believe it is a threat to England being separated from Scotland, and it is also a threat to what's going to happen in Ireland. And I would not be as relaxed as the Noble Lord has been. As somebody who very much supported the Remain side of the argument, I'm of course disappointed that we are where we are. But we must accept the result of the election. Although I'm bound to say, having spent a lot of the election in London constituencies, it was of course quite surprising, but then I suppose London is a bubble, and we got a different view of what was happening from what was happening elsewhere, from my brief forays outside the M25. So we have to accept that. But the Noble Lord Rowbottom made a comment about people saying the electorate was silly. I would never say the voters were silly. If the voters came to a conclusion that I don't agree with, then it is the fault of my fault and the fault of other politicians that we didn't put the case as well as we should have done. I'd never say the voters are silly, although it's interesting the voters of London differed somewhat from the voters of other parts of the country. Well, I really want to make just two points. I still believe emphatically we are European, and it is important that we maintain our international connections even if we have left the formal structures of the European Union. I think it's important for us in all sorts of ways, and therefore I hope that those international structures, such as the Council of Europe, such as the Organisation for Security and Cooperation in Europe, the Parliamentary Assembly of which I serve on, the all-party groups and the British Irish Parliamentary Assembly, I hope they will be given more support by the government to continue to achieve good links, good international links with the countries that are our former European partners. Because we are still an international country, I believe in outlook. I still believe in the idea of international solidarity, and I don't lose that even though we will have lost our formal membership of the European Union. So the government can encourage all this, and I think it's important that they should do that. My second and only other point concerns the Salisbury Convention and the amendment on child refugees. Now, there will be plenty of chances to debate the amendment on child refugees later on this week and in committee stage and I believe in the report stage next week. However, can I say this, that I've looked at the Salisbury Convention, I've looked at the very, very interesting library note on it, and I've tried to understand what it's all about, and there are different views. But I think one thing is clear, that where there is government legislation based on a clear and unambiguous manifesto commitment, then we as an unelected House do not have the right to challenge the principle of that legislation, nor do we have the right to obstruct or delay that legislation. I think that is clear, whatever other nuances there are about the way in which the Salisbury Convention might work. I think we'd all agreed on that. Now, I come obviously to the point about child refugees, because I found nothing in the government's election manifesto which suggests that they were going to reverse the existing policy on family union for child refugees. I'm not going to argue the details of that, merely to say that I would have thought we're fully entitled as a House to amend that particular clause, and maybe one or two others, where there is no manifesto commitment. I think the idea of a manifesto commitment is a healthy one in terms of democracy, and if the electors of this country have supported a party which won the election on the basis of specific policies, then we should respect that. But where the government simply decides quite arbitrarily to impose something on this particular bill or any other bill which has nothing to do with the manifesto commitment, then I think we're entitled. Indeed, we have the right, I go so far as to say an obligation, to challenge that and indeed vote that way if we so wish. I think that is fairly clear, and we can argue about the merits or the demerits of the government's attitude to child refugees in later stages of this bill.
My Lords, may I salute the noble work that has been undertaken by Noble Lord Dubs, the stalwart work, and wish him more power to his elbow. And may I add my congratulations to the two memorable maiden speeches that we heard earlier. My Lords, I'm less than happy to be speaking in this bill. I wish the whole wretched Brexit business had never arisen. But we are where we are. We can't ignore public opinion. Whether this bill reflects that opinion is, of course, quite another matter. That's something we should test to the limited extent possible in the allocated time frame, as we determine whether the bill delivers what we want, or even whether it delivers what the government themselves want. The general election, my lords, was a learning experience. I was out canvassing in Wales on 26 occasions, talking with and listening to voters, and they taught me many lessons, one of which is this. While a majority in my home county of Gwynedd voted to remain, a significant number of Remain voters felt that the outcome of the referendum had to be respected. So I accept, regrettably, that Brexit is going to happen. But what I don't accept is that the electorate, while endorsing Brexit in general terms, has given its backing to all the specific proposals in this bill. And that's because they still don't know what will be the outcome of the negotiations. We may possibly know the outcome by December, perhaps. At that stage, the people will either accept it or there'll be an unholy outcry that this wasn't the Brexit they were told they would get. And that outcry may well come from disillusioned leavers as much as from Remainers. So the government is on borrowed time. I don't deny that they have a mandate to get Brexit done, but aspects of this bill are open to scrutiny from two perspectives. From a UK viewpoint, particularly the impact of a possible no-deal Brexit on manufacturing exports, on trade between Britain and Ireland, and on the working of the courts. And secondly, and of most concern to me, this bill gives the UK Government power to amend the Government of Wales Act without the consent of Wales' Senedd. And that ties into the uncertainty about how the withdrawal agreement will impact on Wales. There's unease that control over the UK single market will be exercised solely from Westminster. And there's a question of resources. What are the long-term plans for replacing European strategic funds from which Wales has benefited greatly? Will this be known by December? It's outstanding that such a far-reaching bill can come to us without an economic impact assessment for both Wales and Scotland, and indeed for Britain as a whole. Reservations have been voiced by the Welsh Government, and there's little willingness amongst Assembly members to accept this bill in its current form. The issues they raise include the use of Henry VIII powers. They seek undertakings that the UK Government won't use powers to amend the Government of Wales Act without the National Assembly's consent. They are also concerned about the December deadline for transition arrangements. They fear that, in missing the deadline, tariffs will be imposed on Welsh advanced manufacturing and agri-food exports, on which Wales depends to a greater extent than England. The Welsh Government seeks changes to this bill to ensure transparency and scrutiny by both Parliament and the devolved legislatures as the negotiations proceed, and that agreement of devolved governments is obtained prior to ratification. There must be prior consultation on matters such as state aid regime, reciprocal healthcare, access to Erasmus programmes and EU research funds, issues relating to Wales's territorial waters, and for business to exchange key workers with EU-based employees of the same company, all of which impact on devolved responsibilities. Wales's government also urges that the one non-executive member of the proposed Independent Monitoring Authority, and I quote, who knows about conditions in Wales, the words in the bill, should be appointed on the advice of the National Assembly. And that wasn't the point, I think, that the Noble Lord the Minister was making at the start of this debate. There also needs to be for the UK Government to ensure that its post-EU policies are acceptable to the elected governments of Wales and Scotland. If Mr Johnson thinks he can ride roughshod over the two governments, I'm afraid he's in for a shock. Both governments are refusing to accede to legislative consent orders without cast-iron assurances that their priorities will be heard. Noble Lords may assure themselves that the ultimate power currently remains at Westminster. After all, power devolved is power retained. In the ultimate, the UK Government can impose on Wales and Scotland the policies it wishes. And so it can, for however long Scotland and Wales remain in this increasingly disunited kingdom. But such an approach may well ignite a tinderbox of fragmenting the United Kingdom. Yes, my lords, Wales and Scotland can be overruled. That would be a blow to the United Kingdom to smithereens. If that is the path they wish the path that this House wishes to follow, so be it. But please don't say the House was never warned.
My Lords, it seems to me that arguing that there are defects in a bill to which the government should pay attention is not the same as voting for an amendment and sending that amendment to the House of Commons, and I hope we remember that. I voted Remain. 2 reasons. Our long membership as one of the leading members of Europe as it expanded seemed to me to want very careful consideration if we were to decide to leave. There had been no preparations for us to leave, either by the European Union or by ourselves. The Prime Minister at the time went to Europe, got nothing, had some dinners, wasn't really taken very seriously. And so it seemed to me that since we had always been an uncomfortable member of the Union, it was quite remiss of both ourselves and the Union not to have made any preparations. But I wasn't a fan of the European Union. I had in my mind all the time an alleged quote from Giscard d'Estaing, which was, Valéry Giscard. If we had told them what we were doing, we would never have got as far as we have. And also the mantra of ever closer union worried me. I suppose my response was, yes, yes, but where to and why? And it didn't seem to me that any very satisfactory answers were given, which in fact took me back to the quote. These doubts redoubled during the long and abortive negotiations. The negative approach of the Union, a sort of what we have we hold on to in spades, and the understanding about where are we going. I can't think it was easy to believe any of the things that the Commission was saying in their political rhetoric about the future and where we were going. And yet the original purpose, which was to make sure that Europe didn't start another great war, had in effect been achieved. And so what was being put in its place? Now that the centre of power in the world had shifted away from Europe to the Pacific, was it a vague and grand project to build a unified bloc to rival the United States? If it was, that's not and never has been a good idea, and it's impractical. With countries, 27 of them, with different histories and different cultures, it's unbelievable that you could ever create an effective United States-type federal state. And to me, individual states amongst the 193 are more important to the future of the world and to be preferred over attempts to build yet another power bloc. So my mind was made up for me. I support this bill, but in essentials, to me it is an enabling bill. So this House can and will make its points in criticism of what is in there and what is not in there, but we should let the House of Commons have its way.
Well, here we are after
3 years of delay, damaging delay, we are finally going to implement the result of the referendum that 17.5 million people voted for. They're finally going to do that. But I have to remind noble lords and the government that the reason we are here tonight is largely because of the bravery and courage of Nigel Farage and his leadership, thank you, and his leadership of UKIP. Without that, David Cameron would never have had any intention of granting a referendum. That was the effect of UKIP. When we won the Leave vote, we were all confident that David Cameron would carry out his promise of implementing the result of the referendum. But that didn't happen. David Cameron had to resign. Then we had an inept government and a recalcitrant bunch of MPs who thought they could take over the executive position. And following that, the Prime Minister eventually was forced to crawl to Brussels to ask for an extension to the often repeated leave date. I can't remember how many times she said that, 108 times, the 29th of March. That was humiliating, but it had its upside. We had to then join and contest the EU elections, this last night, 2019 elections. Enter Nigel Farage again. He'd formed the Brexit Party only 4 months before the election. In that election, the Brexit Party swept the board. It got more votes than the... No, I've only got 5 minutes. Sit down. And it swept the board. It got more votes than the Labour Party and the Conservative Party combined. And after that election, Nigel Farage pointed out that the Conservative Party had lost 2 pro-EU leavers, that he needed to learn that lesson or die. Well, I congratulate the Conservative Party. They've learnt that lesson, and I also congratulate them on their crushing victory in the election, because I think that, I hope, will mean that the public trust that the government lost, and particularly Parliament and the Commons lost, as noble Lord Forsyth pointed out, lost during the election, will now be regained. And it also meant that the motley crew of MPs who tried to thwart the result of Brexit was swept away like chaff behind a combine, gone, and they won't even merit a footnote in history. Now, so I welcome this withdrawal bill, and in particular Section 33, which makes it quite clear that the transfer or implementation period shall end on the 31st of December this year. Now, we've heard noble lords complaining about that, but again, the noble Lord Forsyth was quite right. The time for parliamentary games is over. We are leaving the EU in 18 days' time. So, my lords, put out more flags, as long as they're not EU flags.
Oh, my God.
My Lords, I welcome this bill, having spoken on a number of other bills relating to our departure from the EU, particularly those relating to the possibility of us leaving on a no-deal basis, which at one time was a real possibility. And so I congratulate our Prime Minister on this result. Of course, I have to note that we're only here because so many people in this House and the other place were so opposed to Mrs May's deal that it has been replaced by this much more satisfactory outcome. I did, in fact, personally write in the national press trying to persuade people to accept the previous bill, but, not unusually for me, I was unsuccessful. And the reason we are here in a much stronger position is in no small part down to those who rejected the earlier bill. I want to talk tonight about citizens' rights. When a no deal was looming, I was invited to join the British Parliamentary Emergency Task Force on Citizens' Rights, which was all-party from both houses and led by the very able MP Alberto Costa. A meeting was set up in July in Brussels with Michel Barnier and a very impressive parliamentary delegation, including members of this House tonight, and Demetrios Galato of the 3 Million and Fiona Godfrey of British in Europe. Ms Godfrey in particular gave a very impassioned speech about how she was, in effect, a model EU citizen, changing her life to reflect EU lifestyle. She and, of course, we were anxious to reassure that if there was no deal, the EU would ensure that no damage to her life would occur, or at least be minimised, and steps taken to accommodate her in a similar fashion to our settled status programme. It was a very moving speech. She was far more eloquent than me, so I can only apologise for not doing her the full justice she deserves. However, Monsieur Barnier was implacable. To him, the integrity of the EU and getting us to sign up to the offer then on the table was far more important than the humanity of offering 1.5 million EU citizens the comfort that all would be okay for them. I was shocked. So, although we have now thankfully moved away from a no deal, I have been keen to ensure that UK citizens' rights are properly protected from Monsieur Barnier's previous attitude, which this bill achieves. This bill also brings EU citizens' rights into UK law under our dualist system, with a better offer from that which the EU has been able to offer so far to UK citizens. The EUSS is performing well. Applicants in the UK can apply for free and have until June 2021 to apply, or later in genuine cases. And there have been huge grants, some 9 million, I believe, to ensure all are reached. There has been comment in the press today, actually by a member of the delegation, that there is a lack of clarity on EU citizens' rights. But I personally don't think that's right. I'm aware that some wanted a declaratory system rather than a constitutive system, but this bill does confer rights to EU citizens. Some argue that there is too much control given to ministers, as the settled status scheme isn't yet underpinned in legislation, but the agreement is in international law, so there is no practical risk. And on the wider point, frankly, I think the British public is fed up with Parliament trying to micromanage this process, and they have now elected a strong majority government to get on with the job. The creation of the Independent Monitoring Authority will hold the government to account, and it is to be welcomed. Perhaps my noble and learned friend, the Minister, can offer some further guidance on some of its details working. I see that civil servants are barred from holding office at the IMA. I have no quibble with that. Perhaps Mr Cummins suggested it. But is it normal for such organisations to have the chairman and all the non-executives appointed and possibly removed by the Secretary of State at will? And so, in conclusion, I welcome the rights we have offered EU citizens who live here, which was, of course, always the intention, both for settled and pre-settled status. Despite the concerns many have had, some no doubt genuine, but others frankly designed to cause unnecessary anxiety, we have shown that we can reach a fair agreement with the EU for our withdrawal. And I am convinced we will also be able to do this for our future trading relationship, which will be to these countries enormous advantage.
My Lords, rather like my noble friend Baroness Jones, I rise with a heavy heart to make a speech which to some might sound familiar, because indeed it probably is. It's what effect this bill will have with regard to health and medicine in the transition period and after 2021. At every stage over the last 2 years, I have sought reassurance from the Government over matters of reciprocal healthcare, the free movement of medical and nursing staff, the regulation and supply of medicines, clinical trials and research, the conduct and regulation of which is so important to the UK. Indeed, access to the research portal is vital to patients across the UK and Europe. So I'd like to thank the BMA, Cancer Research UK, the Royal College of Nurses, Kingsford for their excellent briefings on these matters. And if the Noble Lord the Minister cannot give me a comprehensive response to these questions, I anticipate a comprehensive written response which will be made available in the library. On reciprocal healthcare, there still remains some uncertainty about the status of current EU reciprocal healthcare arrangements in the event of the UK leaving the European Union without a negotiated deal. So my question here is, will we have that deal by December? And if we don't, what will happen? At the moment, my Lords, the National Health Service website says this about reciprocal healthcare. I quote, "If you are using a European health insurance card issued by the UK, it will still be valid until the UK leaves the European Union." Is that at the end of this month, or is that at the beginning of next year? Please tell me. Or if your treatment has started before the exit day, so perhaps you need to get a wiggle on if you're wanting to have some treatment. "You should prepare for possible changes to your access to healthcare if there's no deal Brexit
and if you're a UK national travelling in the EU, Norway, Iceland, Liechtenstein or Switzerland, your EHIC may not be valid if there's a no-deal Brexit. This will depend on arrangements with individual countries and might mean you need to pay in full for treatment. So does the Noble Lord think this is satisfactory and will serve the citizens who might be affected by it? And perhaps he could give the House an update. Following on from this, there's a particular issue to do with Ireland and Northern Ireland, because the access to healthcare services through the common travel area differs for European reciprocal agreements. And the future of the border could have a significant impact on these areas, so I'd like some clarification on that too. In terms of staffing, the nursing and other staff from the European Union not only care for our NHS patients, but they're also active members of their own communities. However, the NHS continues to hemorrhage doctors, nurses, midwives, care staff and medical staff. The free movement of nursing staff and other healthcare professionals from across the globe continues to make the UK a world leader in innovations, healthcare treatments and care delivery. What comfort can the Noble Lord the Minister give in this regard? In terms of medicines, my question is, what are the arrangements for medical supplies envisaged by this legislation? Because I failed to find it, so perhaps the Noble Lord the Minister could help me out here. Certainly the Royal Pharmaceutical Society and many other bodies have warned that pharmacists are already struggling to find and obtain common medicines. So perhaps the Noble Lord the Minister would care to update the House on exactly what will happen in the next year and what might happen if we have not completed the transition by December. Then finally turning to the EMA and clinical trials. The close UK-European relationship on medical research and the licensing of new medicine works for patients and researchers across the continent. And the medical research sector has been clear that continued close cooperation should be a priority in negotiations. However, there is concern that recent government statements ruling out alignment with EU regulations could negatively impact UK-EU cooperation in medical research and medicine licensing and put at risk progress such collaboration has. So UK membership of the EMA is a major advantage for UK patients, since companies generally prioritise launching new products in the European pharmaceutical market relative to other countries. So if there are delays in this, I'd like to know and to have some clarification from the Noble Lord the Minister is how the government intends to deal with this. And finally, clinical trials. The UK's world-leading clinical research environment is built on collaboration with European partners. This collaboration benefits all medical research and is particularly crucial for rare and childhood cancers, where populations are often too small to run trials in individual countries. Likewise, the most innovative research increasingly groups patients according to genetic profile of their cancer, for example. So the pool of eligible patients of some trials becomes smaller, and one country alone will not be enough to have enough patients to make the evidence of that research meaningful. If the UK falls outside the EU's regulatory system for clinical trials, UK-led trials will be more burdensome and less likely to be significant and be significantly more costly. Already there is evidence that doubts as to whether the UK will be part of the EU's harmonised research system will be affecting collaboration. A 2019 report found that UCL and 8 other Russell Group universities running about 50 big European collaborations a year in 2016, it is now to 20. So the key question to the Noble Lord the Minister is whether there is still a commitment to clinical research trials in the UK and whether those regulations still stand.
My Lords, 7 years ago I sponsored a private member's bill for a referendum on our membership of the European Union. Little did I know. But this has been an excellent debate. It's had so many excellent contributions, including 2 superb maiden speeches, and I suspect that particularly once we get to dealing with some of the other issues, we will find some more excellent speeches on Lord Dobbs's amendment. But it seems that I'm almost the last man standing between so many barons and their beds, and I understand that's a dangerous position to be in, so I shall try to be brief. Firstly, I'd like to talk about the EU citizens settled here. Now, there have been genuine concerns, as everybody knows. Anybody who'd gone into the Piers dining room over the last 3 years, and for a cup of tea, you will have known how many of our friends and colleagues had genuine concerns. And I believe, if I may say so, that the Theresa May government got it wrong. We could, right from the start, have given a guarantee to those EU citizens and dealt with their concerns. We could have taken the moral high ground, but we decided that there was an alternative way. But I believe that we are now putting right a wrong. And we are doing so most successfully. It's estimated that there are some 3 million EU citizens in this country. There have already been 2.5 million applications for settled status. 2.3 million have already been given that settled status, and only 5 have been rejected. I think this is an example of the government getting it right. Secondly, I'd like to deal with the timetable for our trade deal. There are those who claim, of course, that it's impossible in the time. They rather remind me of those people who get up in the morning, throw open the curtains, and complain about the birdsong. Simon Coveney, the Irish Foreign Minister, over the weekend said that the timetable is ambitious. Well, yes, it is ambitious, and we are ambitious. We are ambitious for our country, we are ambitious for Brexit, and we are ambitious for the future, and I make no apologies for that. And we are ambitious with good reason. Because these details of the trade deal will not be simply grabbed out of thin air. There are templates. The EU has already done trade deals with Japan, with Canada. There will be differences, of course, but the EU has form in this area, as it does in many things. They are past masters at reaching agreements up against deadlines, right up against the clock, in times even when the clock has stopped ticking. It's not always a pretty sight to see the way that the EU negotiates, but with good will, it can be done in that deadline. But our clock hasn't stopped ticking. So let me finish. Some pretend that Brexit is a disease. It is not. It is a healing process. Some pretend that Brexit is a preordained disaster. They've been predicting disaster ever since the day of the referendum. Yet we are here. It's not a time of disaster, but a time of optimism and opportunity, and a time for democracy rather than just elites. Yes, I know some people don't like to hear it, but this unelected House of Lords may try to stuff its ears, but the people will be heard. Just as the wonderful speech given by the noble Lord, Lord Mann, who talked about the innate British sense of decency. Brexit will allow that to come to the fore once again. This is the people's will, and that is what makes Brexit a moral issue and a moral cause as well as a political one. And this government has a duty to deliver it. It's going to happen, and it's time for us to move on.
My Lords, Brexit is an end of an epoch, and I sense a certain sense of solemnity hanging over the House this evening, which isn't what I find here all that often. And of course, it's tonight a crucial part of the process of our going, and this debate sees the nation splashing across the Europa River Rubicon as we go. And once the bill we're discussing becomes law, there's no turning back. My Lords, it seems to me that you cannot possibly see Brexit as an end in itself. It is merely a staging point on the journey to somewhere. And we're now at the point where the options in front of us begin to open up, and the negotiations are going to become much more complicated. Although the one thing we can be sure is that it'll never be the same again, and we won't unilaterally be able to cherry-pick what we want. Now, my Lords, politics is the art of the possible, and we all of us have to be clear about that in looking at this subject. and I include the government in that. I was slightly surprised that in the revised version of this bill after the election, there are some rather macho inclusions about the manner in which the negotiations are going to be carried out. They know that they can amend the bill, bend this legislation with another bill if they want to. And I'm still not clear whether what they did is a sign of strength or a sign of weakness. Now, my lords, I have to confess I have a sense of foreboding. I myself believe in the validity of the fundamentals that led this country into joining the EEC and then in playing such an important part of establishing the single market. Because free trade does not entail frictionless trade and commerce. And to support that, you need to have cheap, sensible, easy, user-friendly systems to stop cheating. And we all know one of the mantras of the British is all foreigners cheat. Secondly, the manner in which the negotiation has been conducted from this end, and this is a point that a number of noble lords have made, makes me fear for the future of the United Kingdom and of Great Britain. Particularly the Scots and also the Northern Irish feel their interests have been sidelined and they've been cold-shouldered. I also think we ought to pay serious heed to what I might in shorthand call the Lord Panic point. Legal certainty is matter in the real world for people who are doing commerce and business. And finally, we've seen in the revised bill the fact the role of Parliament has been substantially reduced. I believe it's a completely false antithesis to set up Parliament against the people, because I fear the government is falling into the trap of behaving in exactly the way it criticised Brussels for running things through a bureaucracy, because bureaucrats are servants of ministers and they're all part of the administration. Now, my lords, I think that a government that is confident, and this government is confident with its big majority, of its way forward, it should look positively at criticisms that may be levelled against it. And if they turn out to be such that they are justified, it's a sign of strength to amend your position to accommodate. Now, my lords, I never wanted to leave the European Union, and I still don't. But in life, sometimes you've just got to accept second best. And, my lords, we are now and will continue to be, because we cannot avoid it, to be Europeans. And I think we should remember the words of poet Robert Frost, that good fences make good neighbours. Finally, my lords, I'm going to conclude in a way I don't suppose I shall ever conclude a speech again. And that is, I hope I've been wrong with an awful lot of what I've said.
My Lords, it's a great pleasure to follow my noble friend Lord Inglewood, a fellow Cumbrian, although his connections to Cumbria go back an impressive 400 years and longer than mine. My Lord, since January 2018, I've spoken just twice on Brexit-related legislation, and one of those occasions was to explain some technicalities in the report of the Delegated Powers Committee, which I chair. But tonight I'm speaking in a personal capacity. So I warmly welcome this bill, which marks the first and most vital phase of getting Brexit done. I welcome it in its current form because it means that we now, at long last, have a Commons which is in accord with the people of this country, who have seen over the last 3 years their vote in the referendum sabotaged every inch of the way by some members of Parliament who put their own arrogant, selfish view before the decision of the electorate. Well, over Christmas I met quite a few of my former constituents. You know, the little people up north, accused by Remainers of not knowing what they voted for. We had no view on defeated MPs from other parties, but they shared my relief and indeed pleasure that the electorate had gotten rid of those Tory MPs such as Grieve, Soubry, Gowk, Allen and others. They hoped we would hear no more from them. To that I would add former Prime Ministers and Deputy Prime Ministers who will no longer need to travel to Brussels to assure Monsieur Barnier that Brexit will be stopped. Could we also hear less from those who voted Remain, telling us what the Leavers did and did not vote for? I had the opportunity to study the polling data about Leavers. The majority expected to take an economic hit, And we're willing to accept that, provided we got back control of our laws and Parliament. The last Chancellor of the Exchequer kept repeating the shibboleth that people did not vote to be poorer. Wrong again, Chancellor. They expected to be poorer. They expected to be poorer because the Chancellor and all his dodgy Treasury documents told them that repeatedly.
Yeah, exactly.
So now we have the bill before us today. It is right that ongoing parliamentary scrutiny of trade negotiations has gone. We saw in the last Parliament how even those Remainers who agreed on what they disliked could not agree on anything that they actually did like. Now, the main point I want to make to my noble friend is this. The EU will play even harder and dirtier now in the negotiations. They take the view that the United Kingdom has to be punished for daring to break away from them and to stop other countries leaving. First, they will demand sequencing of talks, the trap Theresa May fell into. That is, they will not discuss trade in goods until we surrender our fishing grounds and sell out our fishermen. And if we do that, then they will not discuss financial services until we sell out on trade in goods. And even if we extended the period to another 20 years, I do not see they'll do a deal in financial services unless we surrender every national interest. So let's be ready for it. Of course, when we sell cars to the EU, we must comply with their design regulations, just as we have to comply with different regulations when we sell them to Hong Kong or California. However, there can be no question of complying with the EU demand that we can only sell them goods if, for example, our workers do not volunteer to do overtime above 60 hours a week, or unless we agree a corporation tax rate which the EU approves of, or that we cannot give any state aid in any circumstances. We must not be tied to EU regulations when we leave, but must have maximum freedom for divergence if we wish to create our own laws and do things better. We need the freedom to do gene editing, set higher environmental standards, and approve medicines a lot faster. Are we willing to accept the cruelty of live animals being transported on excessively long journeys without proper food and water? Are we willing to let in any more diseased plants and trees into this country and not be able to step up phytosanitary controls? My lords, there are hundreds of areas where we can do better, provided we do not sign up to accepting EU diktats on keeping all aspects of their single market and customs union. Oh, and by the way, the people voted to leave the single market and customs union too. We were repeatedly told by the government and Remainers that if we were foolish enough to vote leave, then we would be thrown out of the single market and we'd be out of the customs union. We knew that, the Leavers knew that, and 17.4 million people voted to do just that. So I say in conclusion to my noble friend, the government is delivering on leaving the political union on the 31st of January. We must also be out of the customs union on the 31st of December this year as well.
Yeah. My Lords, this debate has been conducted predictably with political and ideological arguments articulated by each political faction. But the people have spoken twice, my Lords. The UK will not be moving on from Brexit, but will move forward. Many of the existential issues that have driven this period of prolonged introversion that has hampered the UK's international reputation have now been laid to rest. Translating a simple Leave-Remain referendum into a concrete plan to extricate one of the world's largest economies from the world's largest economic bloc was always going to be a tortuous affair. We cannot, however, be dismissive of 45 years' shared partnership. We need the EU 27 by our side, particularly as and when they improve their lot, which may come more quickly as a result of this Brexit process. The time is shortly upon us to weigh anchor, my Lords. What, however, will this new era mean for Britain's place in the world and British politics? Will this moment prove to be the cathartic release voters hope for, with Britain finally able to move forward? Talk about the need for mid-year transition extension talks concern me, as they could become a red line. Any speculation of no deal back on the table would not be helpful. Moving on, has the Irish border issue been fully managed? Will the City of London potentially find its access to EU markets undermined? And then there are questions relating to our courts, together with matters of social consequences. My Lords, our bête noire of interference over democratic scrutiny, with threats that any form of amending become a constitutional crisis, is in itself unconstitutional, notwithstanding the powerful argument to get the job done. I fear that there will be need for flexibility when this bill passes, with elements of repenting at leisure needing to be carefully managed. Nevertheless, governance strategists have done well to have gotten this agreement to the line. However, government should recognise the United Kingdom's future for generations to come is at stake. But leaving under this agreement is the best of the various scenarios, offering the strongest guarantees, for example, of future rights for UK and EU citizens. The opening of the toll bridge will be being readied, my Lords, and a symbolic tolling of 16 bells to ring out on the 31st of January. 8 for the old and 8 for the passing to the new era, albeit into a precarious world and a world of untested relationships. Trade agreements, around much of which Brexit is centred, will need to be translated amidst politics and policy of trade likely to collide in the years to come. These are the most consequential stages for business, and the UK's global trade relations which remain, with enough uncertainty, that could still hamper business and investment decisions. But innovation can come to the fore. Taking 2 examples, preferential access via the mechanism of GSP+, government might wish to consider a UK system, as we, as an independent country, would be enabled to widen the scheme to developing countries in the Commonwealth which might currently not be covered. Additionally, business should be encouraged to ride tandem with aid programmes that would bring fourfold benefits: increased trade, a decrease on aid budgets, comply with having delivered on corporate social responsibility, and send a message to Commonwealth countries that we are back. A package of real consequence. Conducive policies, initiatives and incentives will prevail, indeed must. Change and innovation presents opportunity and will allow us also to stand tall. My Lords, the United Kingdom's strength is its diversity, and this alone will enable us to advance on the world stage with confidence. This should not detract, however, from the need for government to address the many fundamental challenges of uniting the country after this divisive experience, and to tackle the many much-needed internal divisions and social discords that have been allowed to accumulate. Looking externally will help heal those ails. The challenge, my Lords, is to square the circle of balancing those with an insular outlook on one hand, and whilst firmly upholding our standards, being truly internationalist in temperament on the other.
My Lords, thank you for allowing me to speak in the gap. Wales voted to leave. In respecting that, we must maintain coherence and cohesion of the Union and avoid unintended consequences, both as negotiations progress and into the future. The devolved settlements are in primary legislation, and Wales, having supported Brexit, must not feel that the Government of Wales Act is threatened. Negotiations, which will have a huge impact on devolved policies and functions, cannot be conducted without any meaningful involvement of the Senedd and the Welsh Government. It is not about vetoes. It is about real consultation. The Minister kindly met me recently, yet without reassurances to the Welsh Government on these key issues, there is a serious risk of a constitutional crisis if the legislative consent motion is declined. My Lords, the maiden speeches we heard tonight were both memorable. We ignore our populations and their devolved governments at our peril.
My Lords, the noble Lord Jopling said he was gritting his teeth and holding his nose. I sympathise with his feelings on Brexit, though I won't be copying his physical reaction. I thank all noble Lords who've spoken, not least the 12 from the Liberal Democrat benches. I also congratulate the 2 maiden speakers, Lord Barwell and Lord Mann. I also very much appreciated, and I'd just like to mention him, the speech of the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Leeds. I welcome the EU Committee and Delegated Powers Committee reports and look forward to the one from the Constitution Committee due out tomorrow, as the noble Lady Baroness Taylor of Bolton confirmed. It's interesting that in the case of this bill, we have the benefit and insight of seeing the pre-election and post-election versions, with the latter displaying the confidence or arrogance of a comfortable Commons majority. It might have been a more statesmanlike move to have kept the more conciliatory version on matters including parliamentary scrutiny, child refugees and workers' rights, all of which have been highlighted tonight. But that route was not chosen, and we've heard about the many issues that concern members of this House in the bill and that will be pursued in amendments in days to come. I was particularly interested to hear Lord Barwell's comments, which were not very complimentary about the new version of this bill, and I think encouraged us to try and get some changes, contrary to the advice of the noble Lords, Lord Cormac, Lord Taylor of Holbeach and Lord Forsyth, but in line with the intentions of my noble friend Lord Wallace of Saltaire. I agree with the noble Lord Kerr, who said we should do our job, and the noble Lord Butler, who said we should not be intimidated. My Lords, unlike the noble Lady Baroness Noakes, I do not think that parliamentary scrutiny is an unnecessary process that drains the energy of ministers and civil servants. I think they ought to be a little bit more robust than that. The deletion of Clause 31 of the previous bill, asserting Parliament's role in continuing scrutiny of the negotiations, alongside the addition of Clause 38, asserting the absolute nature of parliamentary sovereignty, which, as my noble friend Lord Beith said, is of no legal effect anyway, is a somewhat delicious but absurd irony, or one could say hypocrisy. The government is advancing a populist thesis, but as the noble Lord Boswell said, ministers have to realise that parliamentary scrutiny is not an optional extra. The Delegated Powers Committee, under the chairmanship of the noble Lord Blencathra, has produced a most helpful report warning about potent Henry VIII powers, or, as the noble Lord Anderson of Ipswich put it, Henry VIII on steroids. Lord Thomas wisely warned against the Devolution Acts being changed through delegated powers under this Act, and we will explore all these matters in committee. The government's plan under Clause 26 to give lower courts the power to overturn CJEU rulings rightly raises great concern. My noble friend Lord Beith doubted the enthusiasm for this in Whitehall, and one imagines that HMRC is not thrilled at the thought of lots of taxpayers trying their luck in the tax tribunal to try and overturn European court rulings on, for example, VAT. Noble Lord Panic in the Times today has a powerful article warning of a flood of litigation which would hit companies and individuals. Obviously, we hope that this is not some kind of revenge on the Supreme Court for its decisions against the government on Miller and prorogation. Otherwise, we might have to organise some kind of march with judges from other EU countries, similar to the one held the other day in Warsaw, in the face of the Polish government's repressive measures against the judiciary, which was cited by my noble friend Lord Campbell. On citizens' rights, the noble Lord Cullinan said that the Independent Monitoring Authority would be fully independent of government. But under Schedule 2, the government could abolish it through regulation, so that will hang over it as a threat. My noble friend Lord Oates made the point that guarantees made at the time of the referendum about automatic recognition and keeping the same rights have not been respected. I look forward to the debate on the amendments which he and my noble friend Lord Greaves and others are proposing, such as appeal rights and a physical document. My noble friends Lady Hamway, Lord Teverson and Baroness Miller raised the problem of US citizens losing onward free movement rights and the ability to work across borders, and I myself co-signing an amendment on that. Hopefully in the days to come we will get clarity regarding Northern Irish trade with Great Britain, but I fear that the government's attempt to sow misinformation about checks and red tape on that trade will end in tears, or in the courts, possibly with infringement proceedings by the European Commission. Many peers have rightly spoken up in favour of the Dubs Amendment on child refugees, and I suspect that that may well be a subject on which this House will decline to follow the advice that we should abstain from seeking changes to this bill. Regarding the level playing field, the Noble Lord Hannay advises us that there will be hard choices to be made on the extent to which the UK aligns with EU standards. One could add that there may well be hard consequences if we don't. My noble friend Baroness Bakewell spoke of the key importance of upholding high environmental standards. One might cite air pollution, where the UK has been in breach of EU targets on nitrogen dioxide for a decade. Does anyone honestly think that Brexit will improve this situation? Last night I heard a new Conservative MP, Alicia Cairns, on the BBC's Westminster Hour programme, saying the EU is not what keeps us safe. Well, my noble friend Lord Paddock cited the National Crime Agency's support for EU mechanisms and their warning that the UK would be less safe if we left, for example, the European Arrest Warrant, the Schengen Information System, and were less than full members of Europol. This will also be discussed in committee, as will the crucial issue of a data adequacy decision. The government needs to come clean on what UK citizens are potentially going to lose and what can be saved. They are losing the free movement to live, work or retire in another EEA country that their parents and grandparents have had. Possibly Erasmus, research grants, data roaming caps, the e-hit card, pet passports, loss of visa-free travel with the need for a visa light or ESTA, as the Noble Lord the Duke of Somerset mentioned. Recognition of UK driving licences and blue cards, mentioned by the Noble Lord Bowness. Apologies. I really think that we would like to hear from the government exactly what those facilities that British citizens have come to take for granted are going to lose, because leavers as well as remainers would be shocked to lose some of these. Finally, instead of unleashing potential, new GDP figures show that the UK has had the lowest 12-month growth for 7 years. The Prime Minister's insistence on a hard Brexit and his willingness to keep no-deal Brexit as a threat hanging over negotiations is a major cause of this shockingly poor economic performance. There are going to be major hits to our economy from being outside the single market, and with the exclusion of services, 80% of our economy, from the government's intended free trade agreement, as well as the imposition on manufacturing businesses such as car and aerospace of rules of origin through being outside the customs union, an economic hit is sadly unavoidable. 130 billion has already been lost to Brexit, 8 billion on no-deal preparations, 100 million on Brexit ads, 11 million on a Brexit 50p piece, which had to be melted down. And now 120 million on a festival of Brexit? How unifying is that? I strongly agree with the noble lady Baroness Buscombe that in 40 years this Parliament failed to properly engage with EU laws or the European Parliament, and the BBC failed to inform and educate the British public on the EU. I suspect that during this year, knowledge levels of what we're losing will increase.
My Lords, I'm pleased to be closing the second reading debate on behalf of the Labour benches. It's been quite a day with this contribution ending or edging the total number of speakers to 74, with only the Minister to come. This is only the start of a very intense process. Consideration of this bill will fill up 6 consecutive sitting days of business, with the potential of a 7th if your Lordship's House passes any amendments. I will touch on some of today's thoughtful contributions during my remarks, but as something of a debutante myself, I'd like to congratulate the noble Lords, Lord Barwell and Lord Mann, on their maiden speeches. both interesting and powerful in different ways. Although myself and Lord Barwell have been on opposing sides of many political battles over the years, I recognise that his time serving the last Prime Minister gives him a unique insight into the Brexit process, and I welcome him and hope, and I'm sure that he will put his knowledge and experience to good use in your Lordship's House. And my Lords, as a member of our Whip's team, I would also like to note the contribution of the former Chief Whip, Lord Taylor. We may hear his dulcet tones a little less these days, but always a pleasure when we do. Unfortunately, it's hard to be quite so positive when looking at the bill before us today. Whilst it may be the first time that your Lordship's House has debated the legislation, it's certainly not the first time that your noble lords have read it and likely felt both some surprise and concern. Surprise that the government is being quite so bold in the powers it is reserving for itself and so brazen in forcing such complex legislation through in such a short time, and concern that such an approach will become the norm. Many noble lords have touched on the fact that this version of the bill is very different to that presented last year. That bill comfortably passed its Commons second reading and could have cleared its remaining Commons stage had the Prime Minister agreed that to Labour's fair request that sufficient time was given for scrutiny. Following the outcome of December's election, the Government will indeed get its bill through. However, despite the usual sabre rattling about the future of this House, we will not be deterred from fulfilling our duty as a responsible revising upper chamber. I think Lord Judd put it best. This House will not be stampeded into a rubber stamping exercise. We hope that ministers will be willing to work with us and to take on board our concerns, but if that is not the case, we reserve our constitutional right to pass amendments and give MPs the opportunity to think again. Of course, our concerns are of no secret, not least because the amendment papers have been available since Friday evening. Nevertheless, I want to draw some of the contributions from today's debate and summarise our priorities. The noble Lord Oates spoke of how the bill's provisions on citizens' rights fails to address the ongoing concerns of those who face new administrative processes to remain in a country they have become accustomed to calling home. I look forward to dealing with this issue in the coming days, and I think tomorrow, and I hope the ministers have been considering how the well-known shortcomings with the settled status scheme can be addressed. We've heard about concerns that different sectors and professions have with regards to future relationship. My noble friend Barness Thornton talked about health and medicines regulations, and the noble Lord Paddock discussed security matters. My noble friend Lord Davies of Stamford and others expressed concerns over the removal of protection of workers, which has been present in the October bill. My noble friend Lady Jones of Whitchurch and others expressed their dismay with the lack of assurances over non-regression in relation to environmental protections. We don't know when the environmental bill will come or when its new enforcement body will be active. This raises the prospect of governance gaps at a time when the government urgently needs to tackle climate change. My noble friend Lord Hayne outlined the challenges in relation to Northern Ireland, while the noble Lord Wigley reminded us of the government's ongoing reluctance to properly engage with or formally involve the devolved nations in formulating their approach to the Brexit process. All parts of the United Kingdom will be affected, and they should have a greater say than has been proposed. The distinguished chairs of 3 of your Lordship's House's committees Lord Blencathra, Errol Canoe, and my noble friend Baroness Taylor of Bolton, as well as the noble Lord Anderson of Ipswich, addressed some of the legal and constitutional issues arising from this legislation. Unprecedented delegated powers, parliamentary stripped of its scrutiny role, and potential for major row with the judiciary. And we heard from my noble friend Lord Dubbs and many others on the issue of child refugees seeking reunification with family members in the UK, a matter that was settled in 2018. I hope the Minister will confirm that the amendment deleting Clause 37 will be accepted at committee. My Lords, I've always been and will remain a proud European. Some of the most rewarding work during my time as General Secretary of the Labour Party was the collaborative work undertaken with our sister parties across the continent. But as I learnt during my time in that previous role, and sadly continue to learn as an AFC Wimbledon season ticket holder, it's important to be magnanimous in defeat. And as I said previously, and as my noble friend Lady Hayter stressed in her opening remarks, the government will pass its bill and we will leave the EU on the 31st of January. However, as we go forward, and regardless of which side each of us was on in 2016, there is important work to do. Contrary to what we will hear from the Prime Minister, Brexit is not done. Our country's future is not yet settled. Despite the inclusion of Clause 33, the future UK-EU relationship is unlikely to be agreed by the end of this year. We will not oppose the progression of this bill, and whilst the coming days will be intense, we will argue for a more appropriate balance of power between the Executive and Parliament, seek reassurances on EU citizens and their children, ask for more detail on the future status of Northern Ireland, and support Lord Dubbs, the very noblest of colleagues, in challenging the inclusion of Clause 37. I urge all of the ministerial team working on this bill to heed the words of the noble Lord Forsyth of Drumlean, to pull together, to work together, and now my words, to engage with us on the issues and others in order to improve what is a flawed bill.
Yeah.